Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Their faces changed and they looked at Crocodile nervously. This is your new captain. Crocodile continued his sentence while he was pointing toward Rojan. This! Exclamation mark. They turned their gaze and looked at Rojan. They found that Rojan was the one in the desert. They were shocked. You guys, go to the bridge and fix the damaged parts there. Now, you're on board, then you won't rest. From now on, you'll be the trainee group on this ship. They looked at each other and said, internship crew? They are not very weak, but they have been arranged to work as an intern crew here. You heard him. Now move. Crocodile's expression was cold. His indifferent tone gave the 6 people a moment of fear and let them move quickly. In this way, there are 6 more internship members on the dragon route. The wooden ship swayed in the sea and started the sail. 3 days after, the whole group became familiar with each other, and they were practicing together. Captain, we have a problem. On this day, Jason came over with a puzzled look. What happened? Crocodile asked with anxiety. Do you mean a hidden island? Rojan said lightly. Yeah, look, the needle of the compass is pointing to the sky. I think it's broken. Jason showed the compass to Rojan and he was afraid. Rojan's eyes flashed and he shook his head. The compass is good, according to the route. Our next stop is an island that is located in the sky. Island in the sky? Crocodile was a bit confused. Is there an island in the sky? Drensu was very curious also. Yes, but... Rojan wanted to say something but he stopped. We can't go. The sky island does exist, but it's not easy to go. In the original story, the Mujiwara no Akimi were raised by the updraft, but for Rojan, there wasn't an updraft at that moment. Even if there is, the time is uncertain. Who knows how long it will take to wait. What should we do? How could we go to the Sabati archipelago without passing through Skypia? Jason asked. Let's go to the mock town and check it out there. Rojan's eyes were deep and faint. If he could, he would never refuse to go to the empty island, where there is a lot of gold in the ruins. And this gold, it can be exchanged into Bailey with the system. If he gets the gold, who knows how powerful would be the next possession. Jason glanced and nodded. The dragon route continued its sail and everyone on board kept practicing. Jason stood on the deck and kept making strange gestures and his body rattled. At this moment, he was practicing the dragon elephant technique. Crocodile was sitting cross-legged. And the chi was circulating rapidly inside his body. Rojan, under the perseverance of cultivation, he reached 363 Aku points. He was at the peak at this moment. After that, he stared at the crowd and began to meditate. From number 3, I've copied the 6 powers. Everything but the finger pistol. However, it's okay, this is enough for now. After all, it's based on the physical attainment, and this is their skills. I could copy it in upcoming fights. It can be said that 6 powers is a very powerful skill. A powerful man in his peak can surpass most people in the world using the 6 powers. The Marines' high-end training skills, if it's combined with the Haki, then it would be very difficult to face them. In the last fight, it was a bit hard to defeat those agents, but he did it, and they even thought that they couldn't use these 6 powers very well. Real strong people would create innovative ways on the basis of the 6 powers, and they would exert the power it to the limit. I have to teach them these skills. Jason's power is amazing, and with such skills, he will be unbreakable. Rojan wasn't a jealous person, he is very generous to his partners. While he was thinking, a trainee member came to the bow with full of panic eyes. "Captain, this is so bad, there's a marine warship." Hearing this, all the crew members opened their eyes and looked at the warship. Whoa! Suddenly, a sharp voice broke through the air. When they looked up, they saw the dark light that was rushing toward them. OMG, there's no shell but. Jason looked up and said, "Damn it." When he cursed, everyone was stunned. A hard sound of bombarding came from the sky. Oh my god, someone is throwing these shells with his bare hands. Trensu, with shock in his eyes, looked at the warship and stunned. Chapter 169, Monkey D. Garp. Hearing Trensu's words, people on the board couldn't believe it, because it's quite impossible, and then they looked to the front. Boom. At this moment, the shells fell to the sea and exploded, making the whole ship swayed. "Hurry up, prepare for the big fight." The trainee crew shouted and ran on the board. Rojan and his crew went to the bow and they looked at the warship that was coming toward them. It was a sharp and hard momentum. At the bow of the warship, there was a tall figure wearing a dog's head cap. He was throwing the black shells with his bare hands again and again. Followed by, he shouted. Whoa! This time, 2 more shells smashed the void and came straight toward them. Oh my god, is that possible? Jason was shocked. Jason has a very strong body, and he was powerful, but such thing, it was very difficult for him to do. He couldn't even think about doing it. He should be stronger than he was to be able to control these explosive shells. It would explode immediately when he catches it. How could he do that? In a blink of an eye, the shells have already reached the dragon root. Rojan's pupils contracted, he bent his knees and then he jumped. Blade drawing technique. Yush. The long sword swayed and went straight toward the shells. The 2 artillery shells that were coming at high speed were cut in an instant and fell on the ship's sides. Boom. The explosion occurred and the seawater splashed again on the ship. Haha, I'm sure now, he has some of the power. A loud laugh and a thick voice came from the warship. Hearing this sound, Rojan's expression became serious. Garp. He shouted and said the other side's name. The man who was on the bow wearing a dog's head cap was Monkey D. Garp, the Vice Admiral of the Marine. He has a big and powerful figure, and also, he was full of pride and unrestrained. Rojan never expected to see this man here. What makes him very angry was that the goal of this man was very clear, and it's to destroy him and his crew. Don't think about running away, kid, you can't do that. Another sentence came from Garp, and his ship was getting closer and closer to Rojan's. Captain, we are ready to fight. Crocodile said that and the alligator on his shouted had begun to turn into sand. Don't be impulsive, you have to look at what the other party is going to do first. Rojan whispered back while he was staring at Garp. While they heard Rojan, the crew immediately stunned. The enemy now is the Marines, and things to do must be obvious. However, they listened to Rojan and stopped the action. After a while, the warship reached 1 meter opposite the dragon root. With close observation, Rojan saw that Garp is much younger than he was in the anime. Garp, the middle-aged man with his black hair, was standing on the bow. He was calm and overbearing, giving a heavy pressure for his enemies. He was like a mountain rising in the sky, thick and sharp. Boy, I've been looking for you for a long time, and now you let me wait for you? Garp jumped from the warship and came to the dragon root. At the same time, the officers on the warship also jumped over and looked nervously at Rojan and his crew. Vice Admiral Garp, those are world criminals. The officer behind Garp shouted with a nervous voice. Of course, he would be very angry, they are facing the guy who has beaten Kizaru. The young officer couldn't help but tremble, he was a cruel young man. Take your swords back. Rojan looked at his crew and ordered them with a cold voice. All his crew was stunned and they looked at each other, and then they stuffed their swords into the scabbard. Vice Admiral Garp is someone very strong in the eyes of the pirates. Haha, your little captain has the courage to face me alone. Garp laughed. Lieutenant General Cap, what's the cost of chasing me here? Rojan asked softly. What will you do? Hearing this question, Garp's expression changed and he wondered. I'm here to catch you. In a word, the team behind him, as well as Rojan's, raised their weapons again. In less than a moment, the atmosphere became full of tension throughout the ship. Really? Rojan shrugged his shoulders and his voice was fierce. It might be difficult. Who knows? Garp's tone was very casual, and his expression was still cold. Will you come with us alive or I should kill you? Rojan wondered. Breaking into the naval encirclement and rescuing Roger's wife, this is great. I fought against the agents of the Celestial Dragons also. You've done terrific things in a short period of time. His tone changed and became very serious. You've made a lot of trouble, just like him. When he said that, Rojan's face changed a little. It makes me hesitate whether to arrest you or let you go. Rojan was a bit confused when he saw the complex face of Garp, and he trembled in his heart. Garp and Roger, they used to have a relationship that goes between friendship and enmity, but they were in a big conflict. Quite the same like Luffy and Smoker in the original story. It can be said that apart from where they belong, they were completely friends. Alright then. Rojan smiled. If you don't do it, then you won't settle in the new world. It seems that you didn't make any big mistake. It can be said that you helped me to solve a disturbing thing. Garp was upset. Garp-sama. He is a world criminal, and his origins are very bad. The officers behind him became angry and they shouted. Don't let this one go astray. That's terrible. So be it. Suddenly, Garp's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. At this moment, Rojan's heart trembled. His eyes turned into red, and the three tomos began to rotate at a high speed. In less than a moment, a fist came straight toward his face. Flash step. The cyclone appeared and Rojan's figure suddenly disappeared. Garp's fist is very famous. It was very strong, but when wanted to punch Rojan, it became useless. Hey, buddy. When they saw Garp's punch, Jason, Crocodile, and Trensu went berserk. Jason made a big step and pointed his fist toward Garp. Seeing this, Garp smiled and moved his fist. The next moment, two punches collided. This scene shocked everyone. Chapter 170, Conqueror's Hockey. Boom. The two punches slammed together, making a dull sound, and the dragon root seemed to sway a little. Such a force, it was completely unlike Jason's power, all the power gathered in one spot, which is Garp's fist. Only in an instant, Jason was like a ball, he flew out of the deck and slammed into the water. Everyone who saw this scene got shocked. Jason. Aniki. Crocodile and Trensu couldn't believe what they saw and they were worried about their fellow. The alligator on his shoulder turned into sand, and Trensu took out his gun and aimed at Garp. Garp laughed, and then he jumped and punched. He has a very fast fist, the punch directly hit Crocodile before he could respond. Elementalization. Crocodile was shocked with the horrible speed, and his heart trembled. His transformation into sand was useless against that punch, he flew out like Jason and fall into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Trensu's gunshots came out. Garp's body trembled, and his face changed slightly. He turned his head and stared at Trensu. Damn boy, your face is already injured, I won't let you fall in the sea. And with another punch, Trensu also flew out, and he got stopped by the wall behind the bedroom, and he lost his conscious. The powerful Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garp, has displayed his true power this time, and he eliminated Rojan and his crew in 3 rounds. No matter how powerful they were or how high their bounties were, Garp's fist could solve them easily. It's rude to treat my crew like this. At this time, Rojan's voice came over. He was back to back with Garp, facing the officers who were already angry. Ha ha ha, boy, what do you want to do? Garp laughed loudly and turned around. At this time, a huge, hegemonic atmosphere swept out. Garp, who was standing behind Rojan, he didn't feel it from the beginning, only aftermath. However, the group of officers in front of Rojan changed their expression, and they only felt that they were extremely strong to crush Rojan. But in a moment, everything got changed. Pop. One by one, the Marines fell to the ground, and in a twinkling of an eye, there was only one Marine that was standing in front of Rojan, and his eyes turned white. That's fair enough. Turning around, Rojan and Garp were face to face now. Garp felt this familiar atmosphere, he was stunned and didn't utter a word. After a while, he looked at Rojan with shock. Damn you, little boy. He was sure that he didn't feel wrong. There was no doubt that this kid has mastered the Conqueror's Hockey. That was very shocking. Rojan stared at Garp calmly, and there was no fear on his eyes. For Garp, Rojan was extremely afraid, but there was no sign of fear inside him. The balance of the system was still 1.25 billion at the moment. Before that, there were 1.35 billion, and then he summoned the female Titan with 300 million. Later, Jason brings 200 million, and the total became 1.2 billion. Such amount wasn't enough for Rojan, but it was indeed good money. He could directly summon 100 million soul and get his power. With such soul, he won't be afraid, and this was a good thing to encourage himself before going to the Sabati archipelago. Conqueror's Hockey. Garp whispered, and then he took a deep breath while he was looking at Rojan's complicated face. He was very hesitated, After 10 or 20 years, there will be another Roger. That's too horrible. By then, he'll be very old, and there were only a few people in the new generation of the Marine that could fight this guy. A man with this qualification is able to be a threat to the Marine and to the world. The two men looked at each other, and gradually an invisible momentum emanated, scattered on both sides and confronted each other. Their crews behind them were in a big pressure, they were unable to speak and they even found difficulties in breathing. Fortunately, after moments, Garp regained his momentum. It really bothers me, boy. If it's hard for you, then forget it. Garp was very angry, but he finally stopped. Rojan breathed a sigh of relief as if he was on a festival because he knew that it will be very hard for him to defeat Garp, of course, if he could too. Go get Crocodile and Jason from the sea. Rojan turned and ordered the trainee group behind him. Immediately, they jumped into the water and swam toward their mates to help them. Come with me, I have something to tell you about. Garp turned around and threw the officers to the warship. After he jumped on the warship, Garp said, "It's a shame, you couldn't even make a blow." The performance of these officers made Garp worry about the future of the Marines, but after second thought, he found that Sengoku is the one who should worry about this, so he felt to drop it from his mind. Rojan saw that Jason and Crocodile were both on the boat, and they were spitting the seawater. He felt relieved. And then, in one leap, he reached Garp's position who was on the warship. After glancing around, Garp saw that there was no one of his team standing on the ship. He couldn't help but wipe his forehead and he didn't utter a word. "Hey kid, I really don't know what to say." "You don't have to say anything." Rojan stood up and shrugged his shoulders. "Hey listen, I have something to ask you." "What?" Rojan wondered. "Rouge, is it with you?" When he asked that, Garp's face became very serious. He promised Roger that he would take care of the newborn child and his mother, but he couldn't make it yet, so he was worried about that. "Yes." Rojan nodded, he didn't want to hide this. "I want to take her." Garp's voice was low. "Take your time in thinking." Rojan stood up and he was too lazy to answer Garp. "Hey kid, wait, did you hear me?" Garp was very confused. "I'm not deaf." Rojan sat down again and gave the expression which he said that he wasn't deaf. "If I wasn't wrong, you are going to the Sabati archipelago." Garp's tone was very serious. "You're right." After a moment of silence, Rojan nodded. "I don't know what to say about your involvement with the Celestial Dragons, but it's your own business. I can't handle it. But, just a few days ago, they called for reinforcements from the Marines, and they already know about you." Hearing this, Rojan's eyes shrank. "So, what were you thinking when you decided to take Rouge with you? She won't be safe?" Garp's voice was heavy and came like thunder in Rojan's ears. Chapter 171, I'll Change the World. After looking at Rojan for a while, Garp said again. "I don't know where you hid Rouge, but since you came out this time and you didn't bring her with you, that means that she must be in Alubarna or some proximity. And this region is exactly where the Marines set to search. A captain was sent with his group ever there, and by now, he must have finished his negotiation with the king over there." Seeing that Rojan's face changed, Garp stopped. "And then? It won't take long to find her." Rojan looked at Garp and took a breath. "What do you want by saying this to me?" "I promised Roger to take care of his wife and her child." With a sigh, Garp's expression became complicated. "I gave him my word." "So, you want to know where Rouge is?" Rojan asked. "Yeah." Garp nodded. "Kid, you are involved in a huge storm. It's not easy to offend a celestial dragon. You won't be safe and you'll encounter danger at any time and in any place. Don't forget, she's still a pregnant woman." Rojan was silent. He kept thinking for a while and then he looked up and stared at Garp. "I can tell you where she is, but you have to help me to go to the Holy Land." Garp sighed and answered. "Do you still want to go there?" "My partner is there. I don't what forces a celestial dragon to leave the Holy Land and abandon her high status, but I'm sure that she has pain in her heart. I have to rescue her." Rojan shouted at that moment. Since the start of this crew, everyone has a secret story in his heart. Like Jason, he has a powerful force. Why would he be trapped in an obscure little pirate boat? And Trensu, although he was only 16 years old, he mastered the magical skills of the gunfight. His mind was far superior to his age. Even Crocodile, he is a rough and ferocious fellow, but he has delicacy and tenderness that ordinary people didn't expect. Every crew member, in the view of Rojan, is a treasure, and everything he should cherish and maintain. Although everyone did not tell their story, they were tacitly maintaining the friendship between them. Garp was silent and he realized a special feeling inside Rojan. It is called brotherhood. "You are just like him." Garp was stunned. He felt that he was standing in front of Roger. He had seen the woman at the nearby of the marine base. She was totally different from the celestial dragons. More importantly, she was like a cold woman, Her bright eyes were deep and hidden with sadness that couldn't be seen clearly. When he saw her, he was lost in his mind for a while. That woman. Garp shook his head and sighed. She hides a kind of inexplicable sadness, which makes people sigh. Garp stood up and patted at Rojan's shoulder. I promise that I'll help you to reach there. Upon hearing this sentence, Rojan was happy and he even smiled. You don't have to be very happy, you need to know that the celestial dragons are very strong. The world government has ruled the world for so many years, as a descendant of the 20 kings. It can be said that they reached a high level in ruling the world, and it expanded numerous times since its beginning. Their power is so scary, and that would make you unhappy. Garp condensed. The Marines, the world government, agents, and more than 300 allied countries, as well as various assassination organizations, pirate hunters, constitute the world and a regime that has ruled the world for hundreds of years. This regime is not something that could find normal ways to solve problems, they simply use the bloody ways. If you want to get involved, you have to be ready to lose everything. Rojan's eyes condensed, and he kept thinking about Garp's word. The middle-aged man did not tell him anything confidential, but he made a clear understanding of the essence of the world through an objective analysis of the whole. Pirates, why they have been pirates for so many years. And why in this era, after Roger's words, became the era of the great pirates. Like the eve of revolution and reform, the world government has suppressed the four sides for countless years, accumulated countless resentments and contradictions, and formed a huge bomb. Roger's words came out and ignited the lead of the bomb. This is an era of explosion and rampage. Princes stood side by side, heroes from all walks of life pour into the grand line, and fought to survive. They were constantly fighting in the process of gathering strength. Everyone wants to be a king, and command the world's field forces, and finally, they wanted to challenge the Marines and the world government. This is the trend of the times as well as the general trend. I understand. Rojan was loud when he said that. The general trend is the general trend, but the fact is that until now, pirates are still scattered sand, and the Marines, the world government is as solid as a sheet of iron, so there is no way to start. In this case, Rojan will be under very big pressure. You want to go to the Holy Land and take one of the celestial dragons with you. That will be a provocation for the celestial dragons and for the whole world. Do you know the consequences of such a thing? Garp warned Rojan once again. Unlike the Marines, facing the celestial dragon means facing the whole world. A kind of nervous and fearful mood appeared in Rojan's heart. But in a twinkling of an eye, he was completely stunned. After a while, he opened his eyes, and he was full of confidence that was clear from his smile. She is my partner, and I have to bring her back. You'll do that even after you knew that you'll be the enemy of the world? After a few talks, Rojan's expression changed, also his temper. Even Garp, he was stunned by this momentum. After a while, he looked at him and said, "You are like him, but quite different." "No, big guy, I'm different from him." Rojan smiled and his tone was loud. "Okay? He's dead, and I won't. I'll let that old man who lies in the coffin open his eyes and look at the world while I change it. Look at the world that falls into my hands and became the perfect world." Garp looked surprised, he laughed and kept looking at the kid in front of him. "Your personality is the same as that of my kid, you two may have a common language. Dragon. He won't let you down." Rojan smiled lightly. "Naturally, he will be an excellent marine, like his father, ha ha ha." Rojan didn't respond, he just shook his head. He knew that Dragon's future won't be in the marine. Chapter 172, Do you want me to follow these pirates? Garp couldn't persuade Rojan, so he stopped talking and shook his head. "I know that you are a powerful kid, that can defeat admirals, but you have to be careful against the celestial dragons." Rojan nodded, he naturally knows that the system will help him, and he could summon a powerful soul to face the celestial dragons. A random summons may not be useful, and targeted ones are good, but its value doubles. "Tell me where Rouge is, and I'll ask Bogard to take you wherever you want." Rojan's eyes flashed, and after a while, the surrounding Marines began to wake up from the coma. When he saw them, he approached to Garp and whispered the address in his ear. "I'm okay with that, but I'll take her back when everything is alright." Garp nodded solemnly. "Just give it to me, kid." Rojan wasn't a person that trusts everyone, but this Garp, he felt that he is trustworthy. He should trust him, he has no other way. Once he reaches the Sabati archipelago, no one knows what will happen. Will he be able to attend to Rouge then? "Bogard. Go with them, and when you reach the Sabati archipelago get off the boat and contact us." Garp turned his head and ordered his assistant, who just stood up. "Hi, Vice Admiral Garp." Bogard immediately nodded and saluted his captain. But after a moment, he pointed at Rojan in surprise. "Wait, what? Do you want me to follow these pirates? Is there a problem? Besides, these are not pirates, have you seen a pirate flag?" Garp went toward Bogard and hit him softly. "Alright then, comrade Marine, come with me." Rojan's voice came out and moved forward, and Bogard followed him with anger face. "Kid, take care and don't die." The two ships quickly separated, and Garp stood on the bow and shouted. Rojan smiled and looked back at Crocodile. These guys were solved by Garp in a few moments. They didn't suffer any injury, but their confidence was hit at the moment. After thinking about it, after a period of practice, they thought that became strong, but the result was unpleasant. They got defeated easily. "Captain, who is this guy?" Before Jason and Crocodile spoke, one of the trainee group asked. "This is Bogard. He is responsible for leading us. A Marine would give us the way?" The whole crew was surprised. During this period, they have heard many times that the captain was very mysterious. Bogard stood at the bow and watched Garp that was waving at them. His face became bitter and he even wanted to cry. Especially when he looks back and sees the group of cold-faced criminals that he wanted to kill, Bogard felt that life was so desperate. "Garp-sama, why me?" In his heart, he screamed, and Garp from the distance seemed to hear his inner voice. "Ha ha ha, Bogard, when you finish this task, I'll promote you." Bogard's soul was burning at the moment. He would rather not be promoted and become a rice worm than do such a dangerous thing. "Bogard, lead us to the Sabati archipelago and then you can leave." Rojan approached and said with a low voice to calm him down. Bogard's mouth trembled and he wanted to refuse. After seeing the vicious guys, he gave up again and went to the rudder helplessly. "Turn the bow, change the course and go from this way." "Do you want to go to Skypia?" His tone was stiff and he showed his unwillingness. "Hey, Marine, I advise you to take off your uniform, or you'll be seen by others and misunderstood that you're with us." "That's not good." One of the trainee group smiled and pointed at the suit. At this moment, Bogard was very angry. It has to be said that what he said was very reasonable, so Bogard took off his suit and went to the rudder again. After seeing the whole group laughing, Bogard wanted to cry. He doesn't like to be there, and anyone in the Marine would be like him. Under the command of Bogard, the dragon route changed its way. Rojan didn't know about this route. Maybe the Marines have its channels, not known for the rest of people. He doesn't need to pay attention to this. Because of the 6 new members of the ship, most of the work has been done without the help of the old members. It's good to have more crew members. After being hit by Garp, Jason was even angrier. He didn't talk much with his crew, he kept practicing all the time. Danzō and Crocodile went to their captain to ask some questions. "Captain, my strength isn't enough, isn't it?" Crocodile didn't ask directly, he kept silent for a moment and then he asked with a low voice. Before Garp's punch, Crocodile was very aware of his shortcomings, and with only one punch, all his defenses seemed to collapse and became completely ineffective. "Oh? What do you want to do?" "I've already given you some advice on your devil fruit." Rojan was curious. "My skills are too bad, and my physical fitness is not enough." Crocodile was very sad. "Want to get a new soul?" Rojan smiled. "That's very simple. You need to practice to reach the Superman's level first." "Superman?" Crocodile wondered. After eating the Sinisinomi, he was able to elementize, so he thought that he became a superhuman. However, at this time, when Rojan told him to practice to reach the Superman level, he was somewhat confused. "Yes, you have to practice more to reach the Superman level first." As he said that, Rojan pointed at Jason. Just like him. Crocodile's face was dark. Jason's physical level was very high. How long would it take to be like him? Of course, if you want to reach his level, it will take about 10 years according to the usual method. Rojan smiled when he said that. Crocodile's face was darker. "However, if you can master the elephant dragon, you'll overcome this deficiency. I have a set of physical skills, I'll teach you." Roger's words made Crocodile's eyes lit up again. Chapter 173, A Strange Training. "Before this, you have to practice the dragon elephant to the 4th level." Rojan suggested the best way to train. Later that day, Rojan taught Crocodile the necessary things in the dragon elephant skills. He was very excited by this one. He wasn't as good as Jason, but he was quite good, so it won't take so long to learn. Crack. His body got tightened. After a while, Crocodile felt that he became another person. He is familiar with such training. Under the lead PF Jason, he practiced it before, but it wasn't that good. And now, under the guidance of Rojan, the skill rises step by step, and in a blink of an eye, he reached the 3rd level. "It's much better than what Jason taught me, that silly fellow, who doesn't understand many things. He only taught me what's good for him." He murmured that in his heart, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Rojan smiling at him. "Arigato, Captain." "Very well, this period, strive to make a good process." After he said that, Rojan waved. "Hi." Crocodile nodded, then he stepped back and tried to relax his body and his mind. "Next time, when you encounter a strong enemy, You won't be afraid of being defeated easily. Call Trensu, I'll help him to correct his mistakes in training. Rojin shouted again. Crocodile hurried toward Trensu to tell him that the captain called him, and then he walked toward Jason's side. He stood on the deck and kept looking at Jason's posture while he was in a strange mood. Crocodile was full of disbelief at that moment. This kid looks stupid, but he has very raging blood. 3 minutes later, Jason opened his eyes slowly. He shook his body, which made all the dust on his clothes flew out. Jason, what's your level at the dragon elephant training? The 7th. Why, what happened? Jason glanced and answered with curiosity. There was a clear shock in Crocodile's eyes. He didn't utter a word, and then he chose another corn and started his training. That silly silence motivated Crocodile to start his training. After he called Trensu, Rojin gave him some guidance to understand his ability and what he can do. During this time, Bogart, who was the new member in this ship, he saw a strange scene. The 3 main crew members made some strange movements or sitting cross-legged until the evening, and from time to time there was a crackling sound like a cannon, which was very clear and unusual. What shocked him more was that he saw the big man. After every practice, he gasps for breath. What are they doing? Finally, one day, Bogart couldn't help but ask. Cultivate. The trainee group looked at Jason, Crocodile, and Trensu with envy. The captain said that when we became a formal crew, we will be able to practice, and then we'll reach their level of power. He couldn't help but the trainee group asked again. Practice? Bogart was stunned. He looked at them and thought that it was incredible. In the Marines, there are many ways of practice, and they all pass through hard work to make a great process. But if they do such a thing, can they make progress? Of course, no one could answer. These new members don't know the secret of cultivation. 3 days later, the Dragon Route took a strange channel under the command of Bogart. This route is developed by the Marines not long ago, which lead to the city. Of course, the distance may be longer, but it's safer. Bogart told the crew about the new route. It was the same day that Jason's body shocked, and a terrible momentum swept out. And then, the whole ship sank down, making a loud sound. The 8th level of the dragon elephant. Opening his eyes, Jason looked sharp and punched. Boom. The air bursts, and then the air in front of it seems like a strong wind, forming a strong wind that blows far away. Jason-sama, your strength has improved. At this time, the crew who saw this scene ran forward enviously. Don't be envious. You can have such power after you practice well. Jason shouted. At the same time, Crocodile's body shocked also. Haha, Crocodile, you did it. Jason shouted and laughed loudly. What about me? Trensu was sitting cross-legged, and suddenly he opened his eyes and flashed light from his pupils. His right hand extended and a blue pale color immediately covered his hand. Haha, what do you think? He stood up slowly and stepped forward. In just one step he crossed the distance and came to the front of Jason and Crocodile. Trensu, you've broken through the internal merits, and you developed well. Jason was surprised that Trensu succeeded also. If I keep doing it in the right way, then I'll cultivate the true chi. Trensu smiled. You 3, come here. After that, Rojin shouted. They immediately responded and went toward Rojin's room. Seeing the tree entering Rojin's room, the new members looked at each other with envy. Their power has improved again, they became more terrible than before. Yeah, I know very well the power of Crocodile, it has been changed a lot, that's incredible. And also, Trensu, I was very close to him during the past days, and I've noticed the change in his hand, it became like a fierce sword. What about us, when will the captain teach us? Don't worry, we will be very strong in the future, and the captain will be happy with us. Yeah, from now on, we should work harder. While the new members whispered, Bogart, who was at the rudder, listened to them carefully and he was very curious. What kind of training is this? It's completely different than the Marines, but it makes people very exhausted. And this Rojin, what kind of guys he is? Even Garp-sama wanted to help him. This type of questions rang in his mind for so long, but he couldn't find answers. Chapter 174, 6 Powers. In Rojin's bedroom. Jason stood side by side with his friends and looked at Rojin, who was sitting cross-legged in front of them. Captain. Jason shouted. Looking at the 3 of them, Rojin smiled. Your guess is right, I called you because I want to teach you some new skills. Really? Awesome. Jason and Crocodile were very happy, and Crocodile kept glancing only. A strong body does need some help to be improved. Captain, what are you going to teach us this time? Jason couldn't wait. Trensu, how's your injury? Rojin didn't answer Jason's question, but he turned and asked Trensu. Captain, I'm fine, my lungs have healed quickly. Trensu answered quickly. That's good. It was really good to see Trensu fine, Rojin nodded with relief. The strength of these 3 guys was definitely beyond the past, And after learning the 6 powers, their bounty will be more than 100 million. This time, I'll teach you the 6 powers. While he said that, his eyes condensed. 6 powers. Is that the special, superhuman martial arts style of the Marines? Jason asked doubtfully. Yes, it's a powerful skill that can only be learned by high-ranking or excellent members of the Marines. He stopped for a moment, and then he looked at them and said, because of its great power and your rapid promotion, I chose to teach you this set. I still have a lot of martial arts here, but compared with the 6 powers, it's somewhat inferior. You must practice them diligently in the future. Jason and the others were very happy to hear that. Captain, teach us. This time, it was Crocodile who said that, which made Rojan laughs. Alright, come with me. Rojan walked out first, and then Jason and his friends followed him, and after a while, they reached the stern of the ship. When the trainee group saw them coming out, they kept sneaking on them. The 6 powers, divided into Moonwalk, Iron Body, Finger Pistol, Rankyaku, Flash Step, Paper Art, and Rokugan. Now, I'm going to teach you 5 styles besides Finger Gun, and you have the freedom to choose what you like. Speaking to them, Rojan stepped forward and he was ready to start the demonstration. When he was talking, Bogard kept listening carefully to him, but when he heard the word 6 powers, he couldn't help but get stunned. What? Does he have the 6 powers to teach them? I don't even have it, I'm not qualified to learn it. Is he serious? With huge suspicion, Bogard came to the back of the ship and kept looking at them. Subsequently, he saw Rojan in the field strode forward. Moonwalk. A cyclone appeared in the void, and Rojan's foot stepped directly into the air. At the same time, his body was pulled out by the reaction of this foot and came to a higher place. This is Moonwalk, look at me carefully. Rojan slowed his pace to the extent that his crew could see it. Moonwalk. The cyclone appeared. Rojan's other foot stepped down, and his figure rose again. Subsequently, his footsteps kept beating, and his figure rose rapidly. In a very short time, he had reached a height of 30 meters from the deck. When he was in the sky, his crew kept looking at him. He was standing in the sky making a big fascination on everyone. That cool, our captain is flying. Danzō was surprised. Jason and Crocodile on the other side started to move. Their eyes were flashing, and their feet were beating on the deck very fast. And suddenly, the 2 figures were in the midair, they reached 3 meters away from the deck. I made it. Jason was loud. Well, you are not the only one who made it. Crocodile beside him was very happy. At the same time, Danzō shook his head and laughed. He was really angry, his feet were beating fast, and in a flash, he came to their side. That's amazing, the cadres of our crew are flying. I want to learn too. The trainee crew exclaimed, and their eyes were full of envy. Bogard also got shocked, he couldn't believe what he just saw. It's the 6 powers, how is that possible? Oh my god. Looking at the 4 people who were standing in the void, he felt that his world outlook had collapsed. Everyone who learns the 6 powers, his body reaches the limit. And it takes a long time to master it, but these people. Unexpectedly, they have learned it so fast. He found it unacceptable that the 6 powers could be mastered so quickly. That makes the training of the Marines useless. Very good. Rojan looked down from the air and smiled. These people's talent is not bad, in terms of physical fitness, as long as you know the 6 powers principles, you'll learn it very fast. The rest is just proficiency. This is the Rankyaku. He raised his right leg and suddenly squats. A compressed air blade landed and went toward the sea, causing a huge splash on the water. This fierce attack, if it falls on a ship, it would be destroyed into 2 halves. Imagine on it falls on a person, it will be even more terrible. Crocodile frowned, it didn't work this time. Danzō couldn't help but shook his head. Only Jason, he laughed and lifted his thighs. The sea trembled and a crack was made. Rojan nodded and he continued the demonstration. Iron Body. Boom. The dull voice sounded, and Rojan became as hard as steel. Jason thought for a while, and then, he succeeded and he made it. Danzō's body also trembled. He made it with the help of the chi. Crocodile shook his head and was not discouraged. Every kind of martial arts has its suitability and inappropriateness. Besides, he just didn't understand it. He believed that if he practiced several times, he would be able to master it. Subsequently, Rojan continued to display. Flash Step. In a blink of an eye, Rojan came to the back of Crocodile, making his eyes shrink. Paper Art. His figure was as light as paper, and then he fell. This is the 5 styles from the 6 powers, take good control of it, and if you failed it, you can ask me again. Looking at the expression of the 3, Rojan smiled lightly. On the other side, Bogard was watching him with full of shock eyes. Chapter 175, New name in any case, Bogard couldn't even imagine that there are people outside the Marine who could control the six powers to such a state. I'm the assistant of the Vice Admiral Garp, and I didn't learn it. Where the hell did he learn from? Rojan became very mysterious in the eyes of Bogard. What makes him even more shocked was the main members of the crew. Everyone knows how difficult it is to master the six powers. People spent a long period in practicing to be able to master one of the six styles. But in a short time, these three guys saw Rojan's demonstration for a few times and they learned it. Such a speed of learning directly subverts Samba's world outlook. It's impossible. He walked a few steps forward to get closer to Jason and the others. At this time, after watching Rojan's demonstration, Jason and his crewmates kept thinking about this new technique. Suddenly, Jason's eyes flashed. Flash step. Jason's figure flashed and disappeared. In a blink of an eye, he went to another place. Great, I did it. Jason was very happy because he succeeded it. He seems to have a natural talent for this kind of understanding, and it's easy for him to learn. Iron body. With a loud voice, his muscles hardened to the level of iron. On the other side, Danzō kept beating with his feet, and his figure twinkled. In a twinkling of an eye, he became in the air, and after a few moments, he went back to the deck with a large smile. Also, crocodile, his eyes flashed, and the flash step was displayed. In a short period, these people mastered some of the six powers and they've been able to use it. It can be said that they are very abnormal. Bogard couldn't believe it. I must have seen the fake six powers. He couldn't believe what he saw. Everything in front of him made him think he was still in a nightmare. What are you looking at? Get busy with your own business. Is it not good to have time to make yourself stronger? After he mastered some of the six powers, Jason saw the trainee group squatting and watching him, so he shouted at them. When he noticed them, Crocodile also stopped his action. He glanced over with cold eyes, making the whole crew tremble and disperse. Practice, practice, practice. The trainee crew went back to their position and shouted. One by one, they picked up the dumbbells on the boat and doing push-ups. It looks extremely hard. Seeing this scene, Jason became angry. What kind of exercise is this? It's all wrong. He strode toward them and slapped the group who were doing push-ups. Clap. With a cry of pain, the group directly squatted on the deck. Clenching his fists, Jason's eyebrows frowned and he stared at the crew. Wait in here, I'll go and find the captain. If this goes on, when will you be able to become stronger? In the bedroom, Rojan was meditating. During this period of practice, he reached the final level in Aku points. He completed the 365 Aku points, and his body became vigorous and powerful. When he was meditating, he heard footsteps. He didn't open his eyes and asked with a low voice. Jason, what happened? I want to teach the trainee group the dragon elephant, but their physical state is too bad. Jason was angry. Dragon elephant is very precious and difficult to cultivate. Their physical state is too poor to be imparted to them for the time being, however. Suddenly, Rojan opened his eyes. However, I have a simplified version of the method of practice. It can be used as a basis for their practice. Cool, give it to me, Captain. Jason was in a hurry. I'll show you now, teach them when you go out, remember, no one should see this, only you and the trainee group. Rojan nodded. Jason naturally knows the value of this exercise. He learned it from a long time ago, but his strength kept increasing several times. Later, Rojan showed a streamlined version of the dragon elephant, which he learned it very fast and went out with a happy smile on his face. After going out, he saw that the 6 trainees were all looking at him with excitement. He understood the thoughts of these guys in a blink of an eye. You guessed it well, the captain asked me to teach you the simplified version of exercises. You are very lucky today. Jason said and he laughed. Cool. Awesome. The crew shouted excitedly. But remember, you can't pass it to others in the future. Come with me now. Jason said that when he saw Bogard sneaking on them. Later that day, Jason taught them everything they should know about this kind of training. Master Jason, what's the name of the set we just learned? They were curious. Just call it Streamlined Dragon Elephant. Jason said after thinking for a while. Remember the way to move in the darkness, the action can be shown to others, but the dark energy must be hidden. Jason whispered. Hi, Jason and Nikki, we won't tell anyone. The 6 members were all serious. This special skill of cultivation has always been the most precious thing in every monastery and secret department, and they are naturally clear. Then the 6 looked at each other again and took a deep breath as if they had made some kind of determination. Brother Jason, we have made a decision. Please witness for us. What? Jason wondered. We decided to change our names. Rename? Yes, since we've learned the dragon elephant, we will take the dragon elephant as our name. Oh. Jason blinked and looked awkwardly. My name is Dragon Elephant I. My name is Dragon Elephant 2. My name is Dragon Elephant 3. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. The 6 of them enrolled in turn, taking the Dragon Elephant as their surname and the number as their name. Yes, 6 of us were orphans when we were young, and our adopted father and mother were dead. Since we got on this ship, the captain, Jason Aniki, Trensu Aniki, and Crocodile Aniki, you have been very kind to us. And also, you taught us this secret. From now on, this ship is our home. Since ancient times, the secret skill and the method of cultivation among the strong are the most precious things. It is even harder than finding 1,000,000 gold. It is impossible to reach the peak without the strong's hands to teach and practice. They were just trainees, but the captain and Jason taught them this precious thing. This kind of treatment makes them feel that even if they pay for their lives in the future, it is worth it. Chapter 176. The new members. Since their birth, the 6 of them have depended on each other. Even when they were adopted, they didn't separate from each other. They had a strong friendship. Even their step-parents used them to work and create benefits for their small stores. When they grew up and heard Roger's words, they wanted the treasure so bad. And finally, when they reached the age of 17, they went out to the sea, leaving their home and their parents who died from a serious illness. At that time, when they heard about Crocodile's group, they directly joined it. Crocodile's pirate regiment. Although the captain was very strict, he maintained the crew very well. They admired this powerful captain secretly, but until one day, everything changed. This powerful captain was defeated and threatened to join another group. And as a result, the pirate group that has a very strong potential suddenly collapsed, and the whole members became confused and didn't know what to do. Until the end, they decided to wait in the port. A man who is passionate and persistent in his dreams, no one could stop him. It was the decision that gave them the chance to jump into this new life. They saw the new captain, and they met the new Crocodile. He was different than he used to be. Crocodile became a cool person and has a kind heart. There's Jason, he talked to them every day, he always laughs with them, and he occasionally shows his strong muscles. Also, Trensu, who was fishing using his gun, and kept talking with them for so long. Even Crocodile, the indifferent old captain, smiled at them as always, and he was nice with them. This new group gave them the feeling as if they were in their home. Hey, guys. Jason looked at the trainee group and said, practice well, and in the future, I'll teach you higher physical skills. At this time, Crocodile lit up a cigar and walked toward them. Jason, brother. Immediately, they looked at him. Good job, Jason, and I have admitted your identity. Crocodile nodded. Hey, and me also. Trensu squatted and appeared at the door with a smile on his face. The trainee group was very excited and they shouted. Trensu-sama. You are older than me, so call me Trensu, brother. Trensu shrugged and looked helpless. Haha, good for you. Jason laughed. A young leader, haha. Crocodile laughed. This sentence makes the 6 very excited. Haha, that's right. Jason also laughed. Hey guys, I think that you forgot me. Rojan's voice came out. After a few talks, he stared at the trainee group with a serious look. You may not know what we are going to do this time, but... Taking a deep breath, Rojan's expression became serious. The danger is very big, I have to tell you. We are going to fight the celestial dragons. After hearing this, the 6 people took a deep breath. What? They looked at each other, but in a blink of an eye, they looked at Rojan and said, Captain, we've decided to fight with you, even if we were against the world, we are not afraid. Yes, we don't care about anything, we are not afraid. Yes, Captain, we'll go with you. The last thing we have is fear, take us with you. The trainee group shouted. This fierceness, let Rojan got shocked, and then he showed a smile and nodded. From now on, you'll be my partner. All the cadres were happy. The 6 people were excited, and they even hugged each other from happiness. Jason, bring the sake. Trensu, get ready. We'll have a party to welcome the new members of our group. Rojan shouted. Hi. In an instant, voices came up from the whole ship, everyone was happy. Bogard, who has been at the helm outside, he was wondering about what happened over there. What's the matter with them, they are all shouting. Regardless of what Bogard thought, Rojan and his crew immediately set up the table and the drinks. Since there are many people today, let's eat hot pot. Rojan thought about it and laughed. Hot pot? Everyone wondered, and they wanted to ask. After a while, Rojan entered the kitchen. Dragon Elephant 1, 2 and 3, come here and help me. In a short time, the 4 people began to move back and forth between the kitchen and the table. After a while, the table was full of dishes, and it was filled with various types of food. Finally, when the last plate was in the center of the table, Rojan sat down. After taking a sip, everyone's eyes lit up. Delicious. Jason's voice came out louder than anyone. Hey Bogard, Come and eat. Rojan called Bogard, who was looking at him all the time. Captain, is he an enemy? One of them doubted. Snap. One of the dragon elephants hit his friend and said, "Why did you ask when the captain is talking? Do not interrupt him." Rojan laughed and shook his head. He is an enemy and a friend. In fact, it's not a big deal. Who said that the enemy cannot be a friend? In the wartime, we all need each other. Why we can't be friends and have happy drinks while we sing together? We all need friendship. When he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. The dragon elephant 4 shouted. After that, Bogard sat at the table with a complex face. Rojan's words were very astonished to him. The enemy and the friend, 2 opposite words with opposite meanings, but this man put the contradiction and unity together. Chapter 177, The Pirate Song. Come on Bogard, let's drink together. Rojan filled the wine glass and put it heavily in front of Bogard. Thank you for taking us to the Sabati archipelago. His tone seemed to be kind and there was a hidden smile in it. Bogard looked with complex. He stared at the glass on the table, and then he sighed and shook his head. This is what Garp-sama ordered me. You don't have to thank me. Haha, being together is a fate. Why are you angry? Rojan smiled again, and then he lifted the glass of wine to the level of his head and shouted. Come on, thank Mr. Bogard for helping us. Everyone took his cup and shouted. Bogard, have a drink. Come on big man, don't be a chick. I don't want to look down on you, I've seen you for the past days, and we want you to join us until you finish your task. In a blink of an eye, the crew members laughed. You guys. Bogard was surprised. He is a marine, but now, he is surrounded with a bunch of pirates or world criminals. They were a group of absolute villains in his eyes, but their enthusiasm at that moment made his heart warm. Yes, since it's a fate to be together, then why should he bother himself with identity? If Vice Admiral Garp has such think, why can't he learn from him? Well, we won't get drunk today. Bogard took a deep breath and raised his glass. He solemnly scanned the group in front of him and then he drank it all. Relax. Overbearing. Bogard, good. The crew shouted one by one, and then, with the strength of the wine, the crew laughed loudly, and for a while, the atmosphere was very happy and lively. Drinking vigorously, the crew who used to be calm, they were excited and began to agitate. Captain, we just joined your crew, and Bogard is here, you have to sing a song. Pirate and wine, pirate and songs, the best couple ever. Yes, yes, today we'll all sing one by one. Till the evening. The 6 new members were all excited, they were dead drunk. Haha, well, you have a lot of energy today, I'll sing. Rojan smiled and stood up, he looked at the glass and drank it all. At the moment, he was also full of energy and emotions. When they saw the captain standing up, the group cheered and clapped. Speaking of it, the boat was full of young people, the oldest was only in his 20s, but there was a breath of blood in their heart. It was the pursuit of dreams, the most passionate burning years and noisiest. Rojan is a human being, and he is also young. He'll be always young as long as his heart is kind. After coughing twice, Rojan picked up his chopsticks and placed several bowls and wine jars. Dang dang dang. The crisp voice sounds and spontaneously composes a clear and simple rhythm song, which makes everyone's ears move and gather up their spirits. With the sword and the sea, welcome my brothers, I hope that our dreams become true and stay together forever. All the group kept looking at him and listening carefully. And after a pause, Rojan began to sing. With your sword, cut the sea king. The mountain, dare to the sky. When the fire burns, the sea raise 10,000 feet. The wind will not blow away the clouds and smoke. The flowers will float beyond the horizon. Unique rhythm, simple and clear, but full of domineering lyrics, with the accompaniment with the heavy beating sound, it attracted the attention of people in the place. Majors, vice admirals, admirals, thousands of navies are crying. Tigers in the wood always wanted to hit the eagles in the mountains. The sea has no boundaries and no mausoleums in the mountains. All people in the world left me alone. My sword is for you to rush, and all arrows will go unaccompanied. The song's rhythm has raised gradually, the lyrics made the people very excited. If you want to fight the world, then don't be afraid of wolves, why did you hide inside the boat? Even if there's a sword in my chest, I'll be the wall that covers my friends. Who? Everyone on board stood up. In this world, some people were born with a pure mind, and some of them were crazy. But to achieve their dreams, they could let everything and dedicate their lives. In this life, I promise that even if you are in the enemy camp, I will rush through the sea of fire and help you. I'll be there for you. At this moment, Rojan screamed, and then he lifted the glass and drank the wine. His voice echoed for a long time, and everyone got excited more and more. The lyrics made a very raging moment, making the whole crew screaming. Brothers, keep drinking. Rojan, who was screaming and drinking, showed a different personality than he used to be. Haha, drink. In front of him, Jason and the others screamed. They looked up and drank too. People shouldn't have many friends, they only need a few brothers and that would be enough. In this vast sea, life and death depends on each other, cry for you, howl for you, run for you. This is a fetter, but also faith. After a while, everyone became drunk, and they were singing loudly. Even Crocodile, the one who has the hardest temper, at this moment, he shouted out his dreams. One day, I'll challenge the world's strongest people. The 6 new members were infected with the atmosphere, and they screamed also. I'm Trensu, I'll be the most powerful sniper in the world. I'm Jason, I'll stay with the captain for the rest of my life, and I'll work hard to cultivate. If Rojin-sensei is the strongest one on this ship, then I must be the second. Everyone was looking at the sky and kept shouting their dreams. After that, they all looked at Rojin and shouted. Captain, it's your turn, tell us your dreams. Rojin had a headache. This group was very drunk, and they looked fierce as if they would beat him up if he didn't say anything. I'm Goldie Rojin, I'll be the strongest person in the world. I'll inherit my brother's dream. I'll end this era and I'll create a new world. His serious tone echoes in the sea. Rojin, for the very first time, and in front of everyone, he shouted out his full name and said his dreams. Chapter 178, Fuusha Village. When he turned around, Rojin saw a clear shock on everyone's face. What happened? Rojin was wondering. See Captain, your last name. The captain's last name is the same as that person. Oh my god, no. At this moment, their pupils contracted. Bogart was even more shocked and he stared at Rojin. If the identity of this guy is really what he guessed, it would be terrible. The bounty on his head wasn't very high, that means that the Marines doesn't know the true identity of Rojin, but there's a hidden rumor inside the Marines. Roger, the Pirate King, has a younger brother. You guessed it well, that person is my brother. Rojin smiled faintly while he said that. Hiss. The sound of their breath came out, and at the same time, everyone's eyes were bright. So, are we in the pirate regiment of Roger's younger brother? Oh my god, I'm so happy, I'm going to faint. I have a hunch that we will be the best among the sea. The 6 new members were very happy. Crocodile was in shock also, and his pupils contracted several times. He was curious about Rojin's true identity, but he didn't expect that he would have such a shocking life experience. He already imagined that one day, when Rojin grows up, he will rule the world of pirates. When he'll establish a pirate group, all the enemies will surrender in front of him. That young man in front of him, he will be the nearest one to be the pirate king when he grows up. Don't be too excited. We are not pirates now. Rojin shook his head and interrupted the fantasies of everyone. What? Captain, what are we? The dragon elephant Vi was wondering. This time, no one hit him, and they all stared at Rojin with curiosity. What is it? When he heard such question, Rojin kept silent. He doesn't know what his people are like at the moment. Pirates? No. Revolutionary organization maybe. He kept looking at his crew and didn't know what to say. Shaking his head, Rojin began to think carefully. Maybe it was the time for him to build a pirate crew. This is not just a matter of form. As the size of the group expands, they will inevitably need a banner. This banner is the soul and the pillar of everyone in his crew. Just like the Whitebeard Pirates, Roger Pirates, and the Golden Lion Pirates, when they moved from childhood to maturity, they all create a banner represent their group, and one dares to provoke it easily. Captain, let's build a pirate group. At this time, someone's voice came out and he was very excited. Yes Captain, let's set up a pirate group. Crocodile's eyes were shrinking and expanding, and his expression was changing rapidly. He was silent, but it was clear that he was in a very agitated mood. In this new era, becoming a pirate is a real thing that makes people feel excited. After thinking for a while, Rojin looked at everyone and revealed a smile. So, we need a banner first. Yee! Everyone jumped excitedly and they shouted out. Rojin finally decided to establish a pirate group. A group of Marines formed a line and were moving fast under the watch of civilians. Vice Admiral Garp, I think that's not a good idea. Behind him, a lieutenant whispered. Do you have a better idea? This department will not let me easily enter the country under the control of the celestial dragons. Garp raised his eyebrows and looked indifferent. I didn't mean that, you are selfish. He was in a hurry, and he wanted to explain. Do you think that I reached to this because I'm generous? At this moment, Garp, who was moving very fast, suddenly stopped, and his voice became very low. The lieutenant was shocked, and fear appeared in his eyes. He felt that the atmosphere of Garp has changed and he became very fierce. Instantly, the lieutenant was frightened. Garp-sama, we won't tell anybody. The lieutenant bowed his head and continued his run. After a while, the anger disappeared, Garp's momentum returned to its original state. It's nothing, I'm here to visit an old friend. It doesn't affect my mission. After saying this, the team of the Marines moved quickly and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Half an hour later, in a small town about 5 kilometers from Alubarna. That kid was very careful when he chose the place. I'm afraid it's hard to find her. Garp swept around and whispered. Garp-sama, let's move quickly. I've received information that Commodore Dajan of our department has arrived at the port, and he is heading to Alubarna. At this time, another Aphist came from behind and whispered. Well, come with me. Garp nodded and moved forward. Most of the Marines were officers, and he will expel them once he finished this task. Whether they will say it or not, Garp wasn't worried at all. Over the years, Garp is still one of the people that rules in the Marine department, and no one dares to sell him out. With a flicker of indifference in his eyes, Garp stood at the door of a house. Knock, knock, knock. Garp knocked at the door and tried to show his expression as gentle as possible with a smile. Who is it? A soft voice came from the house, following by baby screaming. He's already born. Damn, that kid didn't tell me. Garp kept thinking in his heart. Hey, I'm Garp. Garp murmured. The door opened and suddenly closed again. Rouge. Garp called the woman that was holding her child. Are you here to arrest me? Rouge held Ace and looked worried. No. I'm here to protect you. Garp smiled and then he explained. The Marines has failed to find you. Rojan told me about you and I came here to protect you. Rouge's eyes flashed and then she nodded. I understand, where are you going to take us? Rouge hesitated and responded quickly. Fuusha Village. Chapter 179, The Wraith. Give her clothes. Garp turned and ordered the female Marine behind him. Immediately, she stepped forward and walked into the room with Rouge and then she closed the door. Garp and the rest stood outside and waited quietly. 5 minutes later, the door opened and they left quickly. When they left, a female accompanied them and she was wearing a Marine's costume, with a rank of petty officer. The speed of departure was much faster than of arrival. When the Marines arrived and consulted with the king in Alubarna, Garp and his group left the place. Along the way, no one dares to block the Vice Admiral's team. 3 days later, Garp's warship left the island secretly. Change the route and head to the East Blue. On the bow, Garp shouted and ordered everyone to change the route. Vice Admiral. When he said that, everyone got surprised. Follow the orders. He shouted again and didn't explain anything. But the headquarters is there. The officers at the rear hesitated at this time. For now, Garp and his team need to go to the Marine headquarters as reinforcements. The time is coming. Garp's voice came out, and he was looking at the sea in front of him. There was a strong and domineering breath sweeping around his body. Wearing a dog's head cap, Garp looks funny. But at this time, with the sea breeze, the cloak of justice and his sturdy body showed a hegemonic arrogance, as if the whole sea would bow down under his majesty. The officer was helpless. He changed the waterway and then he accelerated. An hour later, and in front of the bow, a bicycle came slowly from the sea. The whole group got shocked when they saw such a scene. Oh my god. Someone is riding a bicycle on the sea. Who is it? Upon hearing the exclamation of the subordinates, Garp's face showed a smile. The bicycle was getting closer and closer, and when it reached the bottom of the warship, the one who was riding it jumped up. Is it convenient for me to take a ride with you guys? His dull voice made all the group think that he was a lazy man with a lazy spirit. Rear Admiral Kusn. All the Marines who were on board were astonished when they saw him. He is one of the best in the Marines, that could suppress the power of this era. He wasn't an admiral, but the rumors say that he has enough power to be in an admiral level. It can be said that encountering such a person in the sea is extremely shocking for everyone. Kusn. Oh. Garp-sama. Kusn opened his eyes, he was surprised. Come with me then. Garp laughed. What? Kusn looked confused. Later that day, the warship went to the calm belt at a very high speed with no stop. On board, there were 2 of high-ranking Marines. At the same time on the Dragon route, everyone was thinking, what is the name of our pirate group? Besides, I'm curious about what our pirate flag looks like. These 2 questions are so hard. In case we become famous, what people should call us? I'm so distressed. The crew members, including Jason, they were seriously thinking about it. At this time, Rojan walked out and sat on the bow. Rojan. At this time, Bogard walked over and called Rojan with a serious tone. Hey Bogard, is there anything? Rojan looked back and smiled. I'm very curious about one thing. Saying this, Bogard seemed to have some doubts. Ask. Roger, as far as I know, he is 53 years old, isn't it? Yes. Rojan nodded and he was stunned. That means that your parents are so strong. Bogard shouted and there was a hint of laugh clear on his eyes. If his brother was 53 years old, and Rojan is about 17 years old. That means that Rojan was born when Roger was 36 years old, and that means also that his parents were at the age of 52 at least. Bogard put Rojan in a very awkward situation. Upon hearing this, Rojan naturally understood what Bogard meant. He was very angry at that moment. My parents were 56 when I was born, is there a problem? His voice was low and full of anger. Cough and cough. Nothing, are they alive? I want to visit them. Bogard smiled. Bogard, just come here, I won't kill you. Rojan reached the anger peak at that moment. Ha ha ha, spare me, Captain. Bogard smiled and ran quickly. Jason and the rest of the crew, although thinking about the name and the flag, they heard the dialogue between Bogard and Rojan. At that moment they laughed secretly, and they pretended that they didn't hear anything. Cough, this family, whether it's Rojan's or Roger's, this is awesome. Yeah, that's amazing. As soon as the crew finished this passage, they heard Bogard cry. Rojan was fighting him at that moment. They couldn't help but look at each other and stop laughing. No one could make jokes on the captain's life. In the evening, Rojan discussed with all the crew. First of all, you need to determine the name of our pirate group. Looking at everyone, Rojan said quietly. Dream Pirate. It's called Rojan's Pirates. I think that the strongest pirates is better. I suggest the Hope of the Pirates. Brother Pirates. Everyone put forward their suggestion one by one, which made Rojan very curious. This group of people, can he rely on them? In the end, he sighed. Sure enough, relying on others is worse than relying on himself. Rojan closed his eyes and kept thinking about it. All my strength comes from the possession system, and all the ghosts that have passed away have given me the power to deal with everything. Dead people become ghosts, and alive people called souls. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, our pirate group is called the Wraith. The dead have gone, but their soul is here, and forever. Chapter 180, The Way Toward Water 7 will carry all the hopes and dreams of our predecessors, friends, and brothers by our pirate regiment. Rojan's voice was low, but the eyes of all the crew members were all bright. A fire of hope at this moment finally has its fuel, and the ambitions of the whole ship got bigger and bigger. What about the pirate flag? Everyone started to discuss again this time, and Rojan didn't interject, he only kept listening. Some of them said that they should use a ghost as a flag, others suggested to insert a sword on a skull, and others wanted to put a sun behind the skull. Everyone's suggestion was very interesting. Danzō kept silent, and he didn't interrupt them. Well, let's just use a skeleton. At this moment, Danzō's voice came out. Danzō brother, many crews use this flag. Yeah, Danzō, what's up with you? No, I mean our flag is just a skeleton. Since all the pirates use skulls on their flag, why don't we use skeleton directly? Danzō explained with a smile. When he said that, everyone got stunned and thought about it. Danzō's suggestion is very good. We agree with that. The 6 dragon elephants were very sure. Then, design it according to Danzō's ideas. Rojan smiled, using a skeleton as a banner? That was simple and clear, but also very terrifying. It has to be said that the proposal of Danzō was great. It took one night of work, and the next day, the flag was ready. The black skeleton with red and burning eyes, it looks like a ghost coming out of the hell, which was frightening. 10 minutes later, when the dark pirate flag rose and fluttered in the wind, all the crew members jumped excitedly. Ha ha ha, we are the Wraith Pirates. The 6 new members shouted with excitement. Crocodile lit up a cigar and smoked it. Jason's fists kept bumping and banging. Danzō put the rifle on his shoulder, and his hair swayed with the wind. Rojan kept looking at the flag with full of hope face. Finally, Rojan, he stood on the bow and kept looking at the sea. At the noon, after eating, Bogard stared at everyone with a complex face. I have some good news. What is it, tell me? Jason smiled. We are very close to the long land. Bogard was a bit happy. When they heard that, everyone was silent. If they were close to the Long Ring Island, it means that Bogard will leave soon. This marine, he didn't spend much time with them, but they warmed up with him. During this short period, they became friends. We'll meet later, you'll be always our friend. Danzō came over and patted on Bogard's shoulder, and then he hugged him. The whole crew was sad when he bid farewell to them. When he arrived at Rojan and looked at him, there was a strange feeling. I hope we'll meet again, dying in the hands of a friend better than dying in the hand of enemies of strangers. Rojan smiled at Bogard. When he heard that, Bogard burst into tears. Take care. The tone of Bogard when he said that was heavy, he knows how dangerous to fight against the celestial dragons. 3 minutes later, the ship docked, and without saying anything, Bogard jumped and disappeared in a blink of an eye. After watching Bogard's departure, Rojan turned to his crew and said, well, it's time to do our thing. Captain. Everyone looked at him. You, dragon elephants, go and buy some supplies and come back in the evening. Trensu, go buy some ammo. Jason, go and buy things we need for practice, carry some weights, dumbbells, and some medicines, etc. Crocodile, you have to guard the ship. Go. When he said that, everyone jumped from the ship and acted quickly. They disappeared in a blink of an eye. Crocodile stood on the bow. He kept smoking while he was looking at the island that wasn't big in front of him. I'll guard the ship, so boring. When he walked in the town, Rojan found that the people there were a bit strange. The creatures and the plants revealed a strange atmosphere. Their body shape was different than the usual, as if they were pulled hard. Is it because of the different weather of this island or what? He kept thinking secretly, but he has no clue. The world is very strange that science cannot explain at all. For example, in the same area, two islands have different climates and even cultures. Another example is the biggest unscientific, the devil fruit. The Long Ring Long Land is an archipelago, not a separate island. People and plants are unique. It makes all the new visitors very curious. Rojan wanted to sneak and increase insight. He didn't spend a long time in the sea, but what he saw made him very careful. There's a lot of wonders in the world, and a lot of places need to take risks for. With a smile in his eyes, Rojan was expecting more and more. In the evening, everyone returned to the ship with parcels. And then, at the night, the ship left slowly. The next stop is Water 7. Rojan stood on the bow and faced the sea breeze. This time, our purpose is not to sail, nor to travel to the second half of the Grand Line. We'll get our partner back. When we complete this task, I'll lead you to a wonderful adventure. Let's start from scratch and take a closer look at the beauty of the world. His low voice introduced into the ears of his crew behind him. Haha, Captain, we'll be always with you. Adventure, yeah, I look forward to it. If I can, I'd like to start from the East Blue, which is the hometown of Goldie Roger, the Pirate King. After saying that, everyone began to talk. Chapter 181, Tom's Shipyard. Water 7. This pyramid-like city, it has countless and symmetrical waterways flowing clear and fresh water from top to the bottom. The unique geography and culture, coupled with the outstanding local talents, has made this small island city a world-famous capital. Not long ago, Water 7 became famous also because of a company. The Skilled Tom's Workers Company, in which Tom the shipbuilder was the one who built the Oro Jackson, Goldie Roger ship. During this time, a series of things triggered by Tom are also spreading throughout the island. Inside Tom's workers, the crowds come and go, and the huge shipyards show the prosperity of this shipbuilding company. In his deep office, several people were arguing. Tom, you have to leave quickly, the world government won't let you go. Kokoro's tone was very serious, she was very angry. Tom-san, let's go, they are coming. The two young boys Frankie and Iceberg were very worried about Tom. In the face of the worried people, Tom was sitting in a chair, and he looked calm. At that moment, he didn't respond and seemed to be thinking. But after a while, he looked at them. Slowly shaking his head, Tom's voice was light but firm. Not yet, I can't leave now. The design of the sea train is at its end, and maybe in a few days I'll be able to start testing it. Nothing is more important than this. His words made worried people in front of him angry. No, Sensei, they will execute you, you must go. Iceberg shouted. Frankie clenched his fists and stared at Tom. Tom smiled when he saw them. These two disciples are the pride of his life, and with their excellent talents, they will be inevitably the best shipbuilders soon. Iceberg, Frankie, they may catch me, but they won't necessarily kill me. When he said that, there was a hint of confidence in his tone. Sensei, but you. Frankie was in a hurry. Building a ship for the Pirate King is not a crime, but who knows what that group of sick people will do. There are rumors said that they will send Mr. Tom to the Judicial Island for trial. Everyone knows what is going on in that damn place. If you go in, you will never be able to come out again. I have drawings and plans for sea trains in my hands. As long as I have this, the world government will know what to do, only if it is stupid. A living Tom is far more meaningful than the dead Tom. And this is my life's dream. If I complete it, I don't mind to die. As he said, there was a chuckle between his words. Even if the world government wants to kill me, I must complete this plan first. On the side of Kokoro, Iceberg, and Frankie, when they heard such words, their bodies trembled, and they became afraid. This is their friend, teacher, and father, Mr. Tom, whom they have respected him throughout their lives. Although he is a fishman, he is so great. Iceberg, Frankie, I have something to tell Kokoro about, leave us alone. Tom smiled at them again. Seeing their teacher's calmness, the mood of Frankie and Iceberg calmed down, and after what he said, they gave up trying. If the world government takes me, everything here must be handed over to Iceberg. Facing Kokoro, Mr. Tom was very calm when he said that. But, didn't you just say? Kokoro was worried and then he interrupted her. Whether they would execute me or not, no one knows. With a bitter smile, Tom shook his head and did not finish. For building the ship of the Pirate King, it might be enough reason for the world government to kill him, but they shouldn't do that. The sea train, which was his dream, no one can complete it without him, and also, these plans, no one should take it. It belongs to Tom's workers and impossible to go anywhere. He'd rather choose his dreams before his life. Tom. Kokoro's face was full of complexity. She spent a long time with him, he was her best friend, and no one ever thought that this day will come. Besides, Frankie has an impulsive personality, and I'm afraid that he'll do something. You have to look after him. He said that slowly and then he stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at the busy and hot shipyard with a smile on his face. For building the ship of the Pirate King, I'm proud of it. After building it, I helped that man to set a foot on the other side of his dream. That guy showed me that he is a person that can complete his dream. Kokoro was silent. She was reluctant to leave the old friend in front of her, but at this moment, she did not know what to say. She hesitated because no reason can stop a man from pursuing his dreams. The sky of Water 7 was blue, and the people on the street walked slowly and leisurely, they looked very laid back. At the port of Water 7, two young men walked with sad faces. Hey, Iceberg, Tom is going to be safe, right? Is he okay? Frankie suddenly asked, kicking the stones under his feet to the sea. When the stones fell into the sea, it made a peaceful sound, calming the inner feeling. Yes. Iceberg responded. Hey, you are dealing with me. Frankie was disgruntled. Frankie, I don't have time to take care of you, don't bother me. Iceberg suddenly raised his head and said with anger. Then he strode forward, trying to shake off the ladder. Frankie was angry at that moment, and somewhat dismayed, and then he reacted quickly. Hey, you! Childish, impulsive, unreasonable guy, when can you mature a little bit? Iceberg turned back and shouted. Iceberg has been always a calm boy, and now, he exploded like a bottle of gas. Are you trying to scold me? Frankie was stunned. This not only what I want, actually I want to hit you. The anger was out of control. Iceberg stepped forward and punched Frankie. He directly knocked down on the ground by a single punch, but this moment, he forgot the pain and looked up at Iceberg. The unfamiliar Iceberg let Frankie find a difficulty to recognize him. Iceberg, what's wrong with you? Seeing Frankie's appearance, Iceberg shouted. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Chapter 182, Shocking Scene. The stupidity of Frankie was unbearable. Everyone knows that Mr. Tom's end will never be as safe as he said, they'll inevitably execute him, but this stupid boy seems to believe that his master will be fine. What an idiot boy. As they were arguing, a ship was getting close to the port. Are we close? A young voice came out. Captain, we are very close, it looks like a very lively island, much more than the long land. It's different than that island. The ship was loud, and this scene made the young man who asked the first very happy. This young man was Rojan, and after a period of sailing, the dragon route finally reached the port of Water 7. The ship approached slowly to the shore, and in a short while, it came to a steady halt. Partners, here we are, get ready to disembark. As he said that, Rojan jumped from the boat. Haha, finally, this was very fast. Come on everyone, jump, and the slower one will stay here. The loud voices came out, and everyone jumped quickly. The deck of the ship was close to 4 or 5 meters from the port, all the crew jumped and stood firmly. Finally, there was only one man on the ship, and he kept looking anxiously at the empty ship behind him. Haha, Dragon Elephant Vi, take care of the ship, we will tell you everything about this city when we come back. Haha, slow boy. Don't blame us, you don't usually practice well, and naturally, you can't compete with us. The Dragon Elephant Vi stood on the bow and pinched his fist. He was looking at his friends with hatred, and finally, he snorted and turned to practice. Alright, don't make trouble, and prepare to enter the island. Crocodile shouted and stopped the laughing of these guys. After jumping quickly, they walked together, Rojan took the lead, and the rest walked behind him or side by side, wrapping him in the middle. From the distance, you can see clearly the unique style of this group, it's easy to recognize the unique style of pirates. Which means that they became pirates, officially. Frankie rolled and then he stood up. Iceberg was angrier at the moment. They have seen the flag on the dragon route. Red eyes. It was a wanton, arrogant, as if it was laughing at the world. This frightening and terrifying flag has a unique style among the pirates. Iceberg didn't see such a flag in his life. Who was this group? Just when Iceberg and Frankie were worried, Rojan and his crew had already walked toward them. Iceberg, they are coming to us. There was a clear panic in Frankie's tone. For people of his age, pirates means bad persons. The pirate group was getting closer and closer, which made the two kids very afraid and sweating. In this group, the two guys on the left and the right were very scary. They were 2 meters tall, a strong body, especially the one with an alligator on his shoulder. Even more terrible, Iceberg and Frankie were afraid to wake that scary animal. In the face of this group, Frankie couldn't help but hold his breath. He didn't even dare to look at them. "Hey friends, where is Mr. Tom?" Iceberg and Frankie pretended that they didn't see them, but Trojan and his crew stopped in front of them and asked, "Mr. Tom?" When they heard this name, Iceberg and Frankie immediately looked at each other. It was a young man, and they were almost at the same age, but there was a unique vicissitude in his eyes, which was very strange. With a faint smile on his face, Trojan kept looking at the two kids at that moment. "Why are you looking for Mr. Tom?" Iceberg kept looking at them, and suddenly Frankie's voice came out. "Damn it, Frankie." Iceberg was totally angry at that moment, and he wanted to punch Frankie to the death. It was unknown what will his group do when they find Tom. Frankie took the risk when he asked such a question. "Oh, it seems that you know where Mr. Tom is." Trojan's eyebrows rose, and he felt that he was very. These two people who were familiar to him seemed to know something. Really? Iceberg's pupils contracted and he couldn't be silent anymore. "Who are you guys?" Trojan turned and pointed to the pirate flag on his ship. "You saw it, this is a pirate flag." "Oh my god, pirates!" Frankie shouted out loud. Trojan was very helpless about this. Their identity is very certain, isn't it? Moreover, there are so many pirates in this world, there is nothing to make a fuss about. "Are you looking for Tom Sensei to build a pirate ship?" "I will never tell you where he is." Frankie shouted again and then looked at Trojan and his group. "Sensei?" Trojan stunned, and then he smiled. From the beginning, he felt that this kid was very familiar. He recognized him now. This is Frankie, and that other kid. After careful observation, he recognized his too. This is Iceberg. "You go." Iceberg's face changed. In a twinkling of an eye, he put his hand on Frankie's mouth. He knew very well that this guy won't do anything good. If he keeps talking, the other party will know everything. What makes him angry was he already told them a lot. What a pig teammate. "Please take me to Mr. Tom, I have something to discuss with him." Trojan was sure that Tom was still alive at that moment. Behind him, the 5 dragon elephants moved and surrounded Iceberg. Seeing this scene, Iceberg shook his head helplessly. "I will take you there." Iceberg made the right decision. 10 minutes later, the two kids led the way for Trojan and his crew and came to Tom's shipyard. "Wait in here, I'll tell Tom Sensei about you," Iceberg said to everyone with a serious tone, and then he pulled Frankie. Trojan was calm. He took one of the piles of the newspapers in the waiting room and sat down. However, in a glance, his pupils tightened and he got shocked. "Is this?" Chapter 183, Pluton. On a small newspaper, a striking headline printed in red attracted Trojan. He got shocked when he read the lines. "The Marines issued an emergency call order, they have doubts about facing an upheaval. The rank of lieutenant and above should gather in the headquarters. The Golden Lion and many pirates gathered together, and they are preparing to attack the headquarters. Pirates in the second half of the Grand Line are crazy." After what Roger said before the execution, the first spark of the new era started. Reading such lines, Trojan's eyes contracted and he felt something strange. After a few seconds, he glanced at the picture printed in the newspaper. The first one, the Marine headquarters gathered together and swept away. Vice Admirals, Rear, and Lieutenant were at the headquarters. They seemed to be prepared for everything. In the second one, the Golden Lion stood in the void with overbearing eyes, and under him, many pirate boats strewn in pieces, almost out of sight. The third one, full of fire war, with countless pirates with burning eyes, they were holding their banners and seemed to be looking to something. These simple 3 pictures were a conclusion of the world situation at his period. The first picture and the third did not disturb Trojan, it's the usual chaotic world. But the second one was very shocking for him. The Golden Lion hasn't been caught yet. He hasn't even attacked the naval headquarters, and he's calling the old ones. What's the matter? As he came to this world, Trojan gradually discovered something different from the original. Although the general storyline was generally the same, it has changed a lot in terms of details. For example, the position of Kizaru and the Golden Lion at the moment. Maybe there are many unknown changes in other parts of the world, and Rogan doesn't know about it yet. His expression became serious. Trojan frowned and kept thinking about it. He was like that until Jason waved in front of him. Is this a butterfly effect? What is the impact of crossing time and space? Trojan wasn't sure, but he couldn't find any other reason. If you want to come to a complete world, you'll be an outsider for this world. If there's no change, it won't make sense. He has more or less revealed Roger's subsequent encounters, such as his death, Shiki's containment, and the Whitebeard's power. Perhaps these unintentional words have caused Roger to have some undetermined consequences on his journey and to make the whole world change. However, this is also a good thing. After the shock, Rogen smiled. Golden Lion. Glancing at Shiki, the Golden Lion in the newspaper, Rogen's eyes twinkled. If he wanted to face the whole world alone, he won't succeed, but if a strong man attracts the whole Marine headquarters, then the risk will be divided into two or even more. The Golden Lion just attracted the eyes of the whole world. Rogen has to take the opportunity to do what he wanted. Just when he thought about it, Iceberg had already came to him. Please come with me. Rogen looked up, he nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, his crew followed him. 5 minutes later, they came to a house deep in the shipyard. Tom-sensei is inside, come in. Also, here is the shipyard, don't make a mess. Iceberg warned them. This is a pirate group, and who knows, they could be mad at any moment. Oh, Iceberg, we are not chaotic people, rest assured. Rogen smiled. Behind him, Crocodile and the others did not say a word, as the captain ordered them. Iceberg was a little relieved and nodded, indicating that they could go in. They stood in front of the door and then they knocked. When they heard the word come in, Rogen pushed the door. When the door opened, Rogen saw a fairly spacious office. Mr. Tom was leaning on the chair at the moment and looked a little tired. When he saw the group coming in, Tom changed his position and sat down straight, and then he kept looking at them. Who are you? What are you looking for? Rogen didn't answer Mr. Who's question for the first time. Instead, he looked at the indoor environment and found that it was very simple and tranquil. Mr. Tom, I've heard a lot about you a long time ago. I came here just to visit your famous shipyard. Tom got frowned. There's a lot of things need to be arranged. It was unknown when will the world government come. There is no time to waste. What the hell are you doing? Let's talk straight. Well, since Mr. Tom is so urgent, I have to make a long story short. Rogen shrugged helplessly. I'm asking you to build a ship for me. Hearing this, Tom lifted his hand and pointed to the door. My disciples are enough to fulfill your request. I'm still busy. Forgive the poor hospitality. Shaking his head, Rogen's tone became serious at that moment. I don't think so. Because I want to build Pluton. The heavy voice came out and immediately suppressed the atmosphere in the house. Tom raised his head fiercely and stared at Rogen. Who are you? And without waiting for an answer, he shouted again. Your request is refused, there is nothing can be done in here, get the hell out. Hey you, old guy. One of the elephant dragons became angry, and he shouted. Rogen moved his hand and stopped his crew from talking. Crocodile and Jason were watching quietly, they know very that Rogen is doing something in a planned way, they don't have to interrupt him. Mr. Tom, you have built a unique boat for my brother to help him complete his dream. Why can't you help me again? Approaching the table, Rogen looked at Tom with a smile on his face. In this case, I have another purpose besides building a ship. Thank you very much for helping that fellow to fulfill his dream, even though he is dead. Chapter 184, Is it possible to build this? When he heard Rogen's words, he got surprised. He didn't even care about the Pluton, but he looked at the kid in front of him carefully. Rogen's face looked familiar to Tom, but he didn't recognize it. You. Who is your brother? In his career, he built many boats for pirates and others, and each one was extremely good. He was very proud of his work. Rogen's tone changed and he smiled. My brother is Goldie Roger. He couldn't believe what he just heard. He was in shock at that moment. He stared at Rogen and then to the crew behind him. Jason was crossed his armed, with looking around, and beside him, there was Crocodile who kept smoking and his face was very serious. Behind them, 5 young people, they were too concentrated. The group of people in front of him had different breaths, but he saw something called hope, deep in their eyes. What about you, what is your name? He seemed to be excited when he asked. Goldie Rogen. Rogen whispered. Rogen. Tom opened his mouth, and then. Yes, he told me that he has a younger brother, and he is very young. I don't remember the name, but you have no reason to lie to me. He built a ship for Roger once. When he came into contact with him, he found that he didn't have the arrogance and hegemony of pirates. Instead, he was cheerful. That man has a unique atmosphere. When he talked to him for the first time, he found a kind of dream light. This was the reason behind building a ship for this pirate. You have the exact personality as your brother. While he was staring at Rogen, Tom talked involuntarily. Tom will be in trouble once again, he just met the brother of Goldie Roger. Seeing Rogen, he saw once again the will in the road of dreams that will never be broken. Are they all your partners? Tom asked again. Rogen looked at the old man in front of him and immediately understood his feeling. Seeing the younger generation taking over all the efforts of previous generations, Tom was very pleased and amazed. Yes, they are all my partners. I've set up a pirate regiment and we will follow Roger's path. Tom stood up and went to the front of the group and kept looking at them. But this time his stare was more serious and more careful, as if he wanted to imprint everyone's face in his heart. Well, very well, Rogen. Roger would be very happy to see his younger brother establishing a pirate group and passing through his path. He once said that you don't want to be a pirate. I thought that you were hiding this. Sadly, he won't see that. I didn't expect you to come one day. Tom was pleased. There were black lines on Rogen's face. That old man was a good man for other people. You just said that you want a Pluton, right? After talking for a while, Tom's face became serious again. Yes, Mr. Tom, I want a good ship, comparable to Pluton. The real Pluton is hard to be built, but for a similar one, I think that I can rely on you. Rogen was serious. As an ancient weapon, the Pluton may have a chance to be built in the distant past, but in this era, that would be impossible. That was Rogen's though, but when he said that, Mr. Tom shook his head. The Pluton, I can make it. What? This time, Rogen was shocked. The ancient weapon, the legendary one, is it possible to build it? Yes, I can make the Pluton. Tom was sure. Compared to the sea train that I planned, the complexity of the construction of the Pluton is much worse. Seeing the shock in Rogen's eyes, Tom smiled and shook his head. Don't exaggerate the ancient weapons. Legends are just legends. Maybe the Pluton has great fighting power and can destroy an island. The times are developing, and there are people able to destroy an island without using such a weapon. With a simple explanation, Rogen gradually understood. That's right, times are progressive, and the Pluton may have strong attacking power, but in this era, there are many powerful guys. The Golden Lion, Shiki, who can make an island floating in midair, the Whitebeard who can trigger a tsunami with one blow. These guys are probably not inferior to any ancient weapons. I've conceived a new type of ship in my mind. It will surpass the Pluton in comprehensive ability, but it weaker in attacking power. Tom explained. Rogen showed his intentions. He wanted a powerful ship with a good comprehensive ability. Tom said that he had an idea, and this is what Rogen expected. Mr. Tom, can you make it? Only nature can make it. Tom was sure and very confident, but after a while, he hesitated. How? Rogen wondered. My time is running out. I'm afraid that the world government will come soon. Tom was upset. He wants to build a good ship for the younger brother of his old friend. He expects that this young man will create an era more brilliant than Roger. World government? Rogen was stunned, and then he remembered that the shipmaker who helped his brother to build the Oro Jackson was also implicated. Mr. Tom, rest assured, for the time being, you won't be in danger. The world government will not take you, and you'll be safe for a decade at least. When he said that, Rogen looked confident. After seeing the original story, he naturally knew that Mr. Tom was dismissed and killed by the world government after building the sea train. I hope so. Tom smiled and shook his head. To build a new ship, it will take some time, maybe 2 months. 2 months? Rogen frowned. He doesn't have time to wait. You can go elsewhere first or wait in here, and when it's time, you can pick up the ship. Alright. I need to change the ship's drawings. Besides, you are very lucky. There's still some of the wood hewn from the treasure tree that Roger used, enough for another boat. Sometimes I wonder if that fellow ever thought you'd go to sea and get ready in advance. Tom smiled. Chapter 185, News. Rogen scratched his head. Is it possible that his brother thought about him? For Rogen, he couldn't understand his brother very well. Even his feet were smelly, and he didn't even wash his socks for many days. That's why Rogen did not want to take Tom's words seriously. However, it was good to find wood hewn from the treasure tree atom enough to build another ship. Mr. Tom, we'll stay here for 2 days, if it doesn't bother you, of course. Rogen was thankful. You don't need to be polite. You'll ride my ship, you'll fight for your dreams using it. This is the happiest thing for me. That's why I learned to build ships. Tom sighed after he said that. I don't know how many ships I've made in my career. He sighed again. Rest assured that I'll give everything to build a good and strong ship for you, and even if they took me, my students will finish it. Arigatou gozaimashita, Tom-sama. Thank you. Rogen thanked Tom again. Having such good help is something good for Rogen. Mr. Tom has never seen Rogen before, and without hesitation, he accepted to help him because of Roger's sake. That person who changed the whole world. Rogen knew that Tom will be safe for a decade, but he'll be under the monitoring of the world government. And after completing the sea train he'll die. In the future, we must keep Mr. Tom safe. He is a good man. After talking for a while, they left. Rogen saw that the old man was very tired recently and he needs a rest. After walking out of the door, Iceberg stared at him and said, "What's the reason behind asking for Tom-sensei?" "I asked him to build a ship for us, and he accepted." Rojin was happy. Iceberg. When he wanted to talk, Tom's voice came from the room. Rojin smiled and then he left the place with everyone. After leaving the shipyard, the crew behind Rojin asked, "Captain, what is Pluton? And can it destroy an island? Is there such a strong weapon in this world?" Jason was very curious. Crocodile smoked and his eyes became serious. "Of course, Jason, I've heard many rumors about it. It is rumored that in the distant past, there were several powerful ancient weapons. They are amazingly powerful and can destroy an island with a single blow." "Really? Crocodile, how do you know?" Jason was shocked. "I heard it from some places, the captain may have more information." Crocodile shook his head. "Pluton is one of the ancient weapons, besides other weapons, and they all can shock the world." Rojin explained. In the manga, the number of ancient weapons appeared weren't many and even rarely mentioned. They were mysterious and powerful weapons. Only 2 weapons appeared, the Pluton and Poseidon. A Pluton made by Tom, could you imagine how powerful will it be? Mr. Tom's powerful shipbuilding technology, combined with Pluto's methods of construction, it must have amazing power. Rojin was looking forward to it. "So, our ship will have the power of the Pluton, right?" Crocodile couldn't believe it. He never thought that one day he would into contact with this legendary weapon. This was shocking for him. "Of course not, it's less powerful, and we don't need to use it to attack. Don't forget, we are going to be the most powerful men in the world." Rojin answered with a smile. When he said that, the eyes of everyone became bright. "Now, let's move. You can go out and buy what you need." Rojin's words made everyone happy again. In a while, a burst of cheers sounded, and then all the crew laughed. "Crocodile, why didn't you go?" Looking at the figure next to him, Rojin asked curiously. "I don't have anything to buy." Crocodile answered. Rojin nodded, and then he looked around. A newsstand was in front of him. He went there and bought several newspapers and began to watch them carefully. As he sailed for a long time, he was choosing randomly his destination, and he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. It was an opportunity for him now to know more about it. Admiral Z has stationed in the Sabati archipelago yesterday, in case of the Golden Lion attack. Sengoku came out and declared that all pirates' illegal acts would be ruthlessly annihilated by the Marine. In the first half of the Grand Line, the supernova gradually emerged to the sea. Bartholomew Kuma and Doflamingo are the strongest and at the top of the list. Doflamingo, this guy is actually on the top. Seeing the news, Crocodile's face became gloomy. Well, his strength cannot be underestimated. Rojin nodded and continued to look. After that, he found some new pirates in the newspaper. It's suspected that the Red Hair pirates have reached the Grand Line. Rojin's eyes flashed and he smiled. He is in the sea already. Shanks is looking forward to it. This is an era in which the 4 emperors have not yet been established. The war period, pirates are crazy, and the situation in the second half is unstable and chaotic. Gecko Moria encountered Kaido for the first time. The 2 sides suffered heavy losses against each other. When he saw this, Rojin's expression became serious. Does Moria have the power to face Kaido? In the manga, Moria is already a defeated man. Compared with the powerful Kaido, who is in the rank of 4 emperors, there's a huge gap between them. A powerful swordsman from Koregana Island, he has been visiting various places in the world looking for an opponent. No one ever defeated him. They said that he has a pair of sharp eagle eyes. His imposing manner is astonishing. He might be the best swordsman in this world. Dracul Mihawk. When he saw this, Rojin's eyes narrowed. Chapter 186, A Gun That Can't Hit the Target. Rojin is a swordsman. Naturally, he was very concerned about the future of the best swordsman. After reading the news carefully, he couldn't help but shaking his head. It seems that the powerful guys in the future are still young pirates who just gone out to sea. Looking at their low bounties, he laughed loudly. Anyway, now I am their predecessor, haha. Looking at the newspaper again, Rojin was happy and he laughed. There was much news. He spent a very long period disconnected to the outside world, almost 2 months. He needs to read the news to judge the situation and choose what to do and what to avoid. Crocodile was very bored. He looked around for a research magazine about the world's strongest people at this moment, and engrossed into it. The 3 new admirals of the Marines almost there, 3 of the best Logia users. When he saw the title, Crocodile was angry. The Yellow Monkey, Borsalino, the man who has a powerful devil fruit, the Pika Pika no Mi, is one of the 3 admirals. Kyuzen, the user of Hi no Mi, is now an admiral. He has a strong fighting power. He once froze a sea area, and didn't thaw only after 5 days. Sakazuki, the user of the Magu Magu no Mi, became the new admiral of the Marines. He is strong and decisive. Also, he advocates the absolute justice. All pirate must die. When he saw Sakazuki, Crocodile smiled. It was obvious that the idea of that person made Crocodile angry, although he hasn't seen him yet. The younger generation of pirates, they are really good. The Whitebeard pirates, under the command of Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man and the user of the Gura Gura no Mi, he can trigger a tsunami easily. He might be the overlord of the second half of the Grand Line. Marco the Phoenix, the user of the Torai Torai no Mi, model, Phoenix, a powerful man under the command the Whitebeard, his strength can suppress the Admiral of the Marines. Diamond Jazu, Flower Sword Vista. When he saw all these powerful people, Crocodile got shocked. He found that almost all strong persons in this world were under the same banner, the Whitebeard's pirates. Subsequently, he saw the crew of the Flying Pirates. It has many powerful pirates, but comparing with the Whitebeard pirates, they were a bit weaker. There are many strong people in the Golden Lion pirates too. Seeing the dense list, Crocodile found that there's no need for the Whitebeard group on the battle in the side of Shiki. People in his crew were numerous. It can be said that he has at least 10 times more pirates than the Whitebeard. It was an amazing thing that Shiki can crush too many people with his numerous crew members. He has many types of creatures in his group: ghost, giant. Looking at the legends in Shiki's crew, Crocodile was deeply shocked. For the first time, he discovered that there are many strong people in this world. Meanwhile, when Rojin and Crocodile were reading the news, Transu was on his way toward the gun shop. For Transu, it was extremely important to have a gun that suits him. Every time he went to an island, he would look for it. Although so far, there were only a few islands to reach, he did not give up. At this point, he looked carefully inside the shop. "Hello, do you need a gun?" The owner of the shop was a middle-aged man, and when he saw Rojin, he smiled and greeted him. "Yes." Looking carefully at the gun on the shelf, Transu responded quickly and didn't turn around. After several looks, Transu was disappointed. Although the seller kept introducing and talking about the different characteristics of each gun, he still didn't find anything that attracts him. Ugh. Shaking his head, Rojin was very disappointed and ready to leave. When the seller saw that Transu lost the desire to buy, he didn't want to keep talking. As he walked to the door, Transu, with the corner of his eyes, he saw a gun that attracted him. That gun. At that moment, his eyes condensed, and he felt that he wanted him so much. This feeling. Transu stared at this gun carefully. What he felt at that moment was very strange. He wanted that gun. He admired it from the first glance. "Hey, what's happened to this gun? I've never seen it before." While he was looking at the gun, Transu asked with curious. "Oh, that? My son made a little change on it, hee hee." When he said that, the anger was obvious in his tone. "Reconstructed gun?" Transu squatted to pick up the gun. Although the gun was placed inside an old box with discounted old-fashioned goods, it looks very new. It was a cool gun with amazing lines. Transu liked it very much, especially when he saw the long tube above the gun. Transu observed it, and then he asked, "Is that a telescope?" "This is a sniper scope." The owner answered and his tone was very low. "My son likes to play with guns on weekdays. He transformed this gun last month, but..." "What's wrong?" Transu was very curious. "This powerful gun coupled with the sniper scope to ameliorate aiming, this is definitely the best gun ever. What will be the problem then?" "This is a gun that can't shot." The seller was helpless. "What?" "My son is very good at this. He always made changes on guns, and people really like it. His work makes a very good profit for the shop. But this time, I was responsible to find someone to test the gun, because my son left after he finished it, and he won't come back for a very long period. I found 7 people, and after they have tested it, the result was not good. That's why this gun is abandoned." Speaking of this, the owner was a little angry. "Abandoned?" "Yes, people who used this gun said that it can't hit the target. His shooting accuracy is 500% lower than other guns." The seller sighed. 500%. When he heard this, Transu was shocked. He even wanted to throw the gun away. But after thinking again, "This gun, I need it. How much it?" Chapter 187, 5,000 meters range. Compared with the problems of the gun that the seller has said, Transu believed the feelings he felt at this moment. He never had such feeling. From the first look at this gun, he wanted it very much. This weapon made his heart move. "Yes, I'm sure, I want it." Transu was very sure. "You want it?" The seller was stunned. He was an honest man in his business. Several people asked about this gun and he told them its problem. He told everyone and didn't hide it. Some people didn't believe him, and they wanted to try, but after the test, they were all disappointed. "Do you want to try it first?" "There's no need." "How much?" Transu wanted it so bad. After taking the gun, The feeling was even more unique. Danzō believes that there's something different in this gun. Then, give me 3,000 bellies, he said with hesitation. Danzō didn't judge, and he gave the money to the owner and then he left. When he reached an empty place, Danzō took out the gun and tested it. As a skilled marksman, Danzō was familiar with guns. After the first try, Danzō smiled. All parts are brand new. There is no problem with the gun itself. The gun was black and full of mysterious colors. Besides, the sniper scope enhances the function of the gun to a new level. After testing it, Danzō found that this gun looked like a light rifle, but in fact, it was a new type of heavy rifles with heavy power. Its power was about 3 or 4 times higher than ordinary guns. After that, he tested the gun again, but this time, he used the scope, and after a long time, he finally got the result. This scope is amazing. You can see people who are 5 kilometers away. Danzō was amazed, and he felt that this gun was extraordinary. The gun is powerful, the scope is precise, then there's no problem with it. He was very happy. No one can use it, of course. Relying on what the seller said, Danzō did not agree. This gun is very hard to use for ordinary people. He believes that only a few people in this world had the skills to use such a gun. It was a kind of self-confidence. After a while, he continued to aim, and after several tries, he had a general understanding of the gun. I have to hit a target 300 meters away. Danzō was quite confident about his ability. Without using the scope, he looked at the front and pulled the trigger directly. Boom! The bullet directly hit the tree pole, and all the birds on it flew away. Danzō was a great marksman. He was a professional one. There's no problem with it. This time, he put eyes on the scope and began to adjust the aim and the density of it. It took only 3 seconds to set it up. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to shoot again. Boom! When the gunshot sounded, a leaf fell. There was a smile on his face, and he seemed to have understood it. After that, he didn't use the scope and pulled the trigger again. This time, another leaf fell. Bingo! Danzō stood up with a smile on his face. This gun is amazing. The owner was wrong when he said about the 500%, it's 100% the target. It wasn't only higher performance than the average gun, but its aim is even higher. This is a mysterious gun. It's all about the scope. All aiming must be completed by it. As long as you set it up in a good way, the accuracy can reach 100%. Danzō was very sure. In a short period, he came to the conclusion that shows his professionalism. 1 kilometer away, done. 2 kilometers away, done. 3.5 kilometers away, done. After a series of distance determinations, Danzō took a breath, lay on the ground and began to test. The next challenge is 5 kilometers. The range of such a gun is amazing. It's also the limit range that Danzō got after testing it. Few guns only can reach such a terrible range and hit the target. Of course, this was just a test. Whether it can achieve it or not, he wasn't sure. For a distance like that, the bullet may not be effective and hit the target with all its power. Compared with before, Danzō was very serious. He kneeled, and then he put his eye on the scope and adjusted it to lock it at 5 kilometers. The result was just amazing. He could see things from this distance clearly. Taking a deep breath, Danzō took the position and decided to start. This is the most serious moment. He needs to be concentrated. 3 minutes later, he was ready. He held his breath and pulled the trigger slowly. Boom! When the gunshot sounded, all things that were 1 meter around Danzō swayed. After the action, Danzō shook his head. Oh, it's very difficult. After all, 5 kilometers is a very long distance, and it's also a big challenge for himself. Trying to reach the ultimate distance with a newly purchased gun is not easy. When he failed, Danzō decided to leave, and he wasn't upset at all. At the port of Water 7, a ship was slowly approaching the coast. There was a group of black-suited men and they seemed to be professionals. The man in the front has a purple hair and dark red nose, and also, there was black markings around his large eyes, and he seemed to be a very arrogant man. He didn't even look at the team behind him. After a while, everyone jumped from the ship and then stopped. Where is Tom? The leading man asked with a loud voice. At the shipyard, Chief Spandam. He didn't leave. Behind him, one of the black-suited team whispered. Well, he is smart. He knows that even he dared to escape, I'll get his ass back. Spandam's tone was full of arrogance. And then, under his leadership, all the group went toward the shipyard. After he made one step, a big man with chicken legs in his hand and eating wildly and didn't pay any attention to the group. When Spandam saw him, his expression changed immediately. Chapter 188, Mask Carnival. Hey, you! Unexpectedly, the big guy passed by him, and he was about to fall. The ending won't be good for Spandam if he stood there. He immediately shouted, but it didn't stop the big figure from falling on him. 3 seconds later, The big guy lost his balance, and because of his huge body, Spandam was crushed under him. That big man didn't even notice him. Behind them, the black-suited man blinked, and then he retreated 2 steps in silence. "Oh, I'm fine." Jason shook his head as if he was out of his mind. After leaving, he went to a bar to eat and drink, and he got really drunk. That's why he couldn't control his walk. "Get up." Underneath, Spandam's voice came out, and it was full of anger. "Who is speaking?" Jason sat up in a daze and looked for it. He was really big, and Spandam was like a stone under him. "He's under you." A black-suited man pointed under Jason. When he saw Spandam under him, Jason's face showed a sad expression. "Sorry, I'll stand up." "Hey!" Spandam shouted with anger. "Not too fast." Jason was a little numb, and when he heard him, he turned and he couldn't control himself, so he fell again. Jason was heavy. When he fell again, he felt that his ribs got broken. Sorry. Jason stood up and apologized again and again. "Are you okay?" Turning around, Jason stretched out his hand to Spandam and apologized. After all, he was wrong. "No way." Spandam was very angry. He was breathing heavily. "That dude is really heavy." "Huh?" Jason was embarrassed to take his hand back. After a short moment, he decided to leave. "Stop, are we done here?" Spandam got up and shouted in anger. "What?" Jason was puzzled and turned around. "What else?" Looking at Jason, which seemed to be naive, Spandam got angry and shouted. "You seem to like seeing me being hit by this pig." Turning around, he reprimanded the group behind him. The black-suited men bowed their heads and smiled secretly. After all, Spandam is their leader and they have some respect for him. "I don't want to catch him only, I want to send him to the judicial island for trial. He offended the world government officials, I will sentence him to death." Spandam growled. "Sir, this will take much time, it's not suitable to do that now. Besides, there are many people here." A tall man whispered back. Spandam thought a little. He saw that many people had gathered around. He snorted and then stared at Jason. "Don't leave, be sure that I'll come back when I finish my business." After he said that, he took his group and left quickly. Jason was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Nervous disease. Jason turned around, and then he took the chicken legs and walked toward the port. At dusk, Rojan and the rest of his crew returned to the boat. They were carrying necessities of the ship enough for a period of time. Every day on the island means purchasing necessities. This routine has become the routine of everyone. "Jason and Nikki, you are back." The 6 dragon elephants were playing cards, and they saw Jason laughing and singing. "Hey there." Jason greeted them. He was more awake than before. After he came back, Rojan called all the crew members. "We'll stay here one more day, and then we will go toward the Sabati archipelago. Pay attention to the suspicious people on the island, especially the shipyard. If there are people from the world government, you should eliminate them. Mr. Tom promised to build a ship for us, we can still help him out." Rojan's commands were very strict, and he naturally knows that these are temporary solutions, and cannot solve Tom's trouble. Against the whole world, you should leave Water 7 and escape to a world that no one knows, otherwise you'll be caught sooner or later. However, according to the manga, Mr. Tom won't face any trouble for more than a decade. That's what makes Rojan felt relieved. For how long could I delay them? Shaking his head, Rojan entered his bedroom and kept thinking. Nothing happened that night. The next day, when the sky was bright, everyone left the ship and went toward the island. These guys were very interested in the customs and culture of Water 7. It seems that they want to catch up with some festivals in the capital for today. Dragon Elephant 3, did you see that? People in the streets are wearing masks. Are there any activities today? The dragon elephants were walking slowly and whispering. They have seen a lot of pedestrians with a variety of masks. It makes a strange and mysterious atmosphere. Maybe, let's ask. After asking people around, there were 5 more masked people on the street. They kept pointing at each other and laughed. Also, they exposed their shortcomings and enjoyed themselves. At the port, Jason took a bare face mask for himself. It was quite worthy for a big man like him. "Hey Croco, do you like my mask?" Crocodile shook his head. He was too lazy to take care of Jason. In a while, he strode forward, leaving Jason behind him. "Hey, boring mates, today is the special mask day in Water 7. I already thought about what kind of mask I would wear today the last night." Crocodile didn't respond, he just raised his hand and left in silence. Trensu. Turning his head, Jason looked at Trensu. He found that he was wearing a half mask, like the mysterious mask of the masked ball. "What a pretty boy, haha." He was mocking Trensu. Trensu is a handsome guy. After wearing this mask, he looks mysterious and has a unique temperament. "Jason and Nikki, your mask is also very powerful." Trensu smiled. Haha, no offense. Jason laughed. He likes Danzō and his straight character. Looking at the group outside the ship, Rojan couldn't help but shaking his head. Chapter 189, Pluton Drawings. Jason and Danzō walked side by side toward the island and kept smiling. Finally, Rojan jumped off the boat. Hey Dragon Elephant V, take care of the boat. Rojan shouted from the bottom to the fifth Dragon Elephant. Don't worry Captain, I'll do my best. Rojan waved his hand, and then he disappeared quickly. The Mask Carnival in Water 7, a great event that happens every year. Wearing different masks is the way that all the citizens celebrate in it. He needs to be like them, that's why Rojan bought a mask from the roadside next to the street. He chose a monkey's mask, which was very simple. It looks like the Monkey King Havoc from Havoc in Heaven. Hiding under his mask, Rojan took his road and went toward the shipyard. At the same time, the Wraith pirates rushed to the island. At Tom's shipyard, a group of noisy people just arrived. The boatmen saw the group of people stepping into the shipyard. They got angry and kept pinching the tools in their hands and scorning the group of uninvited guests. Don't be impulsive, let them in. Iceberg rushed out and whispered. At the same time, he looked up and stared at the person in front of him, and then with a cold tone, he said. Spandam, Tom-sensei called you in. Do you still want to stop me? That old man knows what to do better, otherwise, I'll send all of you to the judicial island. Spandam sneered and then he walked proudly to Tom's office. I don't know at all what kind of stupid guy I'm facing. As he walked, Spandam sneered again, and his eyes were full of arrogance. This sentence attracted all the present and made them angry, but after what Iceberg said, they couldn't do anything. When Spandam and his group have entered the office, all the boatmen looked at each other and began to talk. Who was that guy? And why he is so arrogant? They came for Tom-sensei to take him. We will never allow such a thing to happen. No matter who he is, we won't let him take Mr. Tom. We'll wait here. If he dared to arrest our sensei, we will kill him. At this time, Spandam kicked the door of Tom's office and stepped in. Dear old man, have you thought about it? Mr. Tom was checking the blue drawings that had just been drawn on the table, and there was clear exhaustion in his eyes. He has been in a hurry all night. He has not finished the drawing at this time, and there's no way to continue. The bad people are already on the door. He made some lines on the drawings silently and then. The Pluton drawings, is it for us? Spandam came toward Tom and with fierce eyes, and then he hit the table with all his power. There is nothing you want in here. Tom answered with a cold tone. Big talk dead man, do you know that you'll be sent to the judicial island at my command, and you'll die at my command also? Spandam shouted. Hand me the drawings of the Pluton and I can give you a way to live, don't be ungrateful. There was a clear threatening in his words. You won't take it, you can do what you want. Tom's expression was still very cold. Last night I was kind enough to let you go. What you are doing right now is not the thing I've been waiting for. Spandam was very angry at that moment. The drawings of the Pluton are very important. He will be promoted if he gave it to his superior. At that time, he will be in a higher position and have everything he wants. He should not let this opportunity go. Don't think about it, there's nothing you need here. His voice remained calm. He stared at Spandam and then he said. I don't care about what you will do, whatever it is, just do it. The old man is ready for everything. Freaking old man. Spandam waved, and he was about to attack but. At this moment, a sound of kicking came out. Frankie opened the door and ran into it, and then he stared at everyone. Who are you? What do you want from Tom-sensei? When he came in, he saw Spandam who raised his hand, so he shouted. And then, he clenched his fist and rushed up. No, Frankie. Tom was shocked. Standing behind Spandam, a black-suited man suddenly moved. Boom. It was a strong kick that pushed Frankie. Nothing stopped him but the wall, which made all the pictures tremble and fell on the ground. We are the world government, we arrest criminals. The black-suited man stepped back and said that. Damn it. Frankie stood up and then he stared at the guys in front of him. I will never let you take Tom-sensei. Tom, I'll give you another chance to choose whether to hand over the construction drawing of Pluto. This is your last chance. Spandam waved his hand to the group behind him, and in a moment, two of them responded and caught Frankie. What are you doing? Seeing them coming, Frankie lost all his courage. Enough. At this time, Tom shouted. I'm the one who helped the Pirate King to build his ship. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Don't involve this innocent. If you are going to take anyone from here, just take me, I'll go with you. You can't change anything, I'm the one who decides in here. Spandam sneered. No, sir, what he said makes sense, only Mr. Tom is guilty here. One of his group whispered, and he was very serious. Spandam got angry when he heard that. You shut up. He shouted with anger. We are only the World Government Guard, subordinate to the 8th Unit of the Army Department, not under your jurisdiction. We are here only to assist you in completing the task. We have the right to refuse your orders." Hearing these words, Spandam's face became darker and his fists slammed slightly. "Damn, I knew that I should let this eye for Paul number 5 come with me. Tom, you only have one chance. Will you hand over the drawings or not?" He turned and shouted again. "I said that I won't give you anything." Tom looked calm and firm. "Good." Spandam was very angry and then he waved his hand. "Arrest and send him to the judicial island." At the same time when he said that, Rojan walked slowly from the door. When he saw the angry crowd at the door and the boatmen with tools in their hands, he was slightly shocked. "What's going on here? What happened?" By the time he walked in, Iceberg had seen him and hurriedly greeted him. "Rojan-sama." Chapter 190, Sun Wukong. "What is going on?" Rojan asked curiously. "The world government is here. We need to take Mr. Tom." Yesterday's evening, Iceberg was called by Tom and told him about Rojan's identity, and told him also to keep building the ship if he got caught. Therefore, when Iceberg saw Rojan, his heart moved and hoped that Rojan would help him. World government? Rojan was stunned. He thought about that yesterday. The world government is here already. Iceberg approached to Rojan and whispered. "Rojan-sama, can you take Tom-sensei away? Staying here is dangerous for him. Rojan is a pirate and all his life is in the sea, and it can be said that facing pirates are much worse than facing ordinary people, but comparing with the danger that Mr. Tom is facing now, it would be safer for him. On the sea, the world government would find it difficult to catch him. Let me have a look first." Rojan is thoughtful. He didn't agree directly, and he went toward the office. "No, the world government agents are there." Iceberg was very upset. "Haha, don't worry, I just want to see what the world government guys are like." With a smirk, Rojan led the way and went toward the office. Iceberg kept looking at him and he couldn't believe what Rojan was doing. Just as Rojan entered the room, Iceberg took a fast look, and he saw everyone inside. "Ah, here you are." The white smoke was hovering, and 2 tall men were coming from the door of the shipyard. Behind them, a short person was smiling and carefully wiping his gun. Not far from them, a group of 5 people wearing weird masks laughing and coming to join the group in the door. This group is the same that came with Rojan last time. "Hey, boys, where's our captain?" The big man with the cigar in his mouth asked one of the boatmen coldly. His voice made Iceberg tremble, and he answered in a hurry. He went to Tom's office. "All right." The big guy nodded, and then he went toward the office. "Haha, I told you, the captain will be faster than us," but Jason didn't believe it. One of the 5 dragon elephants laughed. "Shut up." Jason was upset. "Ha ha ha ha." His words made everyone laugh. Looking at the group passing by, Iceberg felt relieved. This group of guys looks very unreliable from first sight, but they can strangely give people a sense of security and reassurance. They might solve it. At the moment, in Tom's office. "I'm going with you." Tom sighed. "Old man, I told you already, I have many ways to kill you unless you give me the drawings." Spandam whispered threats. "Damn, let me go." Frankie struggled and shouted. He was handcuffed, so he couldn't resist at all. "You wanted to attack the world government's guards, stop moving is the best choice for you." Seeing that Frankie didn't cooperate, the black-suited man threatened him. "I can kill you all you bastards." Frankie shouted. Because he heard a few talks outside the door, he became intolerable and wanted to resist more and more. "Noisy boy, I'll start with you, and we'll see whether your sensei wants to help you or not." Spandam suddenly turned and walked angrily toward Frankie. Kick. Suddenly, he kicked Frankie's leg fiercely, making him scream. However, Spandam felt pain also, and it seems that he hurt himself. "You have a real hard bone, you are untouchable, I'll kill you." He raised his foot and wanted to kick again. "Stop." Tom was angry and shouted. This group of people was much worse than pirates. Tom wanted to stop Spandam, but the black-suited men intercepted him. Spandam kicked Frankie again and didn't show him mercy, making him crying again and again. After the 3rd kick, Frankie shed blood. "Stop it." Tom shouted again, but no one cared about him. "Haha, you want to rebel against the world government and dare to build a ship for the world criminals, you have to bear the price. You'll die all, you'll die, ha ha ha." Spandam laughed loudly. No one dared to stop or resist him. "Do you know how big the world is? More than 300 allies, countless islands, we are the world. Do you want to face the world? This is your sad ending." Spandam kept shouting and kicking, making Frankie suffering. "When you give me the drawing of the Pluton, I might start thinking of letting this dog free." Turning around, Spandam revealed a threatening smile. Tom was extremely angry, but he couldn't do anything. After a while, A voice suddenly came in, and then a figure appeared from the door. Speaking of weak people, hello bastard. With full of indifference tone, Rojan kicked the door and entered the room, and then he stared at Spandam. Who are you? Seeing that someone suddenly came in, Spandam hurried and hid behind one of his guards. When the black-suited men saw Spandam's reaction, they looked at him with contempt. Although they had to obey his orders, they despised him. Who am I? Rojan sneered. You can call me Sun Wukong. With a mask on his face, Rojan seemed to be very aggressive, which made the whole room feel the panic. Sun Wukong? Spandam didn't hear the name very well. He tilted his head out from the black-suited man's back to take a look at Rojan. When he found that he was alone, he stood in front of him and shouted. Ha, big talk, how dare you? You want to stop the world government, and by yourself? I'll send you to the judicial island, and you'll suffer. Who said that he is alone? After what Spandam said, a voice came from outside. And then, one by one, a large group of people entered the room and gathered in front of Spandam. Chapter 191, Watch Out. 8 people with different shapes, and different masks. When they entered the room, when Spandam and his guards saw them, they panicked. Who the hell are you? Seeing this terrifying group, Spandam asked with a loud voice, with clear panic in his eyes. Leave, you are not welcomed here. With a cold tone, Crocodile glanced at Rojan and whispered. When he said that, he was looking at Rojan, but actually, he meant Spandam and his group. Crocodile was worried about his captain. He wanted to kill the other party, but he shouldn't do that here, it will cause trouble for Mr. Tom. Do you know what are you doing? It's a big crime to hinder the work of the world government. Spandam shouted. Haha, big crime? Then we have to thank you for warning us. One of the dragon elephants laughed loudly. Under his mask, a hint of ridicule appeared on his face. And then, as he laughed, he strode forward and kicked Spandam. He didn't want to keep talking with this group. When he did that, one of the black-suited men moved and... boom. In a twinkling of an eye, he blocked him with his feet, making a dull sound. The dragon elephant was stunned. The black-suited man was very serious. He seemed to be powerful. They do have power. The dragon elephant was surprised and he admired it. He kept training during this period. He became much stronger than he was. It can be said that he is 5 or 6 times stronger than before. That dragon elephant became a little Superman, but unfortunately, someone stopped him. That's why he was surprised. This group of people is really strong. As that action happened, people behind them strode forward and prepared for the fight. When he saw the full group, the black-suited man retreated. Sir, this group are quite strong. I suggest to leave and make plans. Spandam's face changed. You are an elite fighter, he whispered. When don't know them, they might have powerful skills. The black agent responded and scanned the group again. The group on the opposite side, they seemed to be killers from the first class. The black agent was afraid that these 5 people will make a difference. Especially, this group has more people than them. It's dangerous to fight against them. Leave, you will have only one more chance. Crocodile shouted again as if he was scorning slaves. Hearing this disdainful tone, Spandam became angry, and he shouted out loud. You'll regret it, you'll suffer. Rojan, who was standing in front of Crocodile, kept silent, but when he heard Spandam's threats, he immediately shouted. Leave. His shout wave was merged with Conqueror's Haki, which affected Spandam and his agents. The black-suited men were shocked, and they turned around. Immediately, one of them fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Rojan's Haki was quite good. Are you okay? The leading man was panicked, and he was wondering what happened to them, and in a few moments, several members of his group fell down, and they were unconscious. I'm okay. Ugh. This group of elite fighters was very powerful. Under the attack of the Conqueror's Haki, they fell on the ground but they did not lose consciousness completely. Who the hell are you? One of the falling men asked Rojan. Rojan was indifferent, he was silent and kept staring at them coldly. No one can defend the world's criminals. If you offend the government, you will have serious consequences. Is that what you want? One of the black agents said coldly, and then he helped Spandam to stand up and leave. They had very bad luck to face Rojan and his crew. They've realized that they made a wrong choice facing him. After the departure of Spandam and his group, Jason looked at Rojan and said, Why did you let them go? They've threatened Mr. Tom. His tone was full of intensity. Mr. Tom, who wanted to make the most unique ship in the world for them. He got threatened by some stupid world government's agents and Rojan let them go. Trensu. Rojan didn't want to answer, he only shouted for Trensu. The latter nodded, he seemed to understand what Rojan meant, and he immediately turned and left. After a while, Rojan nodded to Tom. Mr. Tom, it's okay, we'll solve this. Ugh. Tom shook his head. If they come back, I'll be ready for them. Fortunately, I've already finished the drawings, but it will take time to build it. You'll have time for that. Rojan nodded, and then he turned and whispered to his crew. Brothers, do you have the courage to knock on the gate of Heaven Palace with me? Spandam was the chief of the Cipher Pol number 5, which means that anyone offends him will go to trial in the Judicial Island. Hell yeah. Crocodile puffed the smoke, he was very excited. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Captain, let's go, I want to knock this guy down. Jason shouted, he seemed to recognize him from last time. The 5 dragon elephants are naturally not afraid of the world government, and they want to raid as soon as possible. In the streets of Water 7. A group of black-suited men with Spandam were running at high speed. Hurry up, we need to leave this island. Spandam lowered his voice and said to his guards. What? Captain, do we have to do that? The guards were shocked and they wondered. Yes, those bastards with masks. They are just a bunch of losers. Yes, and we didn't exert our full strength, we are not afraid of them. Spandam stared at them and said, no, the strength of this group is terrible, and it's not inferior to the supernova pirates. I can tell that these masked men are stronger than the supernova. When he said that, everyone got shocked. Supernovas are the new pirates who have a bounty of more than 100 million berries. They do have great potential and strength, which makes the Marines and the world afraid. It wasn't clear for Spandam and his guards where did Rojan's group came from, but can they fight against the supernovas? From where did they come from? I don't know either. Spandam shook his head. After a while, Spandam and the black-suited man crossed 5 or 6 streets, and they were about 100 meters away from the port. At that moment, Spandam shouted, watch out. As he said that, the 6 people panicked, and jumped quickly. Chapter 192, The Sacrifice Rankyaku. A blue projectile descended from the sky, and its target was Spandam and his guards. The compressed sickle wind was very big, about 1 meter, and it was very fast like the lightning. It came from an unknown place, and directly cut the corner of the wall in front of them. In less than a moment, the powerful projectile slammed on the 6 people. This blow forced the black-suited men to jump and avoid it. Over there. One of the 6 people has a sharp eye, and quickly he found the source of the attack. At the top of a building, a little man was standing there proudly, and he was looking at them. Sorry, you won't leave this island for the time being. Under the sun, Trensu's figure was dazzling. You have to own a sharp eye to be able to recognize him. When they finally found him, the black-suited men were nervous. Who are you? Spandam was very angry, and he asked loudly. You can call me Trensu. He took off the mask slowly and answered with a dignified tone. Trensu, we are attached to the World Government Department. We are here because we are responsible to arrest a world criminal called Tom. Don't make a mistake and interrupt us. Spandam shouted. Our captain said that we have to knock the door of the world government. Here I am then. When he heard Spandam's words, Trensu didn't panic at all, and his eyes became very fierce. At this moment, he decided to attack again, protect Spandam. Seeing Trensu's expression, one of the agents hurried and shouted. 6 versus 1, it can be said that they could beat him up, but if it goes wrong, that would be their responsibility. At that moment, one of them couldn't believe what he just saw. Oh my god, he is walking in the air. In a word, everyone looked up quickly. Every step he made, a cyclone appeared beneath his feet. In a few moments, he was in midair and stood there, and then he moved again. He was very fast like he was walking on the ground. In a blink of an eye, he reached their positions. Rankyaku. He lifted his right leg, and immediately, a blue projectile fell from the sky toward them. The black-suited men avoided it, and they were astonished by this guy's power. One of them was too late, he couldn't avoid it, the Rankyaku cut his arm. Move. Spandam's eyes contracted, and he shouted. Shot. The others reacted and immediately shot Trensu. They were too late. When they shot, Trensu disappeared already. I am here, weak people. A voice of indifference came from nowhere, and then a figure appeared. With a gun in his hands, he stared at the people in front of him and mocked them. It was Trensu. What are you going to do? One of them took his short sword from his waist. He was very angry. Haha, we have to knock on the door of the Heavenly Palace. Actually, we don't know where it is actually, but presumably, we must cross the door of the world government. Another voice came out, but this time, it wasn't from Trensu, it was from the other side of the alley. Upon hearing this, the black-suited men turned quickly and they found that one of them was killed. How dare you? You have killed one of the world government's army. They got panicked immediately. Oh really? With a monkey face mask, a figure descended from the sky holding a sword in his hand. It was the man who has armament hockey. Who the hell are you guys? A black-suited man asked desperately. When Trensu used the Rankyaku and walked into the air, they knew that it was impossible to defeat him. Trensu and his mates could control the 6 powers. The black-suited men are not a good opponent for these masked men. You can call us the Wraith. Rojan pulled out the sword and strode forward. The expression of the black agents immediately changed, and they pulled out their weapons. But in the next moment, a mirage flashed, just like a beautiful butterfly flying in the flowers. When Rojan stepped over and came to the front of Spandam, all the remaining guards held their necks, and then fell to the ground. He was very fast as the light. Choke. Just as the Yuan Hong sword returned to the sheath, everyone was laying on the ground. This scene shocked Spandam and he couldn't believe what he just saw. When he saw the monkey face mask in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble. The mask was funny, but the coldness behind it made him afraid. What do you think of death? Spandam was shocked hearing those words, and he immediately shook his head. He was very scared at this moment. No. Don't you want to die? I'm the chief of the Cypher Pal number 5, you can't kill me. Behind Rojan, the Sandon crocodile's shoulder floated up and turned into a long rope and moved forward. Logia type. Spandam was shocked when he saw that. No, don't kill me. You'll be guilty against the world government, and the guilty will know the agony. The sand rope swept the dead bodies, and in less than a moment, it became dry and split. Spandam was going crazy after seeing such a scene. Cutting this head will be the sacrifice for the birth of our pirate regiment, the Wraith. When Crocodile was about to attack, the monkey-faced man suddenly said. Hearing this, the sand rope turned into a long sword, and then rushed in high speed. Puff. A core without a head, that was Spandam after Crocodile's attack, and the last thing he saw was his body standing while blood erupted from his neck like a volcano. The head of the chief of the Cypher Pal number 5, it's a good thing for the reputation of their group, right? Crocodile licked his lips, he was very excited. He has been waiting for this for so long. Chapter 193, I'll knock on the door. When Rojan and his group went out to the alley, Crocodile was holding a round black wrap with blood stains on it. To leave the island quickly, Spandam and his group chose a shortcut and walked through it. Because of this, when they got killed, no one found it. After leaving the alley, they got divided into 2 groups. Rojan and Trensu went toward the shipyard, and the rest were heading toward the port. 5 minutes later. Mr. Tom. Rojan entered Tom's office with Trensu and found blood on the ground, and Trensu was taken to the hospital. You. Tom looked at Rojan with amazement. Mr. Tom, those bad guys, they will never bother you again in this life. Trensu was smiling while he said that. You killed them. Tom was stunned, and he stared at Rojan with shock. We just knocked on the door. Rojan smiled. Looking at the 2 again, Tom was stunned by their power. They dared to deal with dispatched world government officials. The courage of this group is too great. Spandam represents the world, which is the reason to be so domineering and not take the others seriously. Power always wins. Spandam was weak, but his rank is staggering. This position makes everyone afraid. People in Spandam's position, it will be okay to stay away from him, but if you confront him, you'll face huge pressure, and you won't dare to provoke him. Not everyone has conqueror's hockey to face such a position. However, this group showed Tom what was the meaning of facing wild creatures with no fear. It's just a knock on the door to the world government. You have to be brave to do this. What are you going to do? Tom wasn't a naive person. He was sure that there's something very special in this group. They had a purpose. They have attacked the world government officials. No one would believe that. I'll do a lot of things. Rojan laughed. Tom took a deep breath, and then he turned his attention to the drawings in front of him. You've done everything. You can't stay any longer. You have to leave now. I'll give you a general introduction to this drawing. I don't have much time. Rojan nodded. He naturally understood the meaning of Tom. After a while, Tom began to introduce some of the structure of the Pluton and the brief features. It was very clear that Rojan was very excited. Anchor done, prepare to leave. Jason took off the mask and shouted toward the boat. Behind him, the 5 dragon elephants quickly moved and jumped on the boat one by one. Crocodile puffed out smoke, and his eyes were drifting to the ships not far away. Hey, Jason, is that? Yes, it's the ship of the world government. Jason nodded after looking at the ship carefully. Me or you? Crocodile asked. Of course, it's me, you'll destroy only. Jason strode forward. Crocodile nodded and stood in the same place and kept looking at Jason. He wanted to see what is Jason going to do. Jason strode forward to the ship, he stared at the anchor and smiled, and then, he extended his hands. Scratch. He just inserted his both hands into the hull of the ship. Jason took a deep breath, and then his arms were exerted again. At this time, pedestrians in the port were shocked when they saw this. What is he doing? Oh my god, he just inserted his both hands into the ship. It's the ship of the world government, why would he do that? Soldiers on the boat felt that something was happening to their ship. They ran fast to see what was happening. What are you doing? Stop it. Jason didn't care about them, and he kept doing what he wanted. This is for Tom. Boom. The world government ship trembled, and in less than a moment, the water splashed. Jason raised it to the sky. What? Jason laughed loudly, his power let everyone got astonished. After lifting it, Jason took a step and walked forward until he came to a spacious place. His arms trembled before placing the ship on the ground. Who the hell are you? The soldiers on the boat were panicked, and they asked Jason with a clear fear in their eyes. Crocodile, haha. Jason ignored them, and he shouted to his fellow. Immediately, the sand swept around and rushed to the ship quickly. Subsequently, the sand formed a mound under the ship. Stepping onto the deck, Crocodile put Spandam's head on the sand. So the sand made a sound again, and then a figure appeared. I'll knock on the door. This is exactly what Rojan told them. The stupid world government is disgusting. They have to knock on the door and tell the rotten people what to do. This was only a demonstration from a group of unknown people who dared to challenge the world. It's also Rojan's silent roar, and especially an oath. In this world, if there's oppression, then there will be resistance. The world government dared to threaten Tom, then they should wait for the evil spirit to come. Rojan headed the port after leaving Tom's office. Captain. Everyone shouted excitedly, they were very happy with what they just did. From this day on, they will be very known throughout the world. Don't get too excited, because we have a lot of things to do next. It will be more spectacular than this one. Rojan said that while he was smiling. Let's leave. Jason stood on the boat and shouted. As he said that, the dragon root roared and sailed away from the port. Looking at the big ship that Jason placed on the ground, and the shocked people around it, Rojan was confused. We will know the door of the heavenly palace. Are you ready? Chapter 194, The New Bounty. Rojan and his crew just left Water 7, and after a short time, the mighty waves just started. The world government has sent officials, but they got killed by a group of pirates. Such a thing is extremely bad, and it shocked the world. Also, it made countless high officials upset and angry. What's more, Spandam's family itself is a high-ranking official in the world government. It can be said that this will be very bad for Rojan and his group. What this group did was like riding on the head of the world government, which has a great influence on this prestigious organization. When they heard about this incident, the commander-in-chief immediately issued an order. We must exterminate these rats. In an instant, the government operated with extremely fast efficiency, and a large number of troops began to move. From the first look, Water 7 was still remaining calm, but actually, it was raging already. Many investigative teams rushed into the island to ask witnesses and collect evidence to identify the identity of the criminal. Sunasuna no Mi. Logia type. A small team of 7 people just reached the island after Rojan's departure. At the moment, the leading man who was wearing a top cap looked at the deck that was stacked with sand and whispered. A tall and strong man. Another person stood under the boat and looked at the 2 deep holes into the ruler and muttered. At this moment, a woman with glasses was busy asking the crowd. The identity of these people has been confirmed. In a short time, the identity of Rojan and his crew was exposed. Those investigators are very efficient and fast. Oh, really? The leading man turned and looked at the woman. The Sunasuna no Mi user, Crocodile, with a bounty of 45 million on his head. He used to be in Baroque Works, Alabasta. It didn't expect him to be here. He is working with another person, according to our speculation, it's Jason Statham. When he heard the name of the partner, the Hat Man was surprised. Is it the one with 100 million bounty on his head? Yes, it's him. What about the rest? According to the witnesses, there were 10 people in here, but we could get only these 2 because of the chaotic scene. We don't have enough information for the rest. The woman answered and she hesitated. How? The Hat Man asked. Some people have seen a pirate flag on their ship. Pirates? His pupil shrank and he was stunned. Then hand it to the Marine. Cypher Paul number 5 is more than taking care of this kind of things. But he is our chief. The woman hesitated again. So what? Huh? The leading man sneered, and then he turned and left. After 1 hour, the Cypher Paul number 5 who came to investigate in the murder of their chief, they left and ignored this matter. If their superior was dead, naturally they don't need to follow other people's instructions during this time. In fact, the mysterious organization named Cypher Paul have all kinds of incredible power. They are powerful. The various Cypher Paul cells are stationed throughout the world and investigate for the world government. Captain, why don't we care about this? On the boat after leaving, a young man wondered. This matter involves their chief, so it's up to them to take charge of it. What is hard for you to understand? The lead man sneered. Behind them, the man who explored the ship that was moved by Jason, he said with a low voice. The man who moved that ship, his Doriki surpasses 3,000. When he said that, All people on board stared at him with shock. Doriki is a unit of measurement used by Cypher Paul to directly determine the physical power of someone. Assuming that a common armed soldier on average has around 10 Doriki, and according to them, a Doriki of 500 or higher is classed as superhuman. In their Cypher Paul number 5, their captain has only 3,000. However, the guy who moved the ship, by measurement, his power exceeded 3,000. This was just amazing. Even if the Cypher Paul number 5 wants to face them, they won't make it. There are 10 people on the other side, and with 3,000, that would be impossible. They were sure that the other party was far more than imagined, and they naturally know how to choose. Spandam, whether he is dead or not, it won't make much difference for them. On the second day after Rojan's departure, the news has spread quickly throughout the world. This news shocked all the world. The Wraith pirates took the shot and killed the world government official Spandam. In this world, no one dares to do this except a few brave fighters. This was simply a slap on the face of the world government. People who made such a daring action will be very famous, and everyone will fear them. However, they will be in a big danger, because the world government and the Marines will chase them to the end of the world. Shame. In the middle of the headquarters, Khan hit the desktop ruthlessly. Under the look numerous Marines high level, Khan quickly announced new wanted poster, ordering this group of people to pay attention with emphasis. The bounty was revealed, and the Wraith pirates became known officially to the world the first time. Jason Statham, Wraith pirates, 250 million. Crocodile, Wraith pirates, 200 million. Because of the lack of information for the rest, there were only 2 wanted poster for this pirate regiment. But the bounty amount shocked all the world. Although they were only 2 persons, the sum of their bounty, which was 450 million, surpassed many pirate regiments in total. No one knows from where this group came from, but they immediately jumped into the Supernova group and rushed into the top 10. In the Dragon route, everyone was laughing. Haha, Jason and Nikki, you've got a huge bounty on your head, it's 250 million. Crocodile Sama also, it's awesome, the bounty on your head is 200 million. Captain, look at the 2 of them. They have overtaken you at once. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Rojan was standing on the bow, he smiled, but he kept staring at the 6 dragon elephants and thought. They've become officially in this crew, but their strength is no enough yet. The upcoming trip to the Sabati archipelago will inevitably face fierce battles. Whether they can participate in it or not, Rojan was still hesitating. Maybe, it's time to arrange another task for them. Rojan sighed and he kept thinking. He doesn't want anyone in his crew to be hurt, he wanted to ensure the safety of all of them. He'll do everything to avoid the danger. However, this mission has great importance for him, but it requires manpower. Correspondingly, it's extremely dangerous. Chapter 195, Save Me. Sabati Archipelago is not far away from Water 7, but the route between them is really dangerous because of the numerous pirate regiment located there. The Wraith pirates saw at least 3 or 4 pirate groups since they left. Moreover, as the distance to the Sabati Archipelago was getting closer, the concentration of Rojan's crew was getting bigger and bigger. Even though Rojan was nervous, he kept thinking. His current system balance was 1.2 billion, it seems that this amount wasn't enough for him in this all-out war. The next battle is bound to be extremely hard, it was very likely to fight against an admiral again. If he wanted to take back the Little Master, then the safety of his group will have to go further. I don't know how much money I will get from the next pirates. Rojan's eyes flashed, and he smirked. Holy Land, Celestial Dragon's Palace. The Little Master had been brought back to the palace 3 days ago. During these days in the palace, her father never came over. He wasn't busy enough to visit his little daughter. Until today, when she was watering flowers, a group of people came in from the door. The first man that entered was a middle-aged man with a transparent bubble on his head. Behind him, there was a group of servants that bowed respectfully. Shame on you, you are the sinner of the family. The middle-aged man stared at the Little Master and yelled. Oh. She didn't know what to say at that moment. This cold answer made the middle-aged man even angrier. This time, you won't find a way to escape. I'll order my guards to monitor you the whole days, and after 7 days I'll send you out. You have to be a good woman in your next life. With a loud voice full of anger, he shouted on her. I won't marry him. She answered with a hard tone. Of course you won't. When he heard his daughter's answer, he smirked. Do you think that after what you have done, I'll let you marry him? He won't even accept. You are a shame for this family, and for all the celestial dragons. Originally, you could be a better person in this community, but from that moment on, you have become worthless. When she heard those words, she got angry. What are you planning to do? I already did, he owns you now. The father sneered. You'll be his toy. What he wants to do with you has nothing to do with me. At the same time, he will give us some certain benefits. I've raised you for so many years, it's time for you to repay." After saying this, the middle-aged man turned around. "After 7 days, you'll be sent to his home." The little master's face changed immediately. She stared at the man who was nominally her father, full of hatred eyes. "You are not a human being." "Really?" When he heard what his daughter just said, he got angry and turned. "If your mother didn't seduce me that night, the world will be better without you. I'm very tired of raising you all these years because I thought that you'll be something special, but here you are, a little piece of shit. Don't try to run away, no one dares to save you, no one even cares. No one in this world dares to offend the majesty of the celestial dragons. I will let you live in despair and pain for the rest of your life, in order to wash your mother's mistake. I've lost my dignity, my everything because of her. I have executed her already, and you have to make reparation." His hard word directly hit the little master's weak heart, and she got offended by the man in front of her. He insulted her and her mother. She was very desperate, and she didn't know what to do. However, she didn't show any frailty in front of this baka. Finally, the middle-aged man turned and left, leaving his daughter alone and sad. Seeing him leaving and closing the door behind him, the little master lost all his power, and she fell to the ground. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She hugged her knees and buried her head deeply. She kept crying all day. She was very sad and desperate because of what she heard. "Who can help me?" She felt weak at that moment, and her skirt got wet because of her tears. Despair drowned her. She was like a leaf falling in the storm. "Rojan, please come and save me." Suddenly, she remembered Rojan. On the endless sea, she was alone and desperately hiding in the corner. The deck of the ship was full of blood and dead bodies. And then, a ship was getting closer and closer and a young boy was on board. She seemed to have seen hope in the eyes of this boy. "Help me, help." She was afraid, very afraid. What if that boy was a bad person? Fortunately, the little boy rescued her at that time. "What about now?" She screamed in pain and whispered to the exit. "Help me, help." The time was repeating itself. She is lonely and desperate and needs someone to help her. Unconsciously, she found a figure in front of her. It was a faithful dog for the celestial dragons. His name was Runta. He has a long scar on his face, and he came up with an indifferent expression and said, "No one will save you. You will not have any hope." He kept looking down at the woman who was sitting on the ground with disdain. He didn't show any mercy and pushed her to lose hope. Everyone has his own identity, his own value. But you are nothing but a dog. You've lost everything. This will never change. The little master looked up at Runta with indifference and abused him. "This will change. He will definitely come. I'm sure, he will come and help me." The little master was very angry and shouted. Although she didn't stop crying, she was full of hope that Trojan will come and help her. The most stupid thing in this world is hope, huh? After saying this, he turned and didn't say anything more. His past was very clear in his body. He was a slave for the celestial dragons, and he even forgets what hope is. All the slaves under the celestial dragons are leaving in despair and nothing but despair. The sea was roaring, billowing, and surging. When the storm comes, the thunder will scream, and the wind will blow. Rojan was standing on the bow, and with a fierce expression, he stared at the 3 pirate ships in front of him and shouted, "Kill!" Chapter 196, Kill them all. Half a day ago, he saw many pirates passing by one after another, but he couldn't restrain the desire in his heart. So, when he found a group of pirates humiliating a poor woman that was tied on their ship, he jumped out with anger and killed them. What he just did to those pirates caused a huge shock. They were in the last point of the first half of the Grand Line. As long as they passed this place and the Fishman Island, they'll enter the second half. Therefore, all pirate groups, either intentionally or tacitly, choose to stop fighting in this sea area. At the end of the first half, pirates should avoid conflicts against each other, otherwise, the Marine will arrest them, and they won't pass. However, just half a day ago, this tacit understanding was interrupted by Rojan. A pirate group with a total bounty of more than 100 million was shot by Rojan, and within 3 minutes, they got destroyed. This shocking scene caused a lot of panic among the pirates, and they kept staring at him. "You dare to kill in this area? Do you want to fight against all the pirates?" A pirate ship was sailing fast, and then stopped in front of the dragon roots, and one of the members on it said loudly. Wearing a captain's hat, a middle-aged man with a cross scar on his face stared at Rojan and shouted viciously. "What are you doing, kid?" Rojan neglected him and pretended that he didn't hear anything. This indifferent attitude angered the middle-aged man. After a while, some of the pirates who came around recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. It's cross pirates with a total bounty of more than 250 million. That guy, it's Lumba, he has a bounty of 100 million. Only famous pirates can come here. Their faces were well known to most people, and their reputation has spread throughout the world. Naturally, it's not easy to reach this place. From where did they come? Someone asked. I haven't seen any pirate banner, it seems that they are newcomers. After checking the dragon roots carefully, they said. Newcomer? Pirates were speechless. Weak pirates can't come into this area. Even if they did, they won't dare to fight here. They just killed a strong pirate group. So brave, how dare they to shoot in this area? We are almost at the Sabati archipelago, everyone avoids fighting in here. They don't understand the rules, I think. All the pirates looked at each other and kept talking. Many ships came over and surrounded the dragon roots, there were already 13 ships. As pirates were talking, one of Rojan's crew shouted. Hey bastard, move, don't block our path. Otherwise, we will kill you all. It was Danzō, he carried his gun on his shoulder while he said that with an indifferent tone. Who is that kid? This is insane. These words made all the pirates uncomfortable. The cross pirates were very angry to see this pirate regiment. Hey kid, you are a talky person, we'll teach you a good lesson. A blonde man with short hair stepped out and glanced at Danzō. This is Alec. There a bounty of 50 million on his head, it's rumored that he is a devil fruit user. The rest of the pirate regiments immediately recognized him. As he heard that, Danzō moved forward, bent his knees, and then he pulled the trigger. One shot, no more. He aimed and he was sure that he won't miss the target. As he said that, he aimed and shot. On the deck, Alec wanted to jump and avoid this bullet, but his body trembled, and a hole of blood appeared in his forehead. In less than a moment, he fell straight. Ding. Unbelievable, everyone got shocked seeing such a scene. The 50 million Alec was killed by a single shot, it took only 1 second or less. Are you kidding me? Who the hell is that kid? What the hell is going on? Who are those bastards? Everyone was shocked, this gun master killed a very strong pirate, this was just amazing. Can I have the honor to finish them all? On the dragon roots, Danzō looked at his crew and asked. Obviously, they are not strong enough, no one dares to fight us. I think you can do it. Crocodile puffed the smoke and answered with arrogance. He didn't even care about the numerous pirate crews in front of him. Thinking about it, they have passed through a long journey full of dangers and ferocious battles. Besides, they were about to reach the second half of the Grand Line and they'll face the Celestial Dragon soon, how could they care about the chickens in front of them? Danzō nodded, and then he raised his gun. After a breath, he put his index and snapped the trigger. In a blink of an eye, an extremely dangerous breath swept across Lumba's pirates. No, don't do that. As he said that, Danzō pulled the trigger. Boom. It took only 1 second, and a large hole appeared in Lumba's head, making him fell straight. On the dragon roots, Danzō slowly moved his muzzle to point to the next person. At this moment, all the pirates got panicked. Oh my god, he killed the 100 million pirates in one single shot. If he could solve strong pirates with one single shot, what would he do with normal pirates then? Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire sounded 6 times in a row. In a short while, all the cross pirates were dead. Watching this horrible scene, all the surrounded pirates became afraid. We should not mess with him. Everyone looked at Trojan's group, and they wanted to disappear as if they have never been here. This group was too mysterious and violent. Only one guy killed a whole strong crew with his gun. Who dares to confront this guy? If you want to die, just ask me, Danzō is always available. Danzō said that in a sarcastic mode. After he said that, all the ships ran away, and no one dared to provoke Rojan's crew again. After what happened in this sea area, the Wraith's reputation has spread all over the world within a short time. Because of this, many more powerful pirates became interested to confront them. One day later, a large pirate group with their 3 ships approached the dragon roots. A bloody war was about to happen, but Trojan was indifferent, and he didn't pay much attention. He neglected them for a while, and then he slowly stood up and stared at the oncoming ships. Get ready to kill new groups. In this raging scene, Rojan ordered his group coldly. Chapter 197, Flying Dragons. These oncoming pirates were extremely famous throughout the first half of the Grand Line. Their total bounty has reached 460 million. The 3 captains have reached a total of 235 million. It seems that this group of pirates with its large base was one of the strongest in this area. Even more, they seem to have powerful high-end skills. Such a group, many powerful persons would be afraid in front of them, facing them is like suicide. A group of pirates that reach this level must be elites. Even more, the amount of terror can make people scale numb. I've heard that there are new people making a mess in this area, we need to kill them and have some fun. We are all angry, life without fighting is so boring. We are here for the sake of wine, money, and women. We need to kill and steal. Yeah, right, Only fighting and spilling blood will bring happiness to us. At the prow position, a tall man raised his head and drank hard wine, and then he said all of that. The crew behind him were very excited about hearing this, and they raised their arms. It's a pity to fight against those chickens, we need a real war. Glenn shook his head, expressed disdain for the boat floating 100 meters away in front of them. Only in terms of the volume of ships, they can crush the oncoming boat, not to mention the huge difference in the number of pirates with each side. Even if the other side were powerful, Glenn trusts his brothers in the pirate ships. Captain, let's kill them, they'll be dead meat in few seconds. We didn't fight for a long time, we need to see blood again. Behind Glenn, a long-haired man licked his lips and snorted. His eyes were red as if he hadn't slept for several days, and also, it was full of madness and fierceness. It's all yours then. Glenn responded immediately. He thought that a small group of pirates of newcomers wasn't worth his attention at all. I heard that they killed Lumba in one shot. Lumba has a bounty of 100 million. So what? He might have good luck fighting against Lumba, it's nothing. Kill them, this is our world. These men were very arrogant, they don't have ambitions, they only wanted to kill and conquer. All the members of this group didn't pay much attention to Rojan and his crew. They kept thinking about the next destination, the second half of the Grand Line. The ships on both sides approached quickly because the lack of attention paid to Rojan's group. Glenn and his crew didn't even pull out the cannons. The close fight between the two sides can make the blood in their bodies boil more, and release the mania brought by the boredom in the sea during this period. In an instant, the distance between the two sides was only 50 meters. Every one of you should solve one ship, move quickly. Rojan commanded his group and he was full of confidence. Next to him, Crocodile and Jason nodded. Danzō didn't take any action this time, he bent his knees and chose on ship as a target. Behind them, the 6 dragon elephants were very angry. In a moment, they called Rojan and said, Captain, we want to fight too. Have you mastered the 6 powers? Rojan turned and asked them. When they heard this question, they felt lost. After practicing the dragon elephant's skills, and the increment of their physical fitness during this period, they still can't join the fight. As for the 6 powers, Jason promised them to teach it when at the right time. As soon as you master the 6 powers, you'll join us. As he said that, Rojan's figure disappeared and then reappeared in the air. At the same time, Crocodile and Jason looked at each other, and then, their bodies flickered and appeared in the air also. The 3 were very fast. In the eyes of everyone, they moved forward in midair with very high speed. With each step, a ripple appeared in the void. The speed was amazing. In only 3 seconds, they have reached 30 meters ahead. Hey, look, I think that those 3 people are walking in the air. All the pirates got shocked seeing them walking in the void. Are you kidding me? Glenn couldn't believe his eyes. He suddenly felt that this war will not end in a good way. He seemed to underestimate this group of guys. After all, normal people can't walk in the midair, just like walking on the ground or leaping tens of meters in one step. 5 or 6 seconds later, Rojan and his mates had fallen from the sky and landed on the 3 ships. 1 person on each boat, 1 person against a whole crew. Are they serious? So arrogant. Glenn was very angry, and he took a sip of wine fiercely. Go, kill them all. As he said that, all the 200 members of this pirate group roared angrily and rushed toward the 3. They wanted to kill, cut them into pieces. As they moved forward, something happened that scared them. Horrible sand grains swept in front of them. They saw the grain of sand floated from the shoulder of the fierce-looking man and then a strong wind blew. It was like a dragon roaring with anger and suddenly covered the entire ship. On the other ship, all pirates heard the angry roaring. Strength increase, 400 times. Dragons 18 palms. As they heard that, they looked up, and they saw many dragons flying and hovering across the ship. Every time the dragons roared, a sound of bombardment came out. Our ships, it's going to destroy. Oh my god. The pirates screamed when they saw this horrible scene. Chapter 198, The Best Leader in the World. Rojan's ship was like a mantis in front of a huge van from the beginning, but when it comes to the end, it became a huge lion with a fierce breath. This horrified Glenn and his pirates. Their ships began to shake and it was about to collapse at any time. This scene was scary for Glenn and his pirates. Was it a devil fruit ability or what? When he found that his 2 other ships were in big danger with the power of the other side, Glenn's face changed immediately, and he stared at Rojan for the first time. It was clear from the first sight and from the wanted posters that Jason and Crocodile were powerful. What about this little guy, Rojan? He also dared to rush alone against a whole ship member. While he was staring at him, Rojan kept stepping forward at a slow pace. Oh! An overbearing breath swept out across the ship in a blink of an eye, exactly like the gust of the wind. Crack! The doors and the deck got cracked by this power. Even some fragile items, such as glass plates and crystal lamps, burst directly. Glenn was even more shocked when he saw that most of his crew fell down heavily and they passed out. This is... He didn't know what to say, he was in a huge shock. What was happening? This was an unusual scene in this area. This guy almost wipes the entire pirates in a short time. Boom. Just then, a loud noise was heard from Jason's ship. When Glenn turned his head, he saw dozens of pirates screaming in the air and then fell into the sea. Who the hell are those guys? How could anyone be strong like that? After 5 minutes, Glenn's crew were all dead, and Rojan was about to leave. Fight me. Although he was confused and disappointed, Glenn finally had the courage and shouted. With a loud roar, his figure began to swell and a golden fur grew. He seemed to be a devil fruit user, type zone. Rojan was a little surprised because he didn't think that he would find some strength in this pirate group. This Glenn, the devil fruit user, he might be strong. Interesting. Stepping out, a cyclone appeared on the deck and Rojan's figure disappeared again. Moonwalk. Choke. From the air, a long sword rushed toward Glenn. And then, a shadow appeared in front of Glenn's neck. It was sharp and extremely fast. The transformation of Glenn stopped. He already became a beast with the golden fur on his body. Fast. Very fast. The speed of this Rojan is horrible. What are you going to do? Borrow your head and tell them I'm coming. An indifferent voice came out, and the sword edge moved. Glenn didn't figure out what the other party said. Who is? He wanted to ask, but the sword was very sharp, and it already pierced into his neck. He felt the death at this moment, and the transformation in his body quickly receded. Ugh. I'm so weak. Glenn was in despair at this moment. His weakness killed him. The battle didn't last long. He died before he could even transform. He didn't do anything. He was a useless captain at that war. Rojan didn't utter a word. He put his sword into its sheath and walked away. He has reached the 365 Aku points. His strength reached the peak at this time. He could defeat many powerful fighters with his martial arts only. When all the 365 Aku points are opened, the chi of the whole body can never be exhausted. Using chi, he was urged to make progress in his body. At this time, he could easily pass 10 meters in one step. His body was lithe like the light and the wind, and his speed was like the lightning. It can be said that he has reached the superhuman level. With such a state, even if it was impossible to conquer the real world, you can conquer the world of pirates. My current strength should be equivalent to a pirate with a bounty of 300 or 400 million. This was only Rojan's predictions. If he really wants to know, he should fight against this level, be sure. Looking at the remaining pirates in Rojan's field that were shaking and about to fall to the ground, Rojan waved his sword. At this time, Rojan has finished his battle. On the other side, the battle was about to end. Crocodile sand swept around, drying up many pirates. This terrifying ability was hard to resist. Under the fear, many pirates jumped to the sea to avoid this sand. Jumping to the sea was a smart move from some pirates. Crocodile's sand cannot kill under the water. Jason's battle was on fire. He kept destroying everything in front of him. With his bare hands, he almost demolished the entire ship. At the end of this glorious war, the dragon roots approached. Rojan's system balance has reached an astonishing 1.8 billion from this battle and the previous ones. The mess that Rojan made in this area was finally noticed by the Marine Department. It's Rojan. In the Marine headquarters, Kong was very angry. He is the one who established the Wrath Pirates. No wonder, that's why these people are so bold, so blatant against the world government. These pirates, their bounty has reached 700 million. How crazy are they? They don't have problems with us only, even the other pirates, the Wraith kept killing them. What is this Rojan trying to do? No one could understand his guy. Fleet Admiral, recently, we've heard some news that the Celestial Dragon fought against Rojan and took back one of them. Sengoku was in a strange mood. Celestial Dragons? He kept silent for the moment, and immediately, he stared at the wanted posters of Rojan and his crew, and his expression suddenly changed. That's too bad, they are going to marry Joey's. He finally understood the purpose of Rojan. Starting with Spandam, and coming to this side. They're only one meaning, which means that they are declaring the war against the Celestial Dragons. Yes, I guess so. I know something about him. Saying that, Sengoku paused for a while and then continued. Rojan's goal is 100% her. Really? He is trying to show that he is the best leader in this world. He is coming then. Chapter 199, The New Bounty. Rojan's intention was finally recognized. At the moment of reaching this destination, he announced his arrival in a high profile. He gave everyone a signal, telling the world, the Marines, and the Celestial Dragons that no one can hurt his companions, his brother, no matter who was the enemy. Killing Spandam and eliminating the pirates, his series of actions were extremely high profile. Because, from this moment, he has grown, he has power. He is no longer that young man who was alone and trying to avoid people, he is a man with a bunch of brothers around him. This guy is on fire. Boom. In the sea, the storms and thunders were raging and the rain kept falling. In this harsh weather, the dragon roots didn't stop and cut the waves, the canvas rose and the flag kept fluttering. The Sabati is here. Rojan was standing on the bow, and he didn't get wet at all, as if the raindrops avoided him. The strong wind blows his forehead, and his eyes were bright and brilliant. Not far away from the dragon roots, a pirate ship saw them moving fast in the storm. Immediately they gave them the way, they didn't dare to provoke them after what they have heard. The Wraith, it's the Wraith pirates. They are the most terrible ones. Yesterday, the Marine Headquarters issued a new series of bounties. The guy named Rojan has a total bounty of 350 million. Crocodile, a bounty of 200 million. Jason, a bounty of 250 million. The Gunmaster Trensu, 190 million. This group is so cruel, they have a total of 990 million. What the hell are they going to do now? Pirates in the rear whispered when they saw Rojan's crew passing by from them. This group of people is mysterious and furious as if it suddenly appeared. No one ever heard about them before, but in the moment of appearance, they killed 3 strong pirate groups with extremely tough means, and they became famous in a short time. The Marine Headquarters and the world government also paid great attention to this group and came out with a shocking bounty. The storm was about to disappear. When the dragon roots approached the shores of the Sabati, the sky became clear, and the sun shone. Finally, we are here. Jason wiped his eyes and stretched his hands. They were very clear that this time things are going to be very serious. They didn't come here to play, they have an important goal to chase. Troublesome Island. Crocodile condensed. The end of the first half of the Grand Line has never been a calm place. All the pirates who want to enter the second half will gather here. It can be said that this is the most chaotic and the most complicated pirate gathering place in the first half. On this island, you won't know what kind of enemy you'll encounter. Of course, besides the Marines, pirates are the greatest threat to the Wraith. Between crews and others, you'll find a few friends and more enemies. It was like the fight between Crocodile and Doflamingo, they have to understand each other's strengths first. Let's enter the island. Don't forget to hide your identity and keep a low profile during this time. This island is very complicated, you need to be safe. Rojan slowly folded the newspaper in his hand and put it in his pocket. He looks very serious at that moment. As he said, the Sabati is a very troublesome island. Almost all the supernova pirates are gathered here, and these people are very difficult to deal with. In addition, Rojan found that the 4 future 4 emperors Kaido, Whitebeard, Shanks, and Big Mom were as strong as these people. Shiki the Golden Lion has a bounty of 320 million, and a total of 500 million in his crew. Marco the Phoenix, 300 million, and a total of 450 million in his crew. With deep eyes and serious expression, Rojan kept thinking about these pirates. This is a big era, it needs power. It can be seen from the power of the supernova. It's like big waves, it eliminates weak people or the unlucky ones, they'll drown in the torrent of the times, and won't be remembered by the future generations. It was stupid to judge the current situation in accordance with the manga. Rojan has already overestimated the quality of the strong men in this world. But at this point, he still found himself wrong. Not enough information. Rojan has realized his flaws. Are they strong enough? The total bounty has reached 990 million, and it proves that they were extremely strong. Even in this period of supernova, it can be ranked in the top 3. However, Rojan didn't compare himself with supernova, he chose the famous strong pirates in this world, and he found that he needs to be stronger. Only 4 members of his crew could join in the battle, the 6 dragon elephants were not as strong as the main leaders of the crew. In the first half, they might be powerful masters. Of course, they were facing weak pirates comparing with the ones in the second half. In this era, many powerful guys just went out to the sea, and they made it chaotic. They have become famous in a very short period of time, causing the Marine to be in a mess. Rojan found it out when he came to this island. Here, fighting against the Marines is like a little dispute with one of the normal pirates. These 6 fellows are not strong enough, they still need time. Rojan was helpless, his crew was established within a few days, and its configuration wasn't complete yet. After thinking for a moment, Rojan made up his mind. If they can't participate in this incident, I can let them do something else. The crowd quickly got off the boat and entered the Sabati. As the end point of the first half, there's a lot of traffic here every day, it's impossible to count how many pirates in here. Even if the Marines decided to face one of the pirates, it would be like a spark that starts the big fire. A bad suppression will bring a great disaster to the island. Chapter 200, Zephyr, the Admiral. What makes the Marines even more scared is that the Sabati is the holy land of the celestial dragons, and most of them live on it. Once the war starts, these nobles will get hurt, and it will lead to ominous consequences for the Marines. Therefore, this unique tacit understanding is quietly observed. However, the pirates do not act recklessly and chose to stay low profile, to avoid conflicts. Rojan and his crew entered the island and quickly disappeared inside it. It's not easy to catch someone in this huge archipelago. After 10 minutes, Rojan's group stopped suddenly. "Captain, look there," Danzō whispered. Everyone looked at the place pointed by Danzō, and their eyes immediately shrank. Not far away, a group of Marines was walking quickly and they were very serious. They directly stared at the man who leads this group. He was a tall man with purple hair. He looked very angry. What shocked everyone was the rank of this guy. "Amazing, it's the Admiral of the Marine Department." "The Black Arm Z," Crocodile said with a serious tone. The silent middle-aged man who led the group of young people was Admiral Z. It's rumored that he was dispatched by the superiors to maintain the stability in the Sabati archipelago for a period of time, but I don't think that it's real. Rojan condensed. Rojan wasn't in a hurry. There's no need for an admiral to face, only if this mission went wrong. The purpose of this visit was to save people. They have to avoid fighting as much as they could. This old guy is not easy to deal with. It can be said that he is as strong as Garp. He is definitely one of the strongest in the Marines at this time. Jason's eyes flashed when he said that. They were sure that the other party wasn't easy to mess with. They've been on this island for a long time, and they haven't seen any chaos in the street. If there's an admiral in charge, who dares to make a mess? Let's go. After watching Z, Rojan's group walked away. The streets were crowded. Naturally, the admiral won't notice that someone was watching him in secret. After walking for another 30 minutes, Rojan looked at the hotel in front of him and smiled. Grove 13 of Sabati Archipelago, Shaki's ripoff bar. His goal at that time was exactly this bar, more precisely, the people in this bar. "Captain, are we going in?" Jason was very curious. He didn't know the reason behind coming here. "Go in." Rojan didn't explain anything, he just stepped in. Immediately, they opened the door and followed Rojan. The bar was empty, only 5 or 6 guests were standing lonely and drink. You could hear calm music playing in the background, which adds a touching atmosphere to the bar. "You're 10? Find somewhere to sit." In front of them, a woman in her 30s who had a cigarette in her mouth and wiping her glasses. "I'm looking for someone." Rojan smiled and said softly. "Huh?" She stopped and then she looked at Rojan with a surprise. "You look familiar." "Really?" Rojan answered with a smile. "But I don't have the person you're looking for." "Find a place for you to sit." "What can I give you to drink?" 3 bottles of rum then." Rojan waved his hands to his crew to sit down. "Captain, do you know that woman?" Danzō looked at the bartender and asked Rojan with curiosity. "She used to be a pirate in the past." Rojan whispered. "Unbelievable." Everyone was amazed, and they looked at her again. At this time, she came with 3 bottles and put them on the table. "Stop talking about me, I can hear you clearly." With a few warnings from her eyes, she smiled. "Madam, I want to see your husband." Rojan didn't wait and asked her immediately. "And for what?" She answered him with indifference. "I want him to do me a favor." Rojan answered quickly. "He is not here." As she said that, she turned and left, ignoring the whole crowd. Rojan was calm at that moment, he just smiled and kept drinking with his mates. They left after an hour neglecting the main reason they came for. "Captain, what shall we do next?" "Just have fun." Rojan smiled. Taking a rest after a long journey full of battles and adventures, it would make sailors very happy. In this island, you could find a diversity of creatures from this world. It can be said that staying here is a pleasure for everyone, and here you could find everything you need. The Wraith started looking for fun and delicious food after leaving the bar. Till now, they didn't face any problem at all. In the evening, a middle-aged man with wavy hair and glasses stepped into Shaki's ripoff bar. An octopus fishman was behind him, holding a stack of paper in his hands. "Ah, you are back." Shakayaku greeted him immediately. "Well, it's hard to serve today's guests." The middle-aged man was a bit tired. At noon, a young man asked for you, Shakayaku said. "Really?" A doubt appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "What is it like?" "I didn't pay much attention, I don't know." She answered with indifference. The middle-aged man was helpless. In this place, most people don't know him. There must be something happened if a strange man came to find him. At this time, the fishman came forward to put a stack of paper on the bar and began to flip it. Shakayaku glanced and she noticed several wanted posters. "What are you doing with this, Hachin?" "I wanted to see what kind of pirates I would face when I go to the sea." Hachin answered with a sigh. You'll die immediately if you went to the sea, haha. She mocked at him. Hachen didn't respond and continued to flip. Suddenly, Shakayaku moved and pressed on his arm. Wait a second. She looked at the wanted poster and pointed her finger on it. That's right, it's him. It's the kid who was looking for you this day. He is a pirate. Oh? The middle-aged man looked surprised. It was a young man with a faint smile on his face, under his picture, an astonishing bounty that shocked everyone. Seeing this huge bounty, Hachen shouted. Rojan, the captain of the Wraith, 350 million. Chapter 201, Big Troubles on the Way. He is a terrible guy, the Marine put 350 million on his head. Shakayaku was a little surprised, she couldn't help but look at the wanted poster several times. When the middle-aged man heard Rojan's name, he got stunned. As he remembers, when Roger was executed, his little brother escaped from the Logue town. Is it possible that he became stronger and established his pirate regiment? The Marine put a huge bounty on his head. It can be said that he became at the top of the supernova. His strength must be astonishing. He strode forward and took the wanted poster from Hachen. Rojan, ha. When he said that, his eyes flashed and he seemed to know something by his smile. Really, do you know him? When she saw his expression, Shakayaku seemed to understand something. Well, I didn't expect to see this little kid in here. Rayleigh nodded, and then he turned around and walked outside. Where are you going? Shakayaku shouted. I'm going to hang around. Rayleigh waved his hand and left. In a playground. Wow, that's cool. Jason was in a roller coaster and shouted. From low to high and then from high to low, this kind of stimulating movement that makes your heart beat faster is just awesome. Behind Jason and in front of him, all the crew members were happy in this roller. The Sabati archipelago is very distinctive, and even this roller coaster is made of bubbles. These bubbles are very tough and hard to break. This kind of amusement makes people very happy. In addition to the roller coaster made of bubbles, there are bumper bubbles, flying bubbles, and many other games. Everyone was excited to stay and try everything. The time passed slowly, and the evening finally come. At that time, Rojan and his mates were tired. When they were about to leave, a middle-aged man walked slowly at the gate of the amusement park. Finally. After seeing Rojan, the middle-aged man smiled. He was very happy to see that kid. It has been a long time since he saw him. He stood at the door and waited for the wraith to come out. 5 minutes later, Rojan came to the door. Jason and the others were having fun and they were talking loudly. Even Crocodile, who was known by his ruthless face, at this time he was smiling. Rojan. Suddenly, someone called Rojan from the side of the door. Rojan was stunned. He looked up and tried to see. Are you looking for me? The middle-aged man laughed and strode slowly. When he approached, Rojan smiled. I didn't expect you to come. So do I didn't expect that you would know where I am. Rayleigh shook his head, but he wasn't doubted at all. As early as Roger had known, this magical little guy seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Come with me. Looking at the confused expression on Jason's face and the others, Rayleigh smiled and turned to take the crowd away. He was wearing flip-flops, and he looks like an old man with his gray hair. This appearance was very strange for the rest of the crew. However, Rojan knew that this man was one of the most powerful people in the world and the deputy captain of the pirates that conquered the Grand Line. He is known as Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King. After a while, they came to Shaki's rip-off bar. We're back again. Danzō sighed, and only at this moment, everyone understood that this was the man that Rojan was looking for. When Shakayaku saw them back, she stepped forward and put the cups on the table and poured some wine. It's hard for me to imagine how long it took you to come here. Rayleigh looked at Rojan with admiration in his eyes. Unexpectedly, really unexpectedly, the young man who had no strength had grown to the present state. Too fast, really too fast. I'm afraid that even Roger wouldn't think of it. Rayleigh, I need your help. I have something to ask. Rojan responded with a smile and then his voice condensed. I'm already retired, your brother has already tossed me out in the past, and here you are. Rayleigh laughed. There's only you in this world that can help me. Rojan was confused. Please. He didn't let the way for Rayleigh to refuse. The thing that made Rayleigh helpless. This look, you look exactly like him. He used to look at me like that. Okay, I'll help this family again, haha. Seeing that the other party accepted with a smile on his face, Rojan cheered up. Ha ha ha. The night has come already. Shaki turned on the light, and then she walked to the door and closed it, leaving the room for everyone to talk. When she came back, she heard a terrible message. If she's right, the identity of this kid will shock the world. I'm going to marry Joey's. Rojan looked at Rayleigh's eyes when he said that with a serious tone. He was right, only Rayleigh could help him in this matter. Although Rayleigh has retired, his power was still at the peak. Rojan needs this man by his side. It would be effective in the next bloody war. It's the holy land of the celestial dragons. Why do you want to go there? Rayleigh's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand the trouble he was about to get in. My companion is there. Rojan's tone was very serious. He was talking about the little master, and everyone came here to bring her back. Why would a celestial dragon leave his hometown and hide behind a cat figure? There must be great pain behind this. As comrades, they would give their lives if it's necessary just to save her. The Holy Land, Mage-wise, we must go there. Big trouble's on the way. Rayleigh sighed. Chapter 202, They Didn't Kneel? As Rayleigh said, that will be very troublesome, and even more troublesome than Rojan thought. The celestial dragons represent the supreme aristocracy of the world. They look down upon all living beings, regard ordinary people as slaves, and raise themselves to the position of creator. This invisible majesty and power have developed for hundreds of years or even thousands of years. The Holy Land, Mage-wise, is where these guys live. It can be said that it's hard to break into this area. Thinking about it, Rojan and the others might fail to break into the Celestial Dragon's area. I heard that the Golden Lion will launch an attack on the Marine headquarters in 5 days. Rojan looked at Rayleigh and smirked. Good opportunity, right? Rayleigh understood the point of Rojan. It is simply impossible for a person, or a pirate crew in its beginning to accomplish such a thing. But, if the Golden Lion will attract the attention of the world, and especially the higher ranks of the Marine Department, Rojan might be lucky and bring back his companion with no loss. The Golden Lion wants to maintain his supreme position, and I have to chase this opportunity. Rojan smiled. You don't have enough power for that kind of confrontation. Rayleigh shook his head. I have something inside me that urges me to. I have faith in this crew. Rojan nodded. What's your plan? Rayleigh knew that Rojan had a plan in his mind. The two kept talking the whole night. Rojan's plan was good, and with the help of Rayleigh, it became a perfect one. When everything was settled, Rojan and his group left the bar, leaving the 6 dragon elephants there. At this time, the 6 of them kept looking at each other and then at Rayleigh. Hey, old man, let's go, there must be something to do. One of them suddenly looked at Rayleigh and said. Rayleigh was silent, and the dragon elephants were bored and they wanted to leave. No, kid, Rojan asked me to take care of you, and this is for your safety. From today, oh no, tomorrow, the island will be on fire, and it would be risky for you to go out. Rayleigh shook his head. Get out of the way, we don't have time for you, we won't let our captain alone. They were angry and they wanted to leave. Stop talking with him, let's go to our captain. The rest dragon elephants thought for a while and then agreed. Last night, they were confused when their captain told them how dangerous this task would be. With all the dangerous pirates in this area and the marine forces, it can be said that the 6 dragon elephants with their power won't make a difference. Hey guys, I think that you didn't take my word seriously. Seeing them leaving the bar, Rayleigh shouted immediately. Old man, we really don't have time for you. One of them answered and then waved to his mates. Let's go. They nodded and followed him. They thought that their captain needs them. At this moment, Rayleigh sighed and shook his head. I want to be soft with them, but... In the next moment, his figure disappeared and reappeared in front of them. Oh. The 6 guys stopped, and they got stunned. In the next moment, they lost consciousness and fell to the ground. I'm sorry, but your captain told me to keep an eye on you. Rayleigh sighed. He understood Rojan's idea. Although the 6 weren't that weak, they will be useless in the face of the next storm. In the streets of the city, 4 men in black robes and different masks walked slowly on the street. These 4 men were very attractive. People on the streets kept looking at them with shock. The 2 on the right and on the left were the most remarkable. They were 2.5 meters in height. And they seemed to be very strong from the look on their faces. These guys are pirates. Standing at the side of the street, a young man with a baseball cap whispered. Don't talk nonsense, and hurry up, we still have many things to buy. Beside him, his friend urged. Don't worry, these 4 guys are absolutely extraordinary, my intuition tells me that they are as strong as us. The man with the baseball cap whispered. Are you kidding me? His friend was shocked, and he kept looking at the 4 people ahead. Their pirate group was definitely among the best in this area. Could they meet someone strong like them? It was hard for people to identify these black-suited men with the mask on their faces. The 2 kept staring at the 4 people and tried to identify them. At the same moment, a sudden cry came across the street. They turned immediately, and they found a man knelt in a hurry. Celestial dragons. The man with the baseball cap was shocked. He grabbed his partner and quickly fell down on his knees, just like the others around him. Although the celestial dragon didn't reach this place yet, everyone knelt to the ground. Only those 4 people kept walking on the street and they didn't pay attention. The footsteps approached slowly. 5 or 6 seconds later, the 2 friends heard the celestial dragons passing in front of them, so they breathed a sigh of relief. What about those 4 guys? He was very curious. He raised his head and looked carefully. He noticed that the civilians around him were nervous, and some of them were sweating. It was a horrible scene, as if it was a beast was passing by, not a human at all. He turned his head and wanted to see the 4 guys. They didn't kneel? He was shocked. In the same way, one of the celestial dragons, who was holding a chain of a slave in front of him, became angry. This is humiliating. They dared to not kneel in front of us. They have to die. I'll do it by myself. He'll get rewarded for his bravery. With a smirk on his face, the celestial dragon took the golden revolver from his hand and pointed. Chapter 203, The Death of the Celestial Dragon. Seeing the 4 people walking in front of the celestial dragons, the civilians were stunned, and the fear appeared on their faces. What's the matter of these guys? How dare they? Oh my god. They have angered the celestial dragons. I hope that we will not get involved. They must be newcomers who just entered the island. I think that they are looking for death. Kneeling on the ground, people kept whispering and looking at the scene secretly. These 4 guys, do they want to die? The man with the baseball cap whispered to his friend. Stupid people. It was obvious that these 4 have the power to compete with strong pirates, but dying in the hands of the celestial dragons, that would be very sad. The slave of the celestial dragon was a supernova last year. After offending the celestial dragon, he was treated as a slave. There was 230 million as a bounty on his head before slavery. However, in the next second, something happened made his eyes open. Oh god. Don't attack PLS. He even cursed in his heart. While he was looking at the 4 men, he has seen one of them that raised his hand which became black. It turned out to be a gun. That's insane. That guy dared to point his gun at one of the celestial dragons. Is he going to shoot the celestial dragon? What made him shocked was his 3 mates didn't stop him. Don't they know the consequences of such action? This will inevitably attract the admirals and the whole world to this island. The man with the baseball cap was going crazy. At this moment, the scene became calm in the street. In the next second, everyone heard a brief conversation. Done? Almost there. The brief conversation made everyone confused. They wanted to understand, but it didn't take much time until they heard the next sound. Boom. Everyone's heart trembled to hear this loud sound. At this time, the celestial dragon was about to raise his hand and... puff. The bubble on his head exploded. No one believed what they just saw. Even the celestial dragons, the fear appeared in their eyes. Gradually, the light in the celestial dragon's eyes dissipated and passed out. Oh, my god. It seemed that time has stopped. 3 seconds later, all the civilians screamed and ran with panic. Run. Run. With a scream, everyone hurried and left the place. As if they woke up from a nightmare. Damn. Oh, god. The one with the baseball cap ran quickly with his companion and he didn't dare to look behind. Run, we might die because of these 4 bastards. As he ran, he shouted loudly. The companions seemed to understand the seriousness of this matter. The tension and panic appeared on their faces. What troublesome. One of the celestial dragons got killed. This is the first horrible incident in so many years. It can be said that soon, this area will be completely taken over by the powerful marine forces. Even the admirals will be very angry. From now on, all the pirates on this island will suffer. Let's leave. The 4 guys realize that they have done something terrible by killing this guy, so they turned around without hesitation. When the whole street became empty, the black-suited man trembled, looked at the fallen celestial dragon, he swallowed his throat, and his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. He was stunned, and he didn't know what to do and what to say. Hey, Captain, we have to call the Marines. At this time, someone reminded him. Oh, yes, I'll call them. The captain was still in a daze. He was shivering. He took the Dendenmushi and called the garrison of the Sabati archipelago. Hey! Immediately, he shouted. Hurry up, send troops to Area 40, something is happening. The captain was very nervous. What's the big deal? The garrison wondered. Someone killed a celestial dragon. On the other side of the Dendenmushi, the garrison was stunned and he went to call the troops. Something terrible just happened. Soon, the whole island will suffer. Inside the bar, Doflamingo and his crew were drinking. One of the celestial dragons is killed. Let's go. Doflamingo's face became serious, and he lost the mood to drink. He stood up and walked quickly toward the door without hesitation. When they left the bar, they saw a fleet of fast-moving marines. Damn, who dared to do that? Hearing the news, many pirates in the Sabati decided to leave the island immediately. In just 5 minutes or less, dozens of pirate ships sailed away from the port, as if they had encountered the end of the world. They were frightened and didn't dare to stay. The news spread all over the island in a short while. Many powerful pirates heard the news, It can be said that they got shocked a little bit, but they didn't leave and kept drinking as if nothing happened. Captain, something terrible just happened. Someone killed a celestial dragon. The man with the baseball cap was breathing hard and shouted loudly. Someone dared to do that? Shiki was a little surprised, and then he smiled. I'm not alone. I didn't expect that there is such kind of guys in this world. That's good. Rather than panic, he laughed aloud. Aren't we going to escape? The man wondered. Run? Why do we have to run? We are lucky to witness a rare battle in the world, rest assured. At this juncture, the Marines' attention is on the headquarters. They have no time to pay attention here. Shiki smiled with confidence. In a calm coffee shop, a tall man with a bear hat was reading quietly. When he heard the news, he slightly hesitated and then continued flipping through the book calmly. Outside the suburb, under a large tree, a group of women was playing cards. Sister, shocking news. A celestial dragon has been killed. Everyone who was there got shocked. Their captain seemed to be calm. He didn't utter a word from the beginning, but then she turned and said, Don't be panic, there must be more excitement. Pirates who dared to come to this part of the world are very strong with great courage. Facing such an incident, they won't panic because they believe in their power. Chapter 204, Kill Them. A celestial dragon was killed. The whole island is surrounded by a large number of Marines, and many soldiers were running fast looking for the criminal. The island became under the control of the Marines. People on that island were shocked when they saw such a scene. It wasn't a joke, he has been killed really. The celestial dragon was lying on the ground with blood hole between his eyebrows, and the red blood was flowing on the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Admiral Z. When everyone was looking at the dead corpse, a burly figure appeared and made a big step. What happened here? When he came to the field, Z glanced at the dead celestial dragon and then he asked with a deep voice. 10 minutes ago, St. Charlos passed away. 4 people that didn't kneel in front of the celestial dragons did that. The killer is one of them. Z was expressionless, and he glanced at Charlos again. It took only one shot, great gun master. He turned back and asked the guy who has witnessed the scene. Is the murderer identified? Not yet, they were 4 people wearing masks and black robes, that's all we have. The soldier answered quickly. Is it premeditated? What a brave man. Z looked serious. 4 unknown people with black robes and masks appeared here, and as soon as they saw St. Charlos, they killed him. This group must have a plan to do that. They dared to kill one of the world noble, they are so brave. Seal off the port immediately. These people may be pirates. Killing a celestial dragon is not a simple thing at all. Hi. The Marines responded immediately and left. 10 minutes later, a commander of the Marine came to Z and asked him. Admiral Z, we located the positions of all pirates in this island. Do you want to start? Let's begin. Z answered quickly. In a moment, all the Marines on the island began to move. Pirates in this island were all known, and after this disaster, they would be in a big danger, no matter how strong they were. Pirates in this island were all known, and after this disaster, they would be in a big danger, no matter how strong they were. Damn, we are stuck in here. Looking at the dense group of Marines all around, the pirates panicked and didn't know how to act. The zombies pirates have ugly faces, and they were just one of many pirate groups. There's a bounty of 130 million on the head of their captain. They were planning to stop here for a few days before going to Fishman Island. They didn't expect they would encounter such a thing here. Fight them. With a roar, all the pirates rushed up. These pirates from all over the world came here with the blood of enthusiasm, coupled with power. They became very fierce. The chaotic scene spread throughout the Sabati Island. The Marines moved quickly and controlled the port so that the Sabati archipelago became an iron bucket, and all the pirates inside it were stuck there. The death of the celestial dragon angered the high-ranked Marines. Such a bad incident, the pirates should pay for it with their blood. At that moment, cannonballs sounded everywhere, and the flames were burning all over the Sabati Island. Kill them. Fight those bastards. Pirates were roaring, pirates were too much, of course, this is the pirates' era. Even the Marines couldn't suppress such thing. When the war launched, the Wraith was in a dark alley. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Danzō was trembling and cursing all the time. It's too late to panic now, why didn't you hesitate to shoot from the beginning? Crocodile shouted and he was trembling also. What did they just do? It was a big mistake to kill a celestial dragon. Damn, you didn't tell me it was a celestial dragon. Also, he was about to shoot us, it's self-defense. Danzō became very emotional and impolite in the face of Crocodile. Show some respect, kid, I didn't order you to shoot him. The two quarreled with a low voice. Rojin had no choice but to pull them apart. If Danzō didn't attack, I would do that. And now we have nothing to do. Hearing Rojin's words, Danzō and Crocodile retreated. Crocodile trembled. He lit up his cigar and took a long puff. He wanted to calm down. "Give me one." Danzō asked Crocodile for a cigar. Crocodile stared at Danzō without saying anything, and then he threw a cigar at him. Everyone needs to calm down and try to find a solution. Rojan was helpless. The original plan was to walk around to collect some information about the pirate regiments for this day. The next day was the day to stir up the wind and rain of these pirates to aggravate their conflict. This conflict will attract the marine headquarters and they would knock the door easily. He didn't expect that he would meet the celestial dragons in the streets. Now, everything became a disaster. "Captain, listen outside, do we have to prepare ourselves to fight?" Jason looked at Rojan and asked him with a low voice. Upon hearing Jason's words, the three looked at each other and immediately ran to the end of the alley and looked carefully outside. This time, they found that the streets were crowded, and the pirates were fighting against the marines with bravery. Just 100 meters in front of them, a group of pirates was stained with blood, and their captain looked stern and fierce. He raised his sword and shouted, "Brothers, fight with honor. If these navies don't give us away, we will kill ourselves." "Ho!" the pirates shouted loudly behind him. After a while, the pirates jumped to the water. "Oh, my God!" Danzō was stunned. "Captain, we have to kill them secretly. They are going to see us." Jason asked awkwardly. He wanted to kill the pirates before the marines, otherwise, they will be seen and get caught. "You know what? Let's run." Rojan didn't hesitate and whispered to the three behind him. After a while, 4 figures in black robes jumped out of the alley and ran quickly in the street. The way they dressed immediately attracted the marines. "Damn it. Those are the killers, kill them." Chapter 205, Run. The black robes wearing by Rojan and his mates became known all over the island. Only Rojan, he didn't know that they became famous with these robes. Rojan and his friends thought that they were running from the marines. But actually, everyone wants to capture them. They just ignited the war between pirates and marines, and everyone wanted to kill them. "The pirates want to kill us, why? Aren't they fighting against the marines?" Rojan was angry and the others were confused. What to do? When they were running, the marines saw them, and immediately formed a team to kill them. Suddenly, everyone wanted to kill them, why? "We have nothing to do but killing them and run." Crocodile shouted. "Our identity has been exposed, we need to get rid of them and then hide quickly." Hearing this, everyone's eyes opened. "Let's do it." Rojan seemed to be excited. Suddenly, the 4 rushed toward the crowd. A total of 1 billion pirates, their strength was just amazing. As soon as they rushed, all the marines were down in a blink of an eye. "Oh my God, they are very strong." Seeing this horrifying attack, all the pirates retreated and they were afraid to attack. The 4 are in Area 21. In a blink of an eye, the Wraith's location spread all over the Sabati. In Area 3, a group of 15 people was running fast. They were very strong. Behind them, there were many corps of the marines killed by this group. "Boss, these marines are so weak." The pirates were laughing when they saw another wave of marines rushing toward them. "This group of people has eliminated 3 waves of marines already." "Of course, they are. We are crazy lion pirates, haha." One of them was very proud when he said that. Hundreds of millions were the bounties of the members of the Crazy Lion Pirates, and their captain has a total of 320 million on his head. There were 7 people at least in this strong group. This group with its strength can compete with 1 billion pirates. They were very confident, and they didn't leave the island because they weren't afraid at all. "We won't fear anything in this life, ha ha ha." Another one was very excited and he shouted. The captain of this group is a strong pirate who has golden hair and a scary face. When he heard his crew member, his eyes flashed and he laughed. They are really strong pirates. After moving forward, they found the marines in front of them retreated and didn't attack them. "Marine, what the hell? Are you afraid of us, haha Justice?" "Ha." The captain laughed loudly. "Crazy lion pirates, you are so brave." Suddenly, a sound came from behind the troop of the marines. Immediately, a burly man with a purple hair moved forward. The Crazy Lion pirates were shocked, and their pupils contracted. They weren't afraid, but they hesitated a little. They weren't stupid after all, they knew that this is the highest rank in the Marines, and his power was absolutely huge. "This is Admiral Z, you dared to launch an attack against the Marines on this island, you'll suffer." After seeing him coming over, all the pirates prepared for the fight. "Haha, I didn't expect to fight an admiral today. If we kill you here, we'll be famous again." The captain smiled, and then he stared at Z directly in the eyes. "We are Crazy Lion pirates, and I'm sure that you'll be honored to see our power." Their captain yelled loudly and waved his hand. Immediately, all the pirates behind him raised their weapons and prepared for the fight. He wasn't an arrogant person, But he knew very well that the enemy this time wasn't a normal marine soldier, it was the admiral of the marine department. Kill them. With a loud roar, all the crazy lion pirates rushed and their target was Z only. With a cold tone, Z stepped with his right foot, and in a blink of an eye, a cyclone appeared and his shape disappeared. He was as fast as lightning. In less than a moment, he reached the crowd. Armament hockey. With a loud voice, his right arm quickly covered by the armament hockey and the violent power broke out from the depth of his body. Armament hockey. At the same time, the captain also roared, and his right hand covered with black. He is a man that mastered the armament hockey. Boom. Die bastard. At this time, all the pirates launched an attack, some of them used their swords, and some used their guns. In the face of these pirates, Z was expressionless. Iron body. His body became hard like steel, and its density increased. All the attacks became useless in front of the admiral. Unbelievable. The crazy lion pirates didn't believe what they just saw, they panicked and their pupils contracted. Z and the crazy lion didn't stop the battle, their fists collided and both sides shouted. Everyone was shocked by the power of this admiral. Immediately afterward, he flew out like a shell. Boom. After hitting dozens of buildings in a row, the captain exhaled blood, and it seems that his hand was broken because he couldn't move it. One blow was enough to take the pirate of more than 300 million down. Looking at Z that was cold after that blow, all the pirates retreated and didn't want to rush again. Die bastards. In a while, Z shouted again, and as he shouted, all the pirates passed out. It took only 10 seconds to annihilate the crazy lion pirates. After finishing the pirates, Z turned his head and frowned. Oh. One more. As he said that, a group of women panicked. Run. Chapter 206, The First Contact. From the distance, the Phoenix pirates who were very confident of their power, they panicked after seeing this scene. This is the admiral, and this is his true power. He destroyed a whole pirate regiment in a short time. When Z turned his gaze, all the pirates who were there panicked and their hearts were beating hard. His eyes were full of disdain. The pirates immediately ran to avoid his horrible power. Run, run. The Phoenix pirates were very afraid and they left the place in a hurry. The guy who killed the crazy lion pirates is not an easy enemy to confront. Z stepped forward and he wanted to chase them, but at that moment, the den mushi in his pocket rang. Mushi, mushi. Z took out the den mushi and answered. Admiral Z, we found the killers, they are in Area 21. The voice on the other side was loud. Z eyes flashed, he stared at the running pirates and cursed. Lucky bastard. He turned and ordered his group. Go to Area 21, hurry up. As he said that, his figure disappeared. The guys who killed the celestial dragon are more important than those who ran away. It doesn't matter if they were strong or not, killing a celestial dragon needs a lot of courage, and that's what surprised Z. On the other side, the pirates ran for several kilometers and didn't stop. And then, they looked at each other and said, is he coming after us? No, Captain. Z turned and left this area. It seems that he discarded us and went after someone else. Discarded us? The captain was surprised. She was 17 years old, and she was a very beautiful girl and her eyes were bright. At this moment, the confused expression revealed her beauty and purity. It's alright, we are safe now. It's beyond our imagination, facing the admiral is very dangerous. They were very lucky. They didn't know how strong the admiral was, but after seeing the fight, they were panicked. They couldn't believe what they saw. The scene in the Sabati was chaotic. The civilians closed their doors tightly and they were afraid. In the streets, you can only hear screaming and gunfire sounds. The battle between the Marines and the pirates was very fierce. There were two reasons behind the existence of the admiral in here. One was to avenge the celestial dragon, and the other was to display the majesty of the Marines and suppress the arrogance of the pirates of this era. If everything goes well, the island will inevitably have peace for a very long term. On the way to Area 21, Z killed at least 20 or 30 pirates. Did you head the news? Admiral Z killed the whole crazy lion pirates. Oh my god. They were a very strong regiment. Then what shall we do? Countless pirates whispered. Fighting took place on the whole island, and the blood was merged into the rivers which became red. It was a brutal crackdown. Following Z, a large number of Marines arrived in Area 21. What's the plan to pull them out? With the arrival of the Admiral, some of the pirates in Area 21 have been eliminated and some of them ran away. Admiral Z, someone saw the killers heading toward Area 30, and now they are in Area 28. Immediately, after hearing the information, Z disappeared. Area 28. Rojan and his mates in black robes were running into the alley at a high speed. After glancing around, they found that no one was chasing them. They took off the black robes and the masks. What bad luck, Everyone wants to chase us. Jason was angry. From Area 21 to here, Rojan and his friends were running in one breath. Along the way, everyone attacks them without hesitation. It was a very long and hard run. This cross region took a full half an hour. Stop talking, we don't have time, change your clothes and let's leave. Our task is finished, we can't do anything in this chaotic island. Crocodile was very angry. Rojan and Danzō took the black robes and threw them in the alleyway. At the same time as they entered the lane, a middle-aged man with purple hair entered this area. It was Zephyr. As soon as he reached Area 28, he looked everywhere to find his target. Along the way, and after killing many pirates, he stood in a place not far away from Rojan. There's no news for the killers, they should be here. He kept looking at his den waiting for information for the killers. In the lane, Rojan and his friends changed their clothes and then left. We must be safe now. God, we were in hell. Jason exhaled slowly. Hey guys, over there, is that a coincidence? Jason was shocked when he saw the figure in front of him. Shut up. Crocodile was stunned also, and he whispered. Rojan's pupils contracted, and he held the Yuanhong sword. Danzō's eyes flashed, and he took his gun. At this time, I was about 100 meters away from Rojan. At a glance, he saw them. Pirates? With a flash in his eyes, he strode slowly. As he approached, Z recognized this group. Oh, I didn't imagine that I would find a big fish in here. He stared at the 4 people in front of him one by one. These pirates worth more than 900 million. Did you kill all these pirates and marines? There was about 70 or more corpses around Rojan, which made Z wondering. Chapter 207, Z versus the Wraith. At this time, the two were only 30 meters away from each other. Something bad is going to happen. Danzō whispered. Don't panic, he probably doesn't know who we are. Rojan thought that Z didn't recognize them, and he just regarded them as stray fishes that he encountered by chance. Oh, that would be good. The 3 relaxed. Admiral Z, we have no intention to offend, let us leave. In their plan, they have to avoid fighting against high-end power. Now that we have met, how can I tolerate the departure of such a vicious man like you? Z strode forward, and he seemed to be serious. It seems that you want to fight. Rojan became angry. Rojan has never underestimated the Admiral power. He always put this rank beside the 4 emperors level. They are able to suppress any power in this world. The one in front of him is different than Kizaru. His strength is at the peak of his life. Also, this is the teacher of Kizaru, Kyuzen, and others. He taught many Marines elites, almost all young masters of the Marines. Be prepared, we'll fight him, and if we failed, you need to run as fast as you can. Rojan whispered to his mates. He could escape directly, but Z won't let this happen. Besides, Rojan wanted to know whether they can compete against an admiral or not. The 4 of them worth 1 billion, this fight will unleash their true power. As a battle against an admiral, Rojan won't underestimate his opponent, and he would do everything to win. I won't use the system from the beginning. He has to solve this problem and maximize the chance of saving the little master. I'm so excited, I'm going to fight the admiral soon. Crocodile was happy. Rojan growled suddenly. The 3 moved almost at the same time, and the cyclones under their feet appeared. Bang, bang. In a blink of an eye, the 4 disappeared and reappeared again, but this time, they surrounded Z. What a surprise, you have mastered the 6 powers. Although it seems to me that they are full of flaws, it's enough to impress me. Z was surprised. Rank Yaku. Danzō lifted his foot, and a powerful projectile came out. At the same time, Jason and Rojan moved. Moonwalk. Flash step. In a blink of an eye, the 2 reached Z. Rojan took out his sword and Jason clenched his fist. Interesting, you have the courage to attack me. Z laughed, and then he waved his fist. He dodged Jason's punch, and then his figure disappeared. It was unbelievable, this guy was as fast as light. Z reappeared again, and this time, he used his haki on his hand and collided with Rojan's sword. Crack. When he blocked Rojan's attack with his hands, he smiled, but Rojan was stunned. Zephyr's block was very tight, which made Rojan retreat 15 steps before he could understand this overbearing power. Z didn't stop, he turned back and kicked Jason who was on his way to the ground. All this happened in a microsecond. Boom. Because of the huge power, Jason flew out like a cannonball and didn't stop until he got hit on the wall of a house in front of him. Z was very fast, he did all that in a blink of an eye, incredible. Under the watch of Crocodile, the fight between the trio has finished, and then a circle of golden waves formed on the field, the dust flew up and several cracks appeared on the ground. Wow, nice skill. Z didn't understand what Crocodile just did, but he liked it. This admiral has a very strong haki, he blocked the blow of the Yuanhong with his hand, And now he kicked Jason with tremendous power. He can use the armament hockey very well. Cough, cough. Under the ruins, something began to move, and then, Jason stood up and cleaned himself. As he turned his head, he rushed towards Z again. Seeing them, Jason didn't get hurt at all after his attack. Z narrowed his eyes. You must be the #1 supernova then. At this time, Z became mad, and his tone was very serious. As you know, he killed the crazy lion pirates in a short time, and he didn't use all his power. However, this group seemed to have some abilities to compete. This crew has some power to use. I think I like it. Z stared at Rojan and said. Rojan pointed his sword to the ground and stared at Z. How could someone block the attack of the Yuan Hong? Rojan thought that if Z punched the sword again, he would break it. Is this the power of the Admiral? Rojan was shocked, and he kept thinking about this matter for a while. After a few talks, Rojan's expression changed and he shouted. Come again. Z smirked. This group seemed to attract his attention. After a few moments, Rojan and Jason yelled and attacked again. Dragons 18 palms. 9 swords. Swords and fists were like waves in front of Z. What was shocking, Z stood in the same place, but his body was swaying, avoiding these attacks easily. More than a dozen rounds passed, and Z didn't get hurt at all. Everyone was shocked. Trensu. The alligator on Crocodile's shoulder roared and began to move. I couldn't hit him. Too strange. Trensu was sweating. He couldn't hit Z at all. It seems that he could foresee our attacks. This sentence made Crocodile's eyes shrink. At this time, a loud noise was heard in the field. Rojan attacked, and a cloud of dust came from nowhere and stationed on the sky. Chapter 208, 10,000 tons of sand boom. A figure suddenly flew out, hitting some buildings were there. Immediately, when the wind swept, 2 figures covered by the dust moved. The Yuan Hong sword bloomed, and in the eyes of Z, the attack of one sword became an attack of many swords rushing toward him. It was sure that Z wasn't an easy opponent to deal with, which made Rojan use one of his best skills. 179 swords. Damn it, he avoided them all. Rojan's eyes contracted, and he retreated fast. As he retreated, he remembered what Trensu said about that foresee. This is the observation hockey. The observation hockey should be the ability that Z used. Have you finished your attack? It's my turn now. When he found that the other side was stunned and didn't attack again, he shouted and clenched his fists. Hey, don't forget our turn. At this moment, a loud roar came out. Buzz. A large amount of golden sand gathered into a torrent and turned into a rope in the air like a snake, and in a moment, it rushed toward Z. Logia. Z blinked, and then he shouted. Armament hockey. His hands were covered with hockey and began to punch the snake made of sand. Oh. His fists were as fast as the light, and in a blink of an eye, he blasted the attack by several quick punches. Hey, Crocodile, the ordinary attack is useless to him. His hockey is unbreakable. Trensu was a bit confused. Crocodile thought about it, but then, he smiled coldly. As he smiled, he controlled the sand grains again. At the same time, he launched the special ability of his fruit. In a blink of an eye, the area around him became dry. Z turned and shouted at Rojan, and he didn't see what Crocodile just did. Rojan. Is it my turn now? As he said that, he strode toward Rojan and slammed his fist. Boom. Rojan raised his sword and kept moving it to block those punches, but after every punch, he was pushed back. This admiral is really strong. Rojan couldn't resist this huge power. Ha ha ha, you have to surrender. There are only a few people in this world that can beat these punches. But I have to say, I respect your insistence and will. Z laughed, and his punches became heavier and heavier. Rojan was very angry. He knew that the other party increased his power, and he saw that the Yuan Hong began to tremble, and it might break at any time. No one beat this sword ever since Rojan went to the sea. This is the admiral of the Marine headquarters. He wasn't an easy opponent at all. Crack. The Yuan Hong lost his brightness. The tremendous power of this high-ranking Marine broke the sword. Rojan's expression changed and he was stunned. After a while, his eyes became red, and the tomos inside it began to rotate quickly. After losing his swords, Rojan got angry, and he decided to kill this bastard as fast as he can. It didn't take much time until Z punched again. Take this. His fist's wind was like the blade, and it made Rojan's hair swayed. Within a fraction of a second, Rojan avoided this punch, and he leaned to the front. Immediately, he jumped and stood away from Z. At this moment, Rojan felt that a little pain, and after touching his head, he got confused. He wasn't fast enough to dodge the fist. A small wound appeared on his cheek. Behind Z, Jason yelled and rushed. Our hitboxing. Jason's fist was as strong as the Admiral's. There wasn't a big gap between them. The two kept punching each other for a while. Jason reached his limit at this time, his power consumed quickly, and he used all the 6 powers he knew, Flash Step, and Iron Body. What made him angry was that he couldn't hit the opponent at all. Like before, this dude is able to predict the upcoming moves and easily avoid them. Jason's moves in front of this guy were useless and didn't make a change at all. Damn it. Jason cursed, he didn't know how to deal with this admiral. What's the matter? Jason's technique used to destroy his opponent, but it wasn't effective at all against Z. In the middle of this fight, Rojan and his mates realized the gap between them and this powerful admiral. His hockey added to his personal arsenal of abilities made him somewhat invincible. They have fought hard but they couldn't defeat Z. Even Danzō's 100% shooting accuracy, it couldn't hit him at all. Crocodile's powerful ability of sand was restrained by Zephyr's armament hockey. He was completely afraid to fight close to Z because one mistake will take his life in a moment. Rojan's speed, his professional moves, and his great power, he was the most powerful one among his group. In front of Z, he was completely crushed and he could barely protect himself. Jason, who was very strong, he couldn't even hit him at all. The Kenbunshoku and the armament hockey, besides the powerful body and the physical quality, it creates the admiral that stands in the world peak ranks. The Buddhist palm. Rojan didn't give up, and he used one of his powerful abilities. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden Buddha's light shone, and a golden palm appeared with a radius of 50 meters and pushed toward Z. Oh! Z narrowed his eyes, and then he shouted. Armament hockey. The hockey covered his right hand, and then, he jumped toward the palm and hit it with huge power. It took only a few moments and the Buddhist palm was totally crushed. The powerful palm has destroyed and shattered under this punch. Rojan couldn't believe what just happened, and at the same time, Crocodile shouted. Run! The Wraith retreated quickly, and using Moonwalk, they jumped into the air and moved quickly. It seems that the plan to run away if things went wrong. Desert Gyre Soul. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and immediately, he waved his hand and pressed hard. Boom. Z kept looking at the sand that covered the ground quickly, and in a moment, the ground beneath him began to shake, and he was about to fall. Suddenly, he raised his head. What made him surprised was the amount of sand that covered the whole area. That's amazing. Z seemed to like this ability. He didn't focus and kept looking at the sand. In the next moment, 10,000 tons of sand blasted down and drowned Z. Chapter 209, The Admiral has been defeated. Boom. At this moment, the ground turned into a desert river. Crocodile's sand completely burst out. This huge quantity of sand was more than 10,000 tons, and after pressing it down like this, it became extremely strong. Huh. Exhaling breath, Crocodile was sweating and his face became pale. Controlling such a weight of sand has exceeded his limit, it made him very tired. A large stream rushed toward the position of Z under the control of Crocodile. You have done a great job. Everyone gathered around Crocodile and they were amazed. Under the pressure of such a weight of sand, nothing can survive. Of course, Crocodile didn't have the chance to test this power against an admiral before. I can't. With full of sweat face, Crocodile was suffering after this effort, and his hand trembled. He had reached the limit. At that moment, he was breathing heavily. That guy, he should be dead after this. Jason stared at the sand in front of him and he was uncertain. He just saw the destructive power of Crocodile. It could exterminate most of the creatures in this world, but Jason wasn't sure. Who knows this guy, he might have the ability to come back to life. Rojan kept looking at Zephyr's position, and Danzō aimed his muzzle to that place also. He was ready to shoot at any time. Facing the admiral, Rojan and his mates were very cautious. Boom. Suddenly, the sand in the area trembled, and a burly figure appeared and rushed out. His clothes were torn, and his skin was stained with blood. He seemed to suffer a lot of injuries after the last attack. The admiral's ferocious momentum surprised the four again. You really surprised me. His deep voice was filled with anger. He felt like he was a giant dragon got hurt by a weak falcon. He felt shame. Captain, this is my last hit. At this time, Crocodile waved his hand again. Z was about to step forward, and suddenly, he got tied with 2 tied ropes, making him unable to move. Stop there, bastard. Move now. Seeing this scene, Rojan, Jason, and Danzō shouted and moved quickly. Jason jumped and in a blink of an eye, he reached Z. Our hitboxing. A series of punches directly fell on the admiral's face. Rojan jumped to the sky, and after reaching 300 meters, he dived down. Jason hit Z with all his power, and when he saw Rojan diving down, he jumped away quickly. With all this power, Z thought that he got hit by a mountain. The Buddhist palm. The pale golden palm spread to 100 meters. Boom. This palm hit Zephyr's position, making a huge palm print on the ground, with a radius of more than 100 meters. Z vomited blood, he bent over and fell down. His feet were still tied. His eyes were full of anger as if he was an angry tiger who wanted someone to eat. His anger was about to burn the sky. He didn't die. After Jason's terrifying force and Rojan's attack, Z was still alive. His ability to resist was beyond everyone's imaginations. Roar. With blood on his whole body, Z opened his mouth and roared. I can't hold him more, oh my god. Crocodile shouted loudly, and he was shocked. The power of the other side burst out at that moment, and he could break the sand rope easily. Snap. The sand rope on Z's waist shattered. He roared and roared, showing his frenzy. This group thoroughly stirred up the anger of this beast. Face to face, Z could kill the strongest boy of this group within 10 seconds, and that crocodile, he could kill him in few breaths. But the combination of these people actually made him suffer a serious injury. There were many bruises on his skin and internal organs were damaged by the force. They were all broken. This time, it was the most serious injury he had suffered since he became an admiral. Moreover, this injury will affect his future life. Boom. At this time, Danzō fired without hesitation. Z's heart trembled, and half of his body became black because of the observation hockey butt. Ugh. The bullet hit his shoulder and it can be said that it caused big damage, because Z couldn't move his arm. Damn it. Danzō was angry. Although he hit him, he failed the right position he wanted to shoot at. Danzō aimed at the opponent's eyebrows again, and he was about to shoot. Hurry up, shoot him. At this moment, Rojan's expression changed and he shouted loudly. At the distance, he saw that the shackles on Z's feet shattered and he was completely free. You will die. Z shouted with anger and jumped. Everyone was shocked, they couldn't believe the power of this guy. Danzō didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom. However, this shot didn't hit the target, but it raised the anger of Z. Seeing this scene, the four didn't hesitate to run. This admiral is really strong, they couldn't defeat him at all, and if they kept fighting, they would suffer a big loss. This 4 versus 1 fight was enough to shock the whole world, it contains a huge destructive power. Huh, do you really want to run? Z laughed and then he followed them. 1 second after moving, he stopped and vomited blood. His internal were completely damaged, and of course, it couldn't withstand the pressure of his action. He already consumed a lot of energy. It can be said that Z was on the thin line between life and death. When the 4 saw this scene, they speeded up again and disappeared. Damn it. Z clenched his fists in anger, and he felt ashamed. 10 minutes later, a large number of Marines has arrived, and after seeing Z in this status, they were shocked. No one could believe that someone did that to the Admiral of the Marines. Almost the whole area turned into a small desert, and their Admiral was standing in the center, he was fully covered with blood. What a shocking scene. The Admiral of the Marines has been defeated. Chapter 210, I'll fight him, alone. In the evening, a group of 4 people quickly entered the bar and closed the door tightly. The death of a celestial dragon has angered the world government and the Marine headquarters, and immediately, it launched a large cleansing in the city. Of course, in the face of the offensive Marines, the pirates won't surrender easily. This battle continued for 3 hours, and with the arrival of a large number of Marine reinforcements, it stopped the trend of further deterioration. A large number of pirates have been killed or arrested, and the rest quickly hid in the vicinity of the city. This war did not last for a long time, but it was extremely tragic. According to the statistics of the Marines, the number of dead pirates reached an astonishing 532, and more than 1,000 were arrested by the Marines. Correspondingly, the number of the dead Marine reached 300, and more than 2,000 suffered serious injuries. In terms of fighting power, although the Marines dominates on this island, in the face of the fierce pirates, they were in the weak position. The island remained calm after the big fight between the Wraith and Admiral Z, but the war could restart at any time. After making a huge effort to hurt Z, the Wraith ran quickly. It took them 5 or 6 hours to get here after they changed dozens of directions in a row. After that battle, a large number of Marine reinforcements have come with the lead of high-end forces. The admirals didn't leave the Marine headquarters to protect it against Shiki and his pirate regiment, but 10 vice-admirals came to handle the troublesome situation on the island. The Sabati archipelago located at the end of the Grand Line and its geographical position is very important in the eyes of the Marines. Mary Joyce is located on the Red Line and serves as the official route for people to cross between the 2 halves of the Grand Line, and the Marine headquarters is very close to it. It can be said that this island is just a gate, which located between the 2 halves of the Grand Line. Once there's a wave of chaos, the Marine headquarters is bound to reinforce and suppress it with all its power. It explains the presence of the Marines in this island always. At this moment, the Sabati archipelago was surrounded by the Marines. A large number of soldiers were patrolling in batches to arrest the killers among the pirates. Moreover, the storm of this incident spread over the nearby waters, which made the pirates very afraid. They immediately turned their bow and left the place. Sigh. The four entered the bar and exhaled heavily and relaxed. Big day. Hey, guys, why you came back? Rayleigh was curious. He leaned on the bar and beside him, the 6 dragon elephants were wiping the bar quietly. Captain. They immediately shouted after seeing their captain. The sabati became messy, we couldn't do anything. Rojan came over and he was very upset. Oh yes, I heard about it, there was a big fight out there. Haha. Rayleigh laughed. It's shocking to hear that someone killed a celestial dragon. Yeah, that person is too brave, he dared to kill a celestial dragon. It can be said that this event will inevitably cause the fury of the celestial dragons and the anger of the world government. By tomorrow, it will spread all over the world. The 6 dragon elephants heard the news, and they kept talking about it. Hearing this, Crocodile shivered, Trensu's expression was unnatural and they lowered their heads. Rayleigh noticed the perturbance on them, and he wondered. What happened to you out there, guys? I heard that the killers are 4 people wearing black robes, and one of them was carrying a gun. Shaki said that while she was entering the bar. When she looked up, she saw Rojan and his friends, and she doubted. 4 people and one of them has a long gun. When he heard that, Hachin was stunned, and stared at Trensu. Everyone stared at the 4 and they panicked. That's impossible. One of the 6 dragon elephants shouted and he couldn't believe it. You did that? Rayleigh asked with a serious tone. I didn't want to kill a celestial dragon, I didn't know who he was. Trensu wanted to show that he was innocent. He didn't want to do such a thing. Crocodile was mad, but he wasn't afraid of anything. They did it, so what? Hearing Trensu's words, everyone was shocked. You killed a celestial dragon? Oh my god. Shaki was shocked, she panicked, and she didn't know what to say. Actually, I have heard some other news. Rayleigh stared at the 4 again. What? What else? Shaki was curious to know. The 4 people who killed the celestial dragon fought against Admiral Z in Area 21. This sentence was like thunder into everyone's ears. Admiral Z. Captain, you have encountered an admiral. Oh my god, alright guys. We are fine now, but that was very dangerous. Rojan answered with a deep voice. After the fight against this powerful admiral, Rojan has a new understanding of things. Thinking about his group, they weren't very strong, but they have the qualification to be in this strong world and take higher positions. Z was defeated by the 4 of you, and he is seriously injured. Now, he is recuperating. Rayleigh was even more shocked, and he couldn't believe how strong this group was. Everyone looked at Rojan and his mates with stunned eyes. How did they defeat the Admiral of the Marines? We were lucky, to be honest, we escaped in the end. If we fight him again, I'm afraid that he would defeat us, even more, we might die. Trensu smiled bitterly. Admiral has big destructive power. His sharp perception, physical fitness, and his hockey, it can be said that he is unbreakable. The 4 of you did something unexpected. Rayleigh sighed. Rojan and his mates were embarrassed, they were just going out for a walk and didn't want to do anything. All this was an accident. Although Z is seriously injured, the medical facilities of the Marines are very advanced. I believe that he will recover very soon. Our plan won't be efficient this time. Rayleigh looked at Rojan and said slowly. So, I decided to wait for Z to recover, and when he appears, I'll act again. Rojan smiled softly. You meant the 4 of you, right? Rayleigh was stunned. No, I'll act alone. Chapter 211, Underground Warehouse. Alone? As soon as he said that, everyone in the bar got shocked. Especially Trensu, Jason, and Crocodile. They have fought with Rojan against Z, and they knew that he wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. It can be said that Rojan can't defeat Z alone. No, you won't. Crocodile shook his head and shouted. Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and he kept thinking before saying anything. Do you want to use your full power like the previous battle against Kizaru? Yes, that's right. Rojan nodded with a smile, and then he glanced at everyone and said. You should know that I have a mysterious power inside me, and it can increase in a short time. And that makes me able to fight against the admirals and defeat them. Hearing that, Crocodile and Trensu didn't understand what Rojan meant, except Jason. Captain, are you sure that you can defeat Z as you did against Kizaru? Yes. Rojan admitted. I've been training hard since the last fight against an admiral, and I believe that I have enough power to defeat an admiral again. Besides, I have a lot of money in my system balance. The system balance has reached 1.8 billion, and that was enough for many successive battles. Crocodile and Trensu looked at each other, and they were a little puzzled. They weren't aware of what Rojan has done before they joined the crew. Oh, you don't know what happened. Jason laughed. Our captain defeated an admiral before, that guy was Kizaru. Defeated an admiral? Except for Jason, everyone got shocked, and couldn't believe it. You are kidding, right? Crocodile was stunned. An admiral. How strong is Rojan? Crocodile naturally knows that Rojan was powerful, but after facing Z, he was sure that his captain won't last for 5 seconds or less. Rojan and his mates were extremely lucky to defeat Z. If they didn't fight together and use their unique skills, it can be said that they won't make it. Rojan looked at Rayleigh and smirked. He was curious, how did he know about the fight against the admiral? Rojan has defeated an admiral, this was a very secret matter. It would be a shame for the Marines if anyone knows about that. When the night has come, everyone took a rest. On the second day, Rojan didn't take any action, he just went out alone to investigate the news on the island. The Marine has increased its forces, pirates will suffer more and more on this island. Rojan strolled on the street looking at the calmness everywhere and kept thinking. You can only find Marines there, and it's rare to find a pirate walking around. The harbor was full of pirates, a large number of them were hiding on the island, and they were very afraid to move or do anything. In the evening, he went back to the bar, he wanted to talk with Rayleigh. What now? The two sat and began to talk. I have a general idea of the distribution of zones 1 to 15. Rojan drank a glass of wine and whispered. I have done my investigation, the areas 30 to 45 are under the control of Marines. Rayleigh stopped talking and then he said. There are no pirates over there, the Marines are everywhere. It seems that what I have done yesterday stirred up their anger. It can be said that all the elites of the Marines are there. Rojan's expression was very serious. One of the celestial dragons has been killed, and Admiral Z is seriously injured, and that what pushed the Marine headquarters to attach great importance. Although the admirals couldn't leave because the Golden Lion might launch an attack at any time, a large Marines came to this island. Yes. Rayleigh shook his head. Just then, Jason and Crocodile entered the bar in a hurry. Captain, guess what? Jason smiled loudly. What? Rojan was curious. We have found a gathering place of pirates. Jason laughed. Area 24. In a dark warehouse underground. A large number of pirates gathered there, and they were looking at each other with panic. When the Marines' reinforcements came yesterday, many pirates were afraid and began to look for a safe place to hide. This place belongs to a pirate captain. It can be said that they were lucky because when this captain planned to go to the New World for a new experience, he bought this place to stay away from people. It was a huge warehouse, he thought that he might use it if things went wrong on this island. This time, when the storm came, he led his crew first, and after seeing many pirates in a very bad situation, he decided to save them. This captain used his identity as a pirate to do business because he knew the importance of that. And now, after saving pirates, his reputation will spread throughout the pirates, and his business will become bigger and bigger. He and his crew rescued many pirates while the Marines were busy. By now, he saved more than 1,300 pirates, and they were all inside this underground warehouse. Our brothers are suffering, the Marines are so powerful, and they have many soldiers in here. It's too dangerous to go out. Mona smiled when he said that. He was the captain and the owner of this warehouse. Mona, you saved us this time, be sure that we will have a great business in the future. A man with a captain's cap and a scar on his face looked at Mona and thanked him. Mona smiled again because he knew that the one who was talking is a captain with a bounty of 150 million. The purpose of this rescue seems to have been achieved. Thank you, Mona. Damn, you saved us, we almost died out there. We hope that we didn't bother you. All the pirates looked at Mona and thanked him. The pirates are vicious and overbearing, but they attach great importance to love and justice. Mona was very happy to hear these words of gratitude. You are welcome, every one of you is like a brother for me. Mona was really happy. He knew that this warehouse will play a very big role. There were more than 1,300 pirates inside it. And Mona is the one who saved them. Chapter 212, No More Peace. So how can these people repay Captain Mona for saving their lives? Among the pirates, Mona saw the Star Pirates, and their bounties were more than 500 million. These powerful guys, although they did not show much enthusiasm, they looked at him with goodwill. At this moment of gratitude, a strange voice came out. Brothers, do you want to hide here like mice? As soon as he heard that, Mona's face shuddered. Oops, who said that? Mona ran around exhaustedly and saved these guys just to get their friendship. Are you instigating them to go out and fight the Navy? Yes. I can't stand it. I have to go out and fight them. We are pirates, even if they are stronger than us, we have to fight with no fear. The sounds spread throughout the warehouse and attracted the attention of all pirates. And this also made many pirates look gloomy. No fool can be a pirate these days. The Marine is very powerful, if pirates went out, they will suffer and die. Does this speaker treat them as fools? Looking for the speakers, Mona stared at them. They saw 6 pirates gathered together, and they said all that one by one. Facing the eyes of everyone, these 6 pirates looked calm and confident. "Who are you guys?" Mona asked loudly. If he didn't act, these guys might ruin all that he did. "We?" There were smiles on the 6 faces. "We are the Wraith." Hearing that, all the pirates were stunned. Some of them have never heard this name, but the others were shocked and dreaded. "The Wraith? What kind of pirates group is that? Newcomers? I have never heard of it." Then, a sound came out of the pirate, with disdain in his tone. At this time, among the 6, a young man with a long gun stepped out and smiled. While he was smiling, he seemed to be a little shy, and then, he stared at them and said with a serious tone. "Never heard about it? It's alright, you will have the honor to know about it soon." As the young man appeared, some of the pirates saw him and screamed. "Transu, he is Transu?" "What? Who is Transu? Never heard of it." "Shut up, you can't mess with him. Once, he killed a whole group of pirates with more than 190 million as a bounty. It can be said that he is one of the powerful pirates here if he wasn't the strongest." Someone who knew him lowered his voice and said quickly. This astonishing message spread quickly, even the guys who expressed disdain panicked and didn't utter a word. When everyone calmed down, Transu became very proud. "It seems that someone knows my identity." No one dared to answer, and even Mona, he kept silent. The pirate regiment of Mona was just a group that does business, but it is very weak when it comes to fighting. The whole crew bounty adds up to a total of 100 million. On the other side, there's Transu, who killed a group of more than 190 million in one shot. As my partners just said, every one of us is a pirate, we have dreams in our hearts, ambitions, our blood is boiling inside. Hiding like rats underground is something very uncomfortable. Let's fight, we are pirates, we have nothing to do but fighting. Transu said that and then he smiled. As for Mr. Mona, who can provide us with a temporary resting place, on behalf of all of you, I thank him. As he said that, Transu turned and bowed to Mona. Mona's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. After saving about 1,300 pirate, to be able to make business with them in the future, someone came and ruined all of that. It seems that pirates are going to fight against the Marines. Transu, all the pirates are going out, how can you fight? As far as I know, the Admiral is still on this island, and even yesterday, 10 Vice-Admirals have arrived. This time, even big pirate regiments in the second half are unable to contend with this force. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It seems that this guy knows too much. Everyone saw that he was a young man in black, but he seemed indifferent. He has a revolver at his waist, and he wore a hat to cover his head. It's Blanco, with a reward of 250 million. Someone recognized him and whispered quickly. And what about your mates? Jason, Crocodile, and especially your mysterious Captain Rojan. Blanco's eyes were cold, and he kept asking. He was very powerful, and he is the captain of this group of new stars. The bounty of his whole crew has a total of 600 million. At that moment, the scene became quiet. Blanco. Transu looked serious. As you said, there are 10 vice-admirals, and also, Admiral Z is here. When he said that, all the pirates stunned. Admiral and vice-admirals, oh my god. Z and Garp, they are the strongest heroes of this era, they are very strong. This is so bad, I don't know how long we have to hide. Many pirates aren't aware that there are vice-admirals stationed in the Sabati archipelago. Even if they see Z, they won't recognize him. There are many pirates in the first half of the Great Waterway, but in fact, for all pirates, they are just novices. This admiral has been seriously injured by me and my companions. And I'm afraid he's healing now. So, if you have any ambition and you want to act, just take advantage of the present. Transu's words were very calm, he didn't want the other pirates to get panicked. All the pirates got shocked, and they couldn't believe what they just heard. Blanco shuddered and stared at Transu. Also, Mona, he looked at Transu with fear. They have defeated Z? Chapter 213, The Great Alliance of Pirates. Sister, have you heard? He said that they defeated Z. One of the women said and she was stunned. Their captain was shocked, she nodded, but at the same time, she didn't believe it. She knew very well what kind of powers he has. She even saw the famous group of Crazy Lion pirates. This group was buried under Z's fists, and it didn't take 30 seconds. Z was stronger than anything in this world, what she has heard was bluffing for her. Stop lying, we won't believe you. The Crazy Lion pirates were destroyed by Z. I saw it with my own eyes, how can you say that you defeated Z? Z is very strong, and I'm sure that you are lying. After a while, one of the pirates shouted loudly, he didn't believe what Transu said. After that, many pirates followed him and shouted. You didn't hurt Z at all. You are a liar. The pirates' expressions changed from shock to anger, and they stared at Transu. As they were shouting, one of the pirates hesitated for a while and then he said, I saw him. When he said that, everyone looked at him. Yesterday, I saw Z supported by the Marines and they were leaving Area 21. At that time, Z was covered with blood and there's strange sand on his body. All the pirates were shocked, and they didn't say anything. But then, another one shouted. I saw him too. Many medics surrounded Z to treat him. Yes, I saw him too, in Area 30. He was in a very bad situation. In a blink of an eye, everyone's expression changed. Oh my god. He was saying the truth. That's awesome, the Wraith became my idols since then. Amazing, in my life, I have never heard about newcomers that can defeat an admiral. At that moment, all the pirates looked at Danzō and his crew with admiration. If they really beat Z, then their bounty will be higher than any time before. Blanco sat on the ground, and one of his crew came from behind and said, well, if it's true, then these people are so powerful. Blanco nodded, but he didn't say anything. The Wraith pirates are able to defeat an admiral, which means there's a huge gap between his group and them. Big sister, he wasn't lying, it's really amazing, I really want to see their captain. Yes, I heard about him, his name is Rojan and he has a bounty of 350 million. One of the women pirates whispered. Their captain's eyes flashed, and she was curious about that Rojan. It was a kind of imposing oppression which was hard to say but it was real. No one knows how could Rojan and his crew defeat Z. And even more, how did they get the courage to fight him? It's true that Z was seriously injured, so as I said, we still have a chance. We should have the courage and do what pirates should do. Danzō kept listening to the brief conversation between the pirates, it made him very proud of him and his crew. At this moment, felt that he was stronger than any time before. In a few words, the enthusiasm of the pirates boiled again. That's true, pirates are facing waves, sea beasts, bad weather, people, why would they have to fear the Marines? Death means nothing against the will, we have to do it. One of the dragon elephants shouted. Instantly, the atmosphere of the underground warehouse was pushed to the highest level. All the pirates shouted and they decided to go out, they even clenched their fists and growled. Since yesterday, they have been chased and beaten by the Marines. They have been running away like lost dogs. They were in a true mess. Now, they have enough courage to take revenge, they won't show mercy. After seeing all the pirates raging, Danzō and his friends looked at each other and smiled. Their purpose was achieved, and the calm island will be chaotic again. All the pirates regained their confidence, and they were not afraid of death. They will bring more trouble to the Marines. Sabati Archipelago, in the Marine garrison. Hello. Z hardly took his dendenmushi and answered. This is Sengoku. When he heard this name, Z's face changed slightly. What's the matter? Have you fought against the Wraith pirates? Sengoku asked with a deep voice. When he said that, Z became angry. Are you mocking me? Z felt ashamed, he just lost against 4 novices. I just want to warn you, don't take it lightly, Jason, Crocodile, and Danzō, these 3 are nothing. But their captain, Rojan, you have to focus on Rojan. Sengoku's tone was very serious. He's the one who defeated Kizaru. He is very dangerous. I know. Z was impatient, but at the same time, he was cautious. He is a veteran, naturally, he won't be afraid of anything. Although his character is very stubborn, Sengoku's words still remained in his heart, leaving traces. Rojan. Z was totally angry, and he clenched his fists. He won't forgive Rojan and his crew. The Marines' medics are very advanced and he will recover very soon. After his recovery, he will find the 4 guys and he will destroy them. Underground warehouse. Danzō took the lead. After cooperating, the Great Alliance of Pirates has begun. They called it, the Great Alliance of Pirates in Sabati Archipelago. 93 pirate regiments, and more than 1,300 pirates, this was enough to shock the whole world and also enough to put the Marines in a very bad situation. Chapter 214, I believe in him. I believe that you have defeated Admiral Z, but what about your mates who fought with you? Blanco looked at Danzō and asked about his mates that fought with him, and his tone was very cold. Oh yeah, they are observing the deployment of the Marines and attracting them, leaving us time to prepare. Danzō answered with a smile. Actually, Danzō doesn't know what his friends were doing, but he thought that his silly brother Jason was in the bar at that moment. As for Rojan and Crocodile, he has no idea at all. However, in front of all these pirates, Danzō needs to bluff them to get their attention. Amazing, your mates are really great. I feel safe with them. Under the leadership of the Wraith, I'm sure that we will defeat the Marines. All the pirates praised one after another, especially when they heard that this pirate regiment has defeated an admiral. Blanco didn't say anything after what Danzō said. If this guy came to encourage these pirates, he must have a plan. However, he won't pursue it. After all, it's better for him to escape from here and stay away from all these problems. It has to be said that Trensu and the 6 dragon elephants played a big role to make these pirates angry. The pirates want to take their revenge from the Marines, but they didn't have enough courage to do it. And that's what Trensu and his friends did, they gave them a push to get their revenge. The day after tomorrow, our captain will attract the attention of all the High and Marines forces. And this will be our chance. Trensu said with a condensed voice. When he was with Rojan and Rayleigh, he heard them talking about the plan. Trensu knows very well how to talk with people, better than anyone in his group, that's why he stayed here and let Jason go back to tell his captain. Such a big deception must be done by a smart person, it needs a person could lie without leaving a trace. If it was Jason, he will ruin it for sure, other pirates will ask him many questions, and Jason wasn't a good liar, so he will be in big trouble then. After that, Trensu began to discuss the general plan of the operation with several pirate regiments. Shaki's ripoff bar. You have found a gathering place for pirates? Rojan was surprised. He didn't expect that at all, he thought that most of the pirates were annihilated in the Great Purge of the Marines, and the rest of them left this place quickly. Unexpectedly, there was a gathering place for the pirates. Yes, Captain, I left Trensu and the 6 dragons elephants there to encourage them to fight again, and I came here to tell you. Jason grabbed the wine glass on the table and drank it while he was talking. And where is that place? Rayleigh was curious to know. Area 24, there's an underground warehouse, and its owner is a pirate. When we were walking there, his crew pulled us there. Ugh. There are more than 1,300 pirates over there. Jason was very exhausted. They were very lucky to find this place. Hearing such news, Rojan and Rayleigh looked at each other and laughed. In this case, my plan will be more perfect? The Sabati will be chaotic more and more. Really, I didn't expect that. Rojan was very happy. And then he looked seriously. Then we have to change our plans. The day after tomorrow, I will go to the Marine garrison, I will meet Z again. And Jason, you're in charge, you have to contact Crocodile and Trensu to lead these pirates, we need to make big chaos. Rayleigh, you need to distract the vice admirals, I don't want to kill them, just drag them. As he said that, Rayleigh and Jason nodded. After hearing the plan, Rayleigh asked curiously. Are you sure that these pirates will obey your crew orders? Hearing that, Rojan laughed loudly. I trust my partner, if he asked Jason to come back to deliver the message, then he knows what to do very well. I'm not sure if he did well there, but... After a pause, Rojan's expression changed. But I believe in him. Rayleigh froze, he took the glass of wine and drank it. You look so much like him. Like what? Rojan was curious. A lot of things. Rayleigh sighed. You'll see the difference in the future. Rojan laughed. Rayleigh laughed also, and the two started giggling. That night passed quickly. Sabati Archipelago, Area 4. With a cigar on his mouth, the burly man stood on the street, and the white smoke surrounded him. It seems that he was thinking of a problem. Strangely, he wore a crocodile mask on his face, which made the passers-by couldn't help looking at him. Are you thinking about taking the devil fruit? Suddenly, a female voice whispered beside him. As he heard that, he turned and his eyes flashed. He immediately saw a golden woman with a plump body, and she has a dagger at her waist. She was looking at him with interest. Who are you? The masked man asked coldly. Sir Crocodile, who has a bounty of 200 million on his head. I didn't expect that you would dare to walk on the street in this sensitive period. The woman laughed and approached to Crocodile. Crocodile didn't want to answer, and he turned away. What if I said I can help you to get the devil fruit? As he stepped, Crocodile's eyes sharpened. He turned his head again and asked coldly. Is there any information about that fruit? There will be an auction on that fruit. The woman smiled and didn't hide any information. And when it will start? Crocodile was curious. The auction starts tomorrow. You'd better not lie to me. He puffed the smoke and stared at her. He warned her to not play tricks on him. Actually, I'm not here to play tricks, because I need your help to accomplish my business. Her eyes flashed when she said that. If it's difficult, then I won't do it. Crocodile answered coldly. After a while, the two left the place. 300 meters away was the location of the auction. Chapter 215, Devil Fruit ET. The next day, just after the dawn, the sun shone through the 7-colored bubbles on the ground of the Sabati Archipelago. Area 4, behind a large tree. Crocodile closed his eyes and looked calm. He seemed to feel something. The sound of the breeze, of the grass, and the sound of birds scratching their heads on the branches, this series of sounds were enough to clear Crocodile's mind. What was new? Crocodile could feel if there's someone strong close to him. When it happens, few sand particles floats around Crocodile. These particles can clearly feed back all the information nearby to him, and increase his perception. Crocodile could rely on sand grains to form the ability to see and hear anything around. After the war against Z, Crocodile was deeply aware of his shortcomings, and he was shocked by the horrible perception of the Admiral. Since then, he wondered whether he could have such power in the past 2 days. Until this morning, he finally controlled the sand and formed this new ability. Because he has just mastered this ability, he was a bit slow. It will take some time before he could upgrade it to another level. He felt everything around him carefully. Although he closed his eyes, he clearly grasped the wind and grass around him. And suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Is it now?" The woman who was 30 meters away from him was stunned. From that distance, she could see that Crocodile's eyes were closed. How could he see her coming? "Well, the auction will start in half an hour. This half hour is our chance." She answered back. When she was only 10 meters away, Crocodile opened his eyes and looked at her. Mastering this new ability was indeed a happy thing for him. "Let's go." Crocodile lit up his cigar and moved forward. 5 minutes later, they reached the entrance of the auction hall. No one blocked them, and no one felt suspicious. The auction was very large, and there were all kinds of people. The existence of the bodyguard was just to ensure safety, and they don't need to be responsible for participating people. In addition, the owner of the auction was backed by the celestial dragons, which means no one can do anything there. "How do you want to do it?" Crocodile looked at the woman and asked her with a cold tone. "Come with me," she whispered. After saying that, she sped along the side road of the 2 seats in the auction and quickly came to the front podium, and walked back naturally. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and remained calm. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. "Delia, hurry up, the boss is already urging, where have you been?" When he reached the podium, a sharp-faced man appeared from the curtain and shouted, "Come here, I'm going to find my eldest brother. He is strong enough to help us," Delia said with a smile. The sharp-faced man glanced at Crocodile and he seems that he didn't like his fierce look. "What about him, is it safe?" Delia nodded and then she led the way. They entered the curtain and came behind the scene of the auction floor. Crocodile squinted and took a deep look at Delia. It turned out that she was the presenter of the auction. When she entered, everyone who was there greeted her. It wasn't easy to be a presenter of an auction, especially when this auction is under the Celestial Dragon's guard. You won't be able to do anything wrong, otherwise, your life will end before you could think of it. "Follow me." Behind the scene, Delia greeted everyone around her, and then she approached Crocodile. "I'll take you to the devil fruit first, but to get this devil fruit, you need to help me to save someone." She was very upset and confused, but she forced herself to calm down. Crocodile's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. If it comes to save someone, he won't refuse it. Relatively speaking, a devil fruit is worth at least 100 million. Yesterday, he kept thinking about it, and he even wandered around the auction floor. That devil fruit, even if he can't use it, there's Trensu, Rojan, or the rest of his mates, they can use it. After a while, the two walked all the way, and in 3 minutes, they came to the door of a bedroom. The devil fruit is guarded by special personnel. They are all experienced, strong men. Delia was confused. She wondered if Crocodile could solve these people. She doesn't have to prove that there's the devil fruit, its location already detected by Crocodile's sand. He strode forward toward the box surrounded by 30 people. "Who are you?" the black-suited man asked him loudly. However, Crocodile didn't hesitate to speed up his pace. At the same time, the sand grains floated in the air and began to combine with each other. And after a moment, a lot of sand appeared in front of the bodyguards. In front of them, the sand grains formed a very long sword. And then, in a twinkling of an eye, slash! All the men fell to the ground with horror and fear. When everyone fell down, Crocodile approached and raised a box with his right hand. "Go." Crocodile went back to Delia and whispered. Dealing with those weak bodyguards was an effortless task for him. You are so strong." Delia was shocked. She knows very well how strong were those bodyguards. It can be said that they are equal to 40 or 50 million pirates. But this Crocodile, he solved them easily and very fast. At the same time, her heart was more hopeful to save her brother. Where is the guy you want to save? Chapter 216, Great Future. He is in warehouse number 3. Delia was very excited. The auction building is divided into many rooms. The devil fruit was located in room number 8, and her brother was in room number 3. "Lead the way." Crocodile nodded. Immediately, they walked toward room number 3. They were very fast, but when they reached where the prisoner was, they found him in shackles and surrounded by 3 bodyguards. When she saw this scene, Delia's face changed. "Stop them, please." Immediately, she shouted with anger. As he heard her, Crocodile waved his hand. In a twinkling of an eye, the 3 bodyguards fell to the ground with no resistance. Done? Crocodile puffed smoke and then he asked Delia, who immediately ran and helped her brother. Thank you very much. And now come with me, I'll lead the way. Because there are strong people stationed in here. Delia was grateful, she held her brother and walked quickly. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and then he followed her. He was sure that this auction had a strong background, but what this woman said surprised him a little. In this big event, you could find agents from the world government also. There was no danger along the way toward the exit. Delia put her brother inside a wooden box carried by 2 people. Many people saw them, but no one doubted, she must have done a good preparation to save her brother. But just as they were about to step out of the auction, a loud shout came. Stop there. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and he turned back. They were in the back door of the building, which was the door for the entry and exit of personnel. And here, bodyguards were strong enough to keep strangers away. All the bodyguards stared at Crocodile and the group with doubts. What's inside the box? One of them asked loudly. Johnson, this is a special cargo that the boss needs. I asked my brother to help me because it's too heavy. Delia looked calm when she answered, she didn't want to get caught after what they did. Delia, I know that you are an important person in this auction, but I need to check what's inside the box. The bodyguard still has some doubts. This is a special cargo for our boss, and he needs it. Are you sure you want to check? Delia took a piece of paper out of her pocket and gave it to the black-suited man. When he saw it, his expression changed, and when he looked at the bottom of the paper, he saw the signature of the boss. I'm sorry Delia, but 5 minutes ago, we knew that someone sneaked in here and killed our guards, and also, he stole something important. Johnson insisted. To avoid suspicion, you'd better let me check it. His eyes were firm and his tone was pressing. It seems that this guy won't let them leave easily. Are you doubting me? Delia got angry at that moment. Johnson didn't anything after, and he waved his hand to the men behind him to check. Seeing this scene, Delia's expression changed. She spent a long time in preparation before doing this, such as finding the location of the goods, and then this cargo order. Finally, the big risk to invite this dangerous pirate to help her. However, she didn't expect Johnson to be so tough. Stay away, you can't check. Delia gritted her teeth and stood in front. This is the boss's goods, no one can check without permission. Delia, you'd better get out of the way, otherwise, we'll harm you. You look more suspicious now, I need to know what's inside this box. Delia discolored, she was very afraid to get caught, all she wants was to save her brother. Immediately, Crocodile puffed smoke and strode forward. Step away, there's no need for all of this. As he said that, the alligator on his shoulder moved, turned into sand and spread in all directions. Who are you? Seeing this scene, Johnson's face changed immediately. In a blink of an eye, and before he could say anything else, the sand stream drowned him and all his mates. Let's not waste our time. Crocodile stepped forward, grabbed the handle of the box and pushed it away. Delia was even more shocked, she looked at the corpse on the ground and trembled. It was only a coincidence that she met Crocodile, she saw him on a wanted poster once. It can be said that she was lucky to find him, and also, she had the courage to talk to him. However, she didn't expect him to be very strong. A group of strong bodyguards she knew couldn't hold for 3 seconds. When they walked out of the auction and disappeared, a huge stir began there. Someone sneaked into the building and stole a devil fruit and a slave. He dared to sneak and stole, how dare is he? It was like slapping a celestial dragon on the face. After a while, in a small house. I really appreciate that, thank you very much. Delia was very happy and excited, she felt relieved after escaping successfully. What's up with this kid? Crocodile nodded and then he asked about the young man in a coma which has blonde hair as his sister. He stabbed a celestial dragon last week. Delia was very upset. When he heard that, Crocodile was shocked. He didn't believe that because this kid was skinny, and seemed to be powerless. From where did he get the courage to stab a celestial dragon? At this time, the golden boy's eyelids trembled a few times and he woke up. Finally, Samuro, are you okay? Thank you. Ugh, thank you for saving my life. The little kid smiled and thanked them for saving his life. Saving him from the celestial dragons is indeed a very difficult thing. You are a very brave boy. Crocodile approached him and said softly. He rarely praised someone, but this kid dared to stab a celestial dragon, which was very brave. I just hate that I have no power. But I could kill that guy. Samuro clenched his fists. The celestial dragon is not an easy man to face. What this boy did surprised Crocodile, he was sure that this boy ate the heart of a sea beast to do that. What if you get a chance? Crocodile laughed. Such a brave young man, once he gets the chance, he will have a great future. Chapter 217, A Curse. I'll press his face with my feet and feed him to the dogs. Samuro gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed loudly. He seemed to like this kid. In the future, if you have the chance, go to the sea and look for the Wraith pirates and find me. We will give you the power. Of course, but we need to leave this place as fast as we can. During the conversation, many footsteps outside the house sounded. When she heard that, Delia's face changed. Crocodile kicked the door and walked outside the house. After glancing around, he noticed that there were no Marines. All of them were black-suited men. No Marines, huh, that would be easy for me. Immediately, he jumped and the alligator on his shoulder spread into the sand and rushed forward. When the sand grains swept around, everyone fell to the ground and they lost the courage to fight. Oh my god, a monster, he is a monster. Many of them took their guns and tried to shoot him, but no chance. Crocodile made layers of sand that blocked all the bullets. These black-suited men couldn't do anything against the dense sand of Crocodile. Crocodile began to move between them, and as he walked, bodyguards kept falling to the ground without resistance. Crocodile's power at this time was enough to kill a large group of weak people at once. Behind him, Samuro and Delia were shocked. They couldn't believe what they just saw. Too strong. Samuro was amazed by this strong man. As he said that, Crocodile's figure disappeared, leaving many core behind him. The Wraith, I will find them. Clenching his fists, Samuro was full of hope to find them. After a few seconds, Samuro and Delia left that place quickly. 2:10 in the afternoon, Crocodile arrived at Shaki's ripoff bar. Crocodile. Rojan was sitting with Rayleigh at the table drinking some wine, and he got surprised when he saw Crocodile. Captain, I have something good for you. Crocodile threw the box toward Rojan and smiled. What is this? Rojan wondered. Just open it, you'll find out. Crocodile was very happy. Unpacking the box, Rojan froze when he saw the mysterious spiral pattern in it. It looks like a black watermelon. Is that a devil fruit? Rayleigh sighed. Where did you find it? Rojan took a deep breath and asked. Don't ask me, I know what you're going to do tomorrow, just take a bite, it will help you. Crocodile whispered. Crocodile, who has an indifferent character, wants to give his captain the devil fruit. He was aware of the power of the Admiral. Although he doesn't know how powerful that devil fruit was, with it, Rojan might win with less effort. Crocodile. I didn't expect you to be so generous. As he said that, Rojan smiled. He was extremely happy. This fierce man was forced to join them at the beginning. He became an effective crew member that wants to help everyone. However, I can't eat it for the time being. I don't know its ability, I have to make researches first. Rojan shook his head. Rojan knows that if this devil fruit has a useless ability, he won't be able to get rid of it, and it might be his downfall. It's up to you. Crocodile was helpless. Rayleigh stood up and took a small book from the bar. Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Rojan was stunned when he saw the book. Do you still have this? I found it by coincidence, I didn't think that I would use it, haha. Rayleigh laughed. It was a very thin book, but it was better than nothing. What if there's an introduction for this devil fruit? Everyone kept checking the book and comparing the devil fruits, but after a while, they were disappointed. No. Rojan was helpless. You know what, just do it, take your chance. Crocodile seemed to be excited again. As for the devil fruit, Rojan naturally thought about it. This thing is a specialty of the pirate world. Although it has the disadvantage of not being able to swim, it has an immediate effect. With the 1 hour given by the system, Rojan will get more power inevitably. Only, if it was a weak type, Rojan will regret it. You know what? I'll do it, I have the system that can repair anything if things went wrong. Rojan finally settled down. Are you going to eat it? Rayleigh asked with a smile. He hasn't eaten a devil fruit, but he knows the ability of such thing, so he was curious. I'll eat it, yes. Immediately, Rojan picked up the devil fruit and ate it. Ugh! The black juice of the fruit leaked from his mouth and his expression changed immediately. Tasty? Crocodile asked with a smile. Yay, crunchy and delicious. As he said that, Rojan's expression changed. This fruit has a strange taste that made him felt goosebumps. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Crocodile laughed. The smell the devil fruit was notoriously bad, one of the reasons that made Crocodile laugh, especially when he saw his captain's expression. After a while, the devil fruit disappeared. Rojan ate it all. So, what ability you got? Rayleigh was very curious. Crocodile also stared at Rojan, trying to see if there's any transformation. Ugh! What should I say? I don't know, but I might have a magic stick. Crocodile and Rayleigh were curious about the ability of this devil fruit, and why did Rojan say that? I can show you. Rojan laughed. The devil fruit ability was very simple but rough and very abnormal. Under the gaze of everyone, Rojan stretched out his fingers slowly and aimed at Crocodile. Let's try this. The sand under your ass will split up. Crocodile's expression changed. What does this mean? Is it a curse? In a blink of an eye, the sand under Crocodile was really split as if it had been cut by more than a dozen knives. What an amazing magical power. Rayleigh was surprised. Is that a curse? Chapter 218, The Signal. No, it's not. Rojan smiled and retracted his hand. It's a prophecy, I think. Prophecy. Crocodile wondered. He had never heard about such ability. He was very puzzled. What kind of ability is this? Rayleigh was puzzled also, and he wondered. It can be said that all my predictions will become true. Rojan laughed. When he said that, Crocodile and Rayleigh got shocked. This ability breaks the nature's laws. What is predicted will come true, that is to say, what he wants will really come true. Terrible. Crocodile was amazed. He even wanted to exchange with Rojan. It's a great ability. Rayleigh shook his head and sighed. You don't have to be amazed. This fruit has an incredible ability, but it's extremely hard to control. Rojan smiled bitterly. As you can see, I can only realize these little predictions now, such as breaking the sand, making people fall and so on. I want to wield its power, which is completely linked to the mental power of the person who exerts his ability. It's not that easy to take this fruit into another level, it's up to your mental power. Rayleigh shook his head. In spite of this, when you grow up and have strong mental power, you'll exert a strong effect using this fruit. Rojan admitted that he had just eaten the devil fruit and he wasn't familiar with its ability yet. In the near future, when his mental power becomes stronger, he will be able to wield it. Relying on mental power only, Rojan was helpless. If it consumes much of it, he would get into a coma. Later that day, Rojan studied the newly acquired ability. He realized that this fruit had two great abilities, and these two were against nature's laws. It wasn't a normal fruit he knew before. First of all, as I understand, this fruit can give me the ability to predict and realize, so I can call it prophecy. Being able to speak and act is like a kind of cause and effect. I will say the effect first, and the other party will suffer the cause, which is terrible. When I grow up and become more powerful, maybe I will really realize the power of great prophecy. A great prophecy is a very powerful technique. Only God could make things happen. Gods create light, rain, and wind. This fruit could make him at the same level as gods. Second, there's a supplementary ability attached to the fruit, which can be used at any time without consuming any power of mine. Rojan was very satisfied with this kind of power. Compared with the big prophecy, he prefers this second ability. Prediction. The second ability was the prediction. Rojan could actually predict things in the near future. Of course, that's a little scary. But he can only predict things that are 0.2 seconds behind his present time. I'm not sure if there's any other ability. I don't know what else can this fruit give me. The potential of Rojan's prediction fruit is indeed very powerful. Cause and effect, time, prophecy and other forces. I can follow the direction of these forces. One day, this fruit will shine its light. In the beginning, all the fruits are weak, but only if the user wields it very well, it will become very strong. If a devil fruit is given to a weak person, he might kill himself with it. But Rojan, he believed that he could reach the true power of this fruit. By then, he will be a strong man that fears nothing. That night, Rojan went to bed early and he woke up before dawn. This was the same day that Trensu prepared. In front of the bar. Today, the island will be completely chaotic, it's our chance to act. Rojan murmured. Crocodile went with Jason to find Trensu. He just waited for the signal to be released to start the operation. Rayleigh, I'll leave it to you. Rojan looked at Rayleigh and he was full of hope that he will help him. Well, I think I'm old, but you, young people always feel that I'm not old yet, it's really distressing. Rayleigh shook his head and then disappeared. You can grow old, but you can't let your little brother down. Rojan laughed and left. 15 minutes later, a young figure came quietly in front of the marine station of the Sabati archipelago. Wearing a monkey mask and dressing in black, this young man stood quietly at the door and kept looking for a while. It's time to start. A whisper came out, and after a moment, a bomb was lit up. Oh! From Area 1 to 20, a dazzling light resounded through the sky, followed by a bang sound. It was the sound of fireworks exploding. What is this? All the Marines that were patrolling looked at the sky with stuns. But in the next moment, their faces changed immediately. Kill them. Get out and kill all the Marines. Nothing can stop us. Let's go, brothers. There were many groups of pirates holding long swords and guns, came from nowhere, their faces were full of anger. They rushed and attacked all the Marines. The quiet morning became chaotic. At the same time, countless calls sounded in almost every area from 1 to 20. This makes the Marines in a moment of chaos. Bad news, Admiral Z. In the Marine base, the soldiers were running and shouting loudly. What happened? Z had almost recovered. When he heard that, he wondered. Pirates, Pirates everywhere, they have occupied area. Our troops couldn't fight them. Pirates again? Z was completely angry, and he walked out of the room. Call for reinforcements, kill every pirate with no mercy, go, go. At the gate of the marine station, Rojan smiled faintly when he saw a large number of marines rushing forward. System, summon me 600 million soul. Buzz. A roulette appeared in front of Rojan in a blink of an eye, followed by a man wearing an ancient Taoist robe and white temples. He was a majestic man with fierce momentum. In an instant, Rojan and this person merged into one person. Chapter 219, Sword Master. As he stepped out, his sword became more and more fierce. It was rushing into the sky, making the airflow around his body produce cyclones, and even spreading a breeze towards the periphery. After 3 steps, a dark sword appeared on his back, which made his spine become straight pointed to the sky. And also, his bones and joints were cracked and peeled. At the next moment, his whole figure seemed to be a little taller. In his mind, everything flashed quickly, and a large number of complex information quickly fused with his consciousness. In a moment, his temperament began to change. There was a sense of immortality. In addition, there was a fierceness in his eyes. As he was moving, his speed has increased. He was as fast as the light. What was unbelievable, every step he passed 30 meters. Congratulations to the host, you are possession Zhuge Yuan, the legend swordsman. At this time, the sound of the system echoed in Rojan's mind. The famous Zhuge Yuan? Oh my god. Rojan's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be very excited. This possession was beyond his expectation, and it was definitely worth the money. At this moment, all Zhuge's skills introduced into his mind and combined with Rojan's power. The rich experience and the mysterious sword skills filled his mind in a blink of an eye and made him realize many things. The royal swordsmanship and many other powerful skills became under his control. At the same time, the real chi in his body has charged rapidly, and transformed into a magic power flowing inside him, making his inner roaring. If I control this very well, nothing can stop me. My true chi power should help me. From the beginning of the system to the present, Rojan got many powerful characters that made his chi stronger, like Jni, the White Phoenix, and many others. Although these souls were very strong, they weren't strong enough to deal with many strong characters of the pirate world. This time, everything is different. The power of the sword said was definitely clear. Rojan's system makes him able to purchase many powerful souls that could awaken his inner organisms, breaks the body barrier, and transforms the genes, which makes his body more powerful. In this process, all kinds of strong forces will appear on the body and show on the outside, which is indeed a strong attack skill. Amazing, very powerful soul. But after 2 steps, Rojan's face became a little serious as the strength in his body poured out. This time, there was a palpitation in his heart, as if the power was out of his load and hard to control. He has a fear of backfire that would affect him. My current strength cannot carry this strong soul. Rojan felt that this strong soul might affect him. He was very afraid of losing consciousness. This was very dangerous. Fortunately, I have the system, it will help me. Besides, I'm sure that my body won't fail me. After a moment, the sword Saint Zhuge Yuan has completely merged with Rojan, and he finally calmed down. In this way, if a real and powerful creature is summoned, he may lose consciousness and cause unpredictable danger. Well, there's no time to think about it now. In a while, he stepped forward, crossing hundreds of meters in front of the marine forces. It can be said that he was teleporting. Every step he made he crossed at least 30 meters. A whole land in one step, the unique skill of Zhuge Yuan, and the mysterious one. It's Rojan. He dared to attack the marine station. Hurry up and capture him. Everyone got shocked when they saw Rojan. They didn't believe that this young man has the courage to come here. Among the marines, there were 5 vice admirals. At that moment, they speeded up and attacked Rojan. Let's use my new sword. Rojan's eyes flashed. He took his sword and raised his right hand and fingers slowly, and then he pointed it to the front. Secret sword hit. Yash. A brilliant light bloomed and there was a loud and a clear sound came out from the sword. As he raised the sword, many other tiny swords revolved. Their tails were connected, but their sizes were just an inch. However, every sword was extremely exquisite. If you look closely, you can even see the surface talisman. The Marines' forces rushed forward, and they had reached 50 meters already in front of Rojan. At this moment, Rojan pointed his sword again. Oh! Immediately, the swords flew out and rushed to the sky. Besides, a series of harsh sounds broke out. At that moment, all the Marines looked up. They saw many huge swords that circled endlessly in the sky surrounded by light and harsh sound. This never-seen scene shocked everyone. What the hell is that? Someone couldn't believe what he saw and he asked blankly. In the next second, the swords quivered and pointed toward them. Watch out! The 5 high-ranking Marines sensed that they were the target of the swords. Immediately, their expression changed and they shouted. That was too late. The swords began to fall from the sky, targeting all of them. Boom, boom, boom. The sword's array was very ferocious, and it rushed into the densest place among the Marines. The fierce sword spirit destroyed everything, hit the ground, and exploded instantly, causing a huge explosion. At the same moment, the dust flew out and all the Marines screamed, "What a tremendous power!" The air effect of this sword was like a missile bomb, and it covers nearly 50 meters, and it lasted for 5 seconds. When the smoke and dust disappeared, all the Marines took a breath. No one could withstand this power. The screams of pain covered the whole area. Under such a blow, nearly 100 Marines were injured and lost their power. This was only a little wave from Rogen. Chapter 220, 7 Stars Sword. The sword's chi was awesome, and its shadow was still lingering in the void, and after a while, it disappeared. Everyone was in pain, and they couldn't accept that this young man could do that. Terrible, terrible. What kind of attack is just one blow? This boy, why he is so powerful? The 5 vice admirals were livid. They were not damaged by the sword power just now. But the rest of the Marines suffered a lot. Let's go and get him. The 5 high-ranking Marines were not afraid, and they were about to attack. They believed that they were capable of dealing with this kid. Their power was amazing. They already passed 100 meters in a blink of an eye and reached Rogen's position. Rogen, who took his sword back, just stood and laughed. When he saw the 5 vice admirals coming, he smirked, and his expression was indifferent. Die. You'll suffer. Kill him. The 5 just launched their attack, some of them kicked and the rest pulled their swords. They were extremely fast. It can be said that it was hard to see them with normal eyes. Besides, the vice admiral didn't forget that this young man could fight the admirals and deal with them, so they were very careful. At this moment, Rogen squinted and stared at them. Oh. The 5 Marines' expression changed immediately. They felt a domineering and powerful force that could destroy them. Suddenly, they stopped and retreated. And then, the invisible momentum suddenly spread and swept out toward the sailors and pirates who had just reached the Marine station behind them. Oh. A moment after, the Marines were hit by this overbearing power, their eyes turned white and they lost consciousness. Like fruits, the Marines fell to the ground one by one. Within a second, everyone was laying on the ground, except the 5 high-ranking Marines. Conqueror's hockey. The 5 Marines were shocked, they didn't expect such a thing. At this time, Rogen stared at them and said, I have a strong guard around my body, nothing can hurt me. As he said that, a mysterious power expanded, and the black wall appeared in a blink and surrounded Rogen's body. Boom. Stab it. All the 5 kept shooting him, and they seemed to be angry. Rogen's hockey didn't affect them, but they couldn't do anything to break Rogen's wall. It was very strange, they were stunned and couldn't believe what Rogen has. After resisting several blows, the wall disappeared, and Rogen appeared again. The 5 vice admirals were angry and they were about to attack again. Rogen walked step by step, and in a blink of an eye, he disappeared and reappeared behind them. He was full of indifference, as he doesn't pay much attention to the 5 vice admirals. Rogen, stop running, and face us. They were very angry, and they even shouted loudly, especially when they saw Rogen's indifference. They felt despised. At the next moment, Rogen pointed with his finger again. I said, you will be trapped in a cage, and you won't be able to go out for a day. After he said this, the inexplicable power surged, and a cage appeared from the ground and trapped the 5 vice admirals in an instant. Destroy it. One of them shouted and waved his sword. Oh my god, nothing happened. Nothing happened to the cage, as if it was made of a special metal. This hit didn't even leave a mark. It's sea stones. The vice admiral was shocked and looked at Rogen with shock. How is that possible? What power does this kid have? Moreover, the output of sea stones is very low. Where did this strange cage come from? The 5 Marines didn't give up trying. They waved their fists and swords and kept attacking the cage, but no chance. They couldn't do anything to escape from this powerful cage, they couldn't even scratch it. After watching them moving like rats in a cage, Rogen turned slowly. All his attention was to find the admiral and fight him. With the possessed soul, Jugu Yuan, his mental strength has improved greatly. At this moment, even if he relies on the devil fruit ability, he could inevitably be able to fight against the admiral. With a word, he can cause a powerful destructive power. However, this fruit consumes mental energy. He was afraid that if he attacks several times using it, he would die. These 5 vice admirals has never been on his target at all. At the gate of the Marine station, a team of Marines stepped forward, and in front of them, the middle-aged man with purple hair. It was the Admiral Z. Come here. Rogen stared at Z and talked to him with an indifferent tone, and then he put his right hand behind his back. Choke. The dark sword behind him suddenly appeared. It looks like a dragon, scattering the blue light, blinking to the sky. When it reached the height of 30 meters, it turned and dived to the purple man at the door. This sword called 7 stars, enjoy its power, Z. His words were calm, but his momentum was at the peak at that moment. He was 300 meters away from Z, but his attack came in a sudden way. Royal Swordsmanship. Admiral Z. At the entrance, of the marine station, the marines who were there shouted in fear. From the distance, strange blue rays were fleeting, and in a blink of an eye, it rushed to the front. Rojan. When Z contracted his eyes, he saw a young man standing 300 meters away with his hands up. Z could tell that this kid's momentum was different from that day. He wanted to look at Rojan again, but the blue light blocked the vision. But at the next moment, he felt something using his observation haki. The full of chi light is going to rush in a high speed toward his neck. Psishoku. Iron body. Z took the defense position, and then, he waved his fist against the blue light. Boom. After a moment, the two collided together. Chant. The blue light buzzed and trembled. Z's eyes contracted, and his expression changed. The rushing sword was very powerful. Z believed that if he got hit by it, he would smash into pieces. Is that the same person that he has fought against a few days ago? Chapter 221, Admiral's Level Fight. This scene made Z somewhat confused. That was unbelievable. Z has fought against this young man before, and he naturally knew what Rojan's strength was. However, this sword destroyed all his thoughts. His momentum was like a thunderbolt. Rojan was moving like a raging dragon. When they collided, Z felt that he was fighting against another admiral or someone stronger. This power was indeed at the same level as an admiral. After a few moments of collusion, the 7 stars sword trembled and directly smashed by Z's power. Yes. Z seemed to be happy. He felt that he won this fight. Buzz. It didn't take a moment until the sword trembled again and transformed into an angry dragon that was roaring all over the area. Z was astonished. How is that possible? What is going on? The dragon kept roaring, and then rushed and attacked Z. Boom. Z was lucky. He felt the attack and avoided it quickly, but the main entrance of the marine station was completely destroyed. From a distance of tens of meters, that blow was strong enough to destroy the whole entrance. All the marines were panicked. They have never seen such a thing in their life. Missing the target, the dragon seemed to be angry, and he kept roaring. On the other side, Z was angry also. He didn't understand this strange power, and he wanted to kill Rojan so badly. Rojan, that's your secret weapon then. As he said that, the dragon attacked again. This time, Z's body trembled, and avoided that blow, and then he jumped and punched it. Boom. The full of chi sword has been hit directly to the ground and made a huge hole. Admiral Z, last time we were lucky to beat you. As he said that, the 7 stars sword raised and came to Rojan's side and bloomed. But this time, I'm all alone. After saying this, he jumped and crossed at least 30 meters, it was like teleportation. Choke. 7 star sword returned to the scabbard, but later, another sword appeared, and it seems to be more powerful than the previous one. Z's expression changed. It was his first time that he fights someone strange like this. Z remembered what Sengoku told him about this kid. He said that his strength makes him able to fight against admirals. During this fight, Z felt a strange pressure in his heart. Today, let me have the honor to fight against an admiral alone and defeat him. Rojan stepped, and in a blink of an eye, he reached 30 meters in front of Z. Big talk, kid, you have a strong self-confidence. Z's words were full of contempt. In his heart, he never felt that this kid could defeat him. In the previous fight, I destroyed your sword using my fist, and now you dared to fight me alone? You will suffer under my fist, and I will send you to impel down. Z shouted loudly, and then he strode forward and attacked him. We'll see who's boasting later. As he said that, Rojan stretched out his right hand. Meanwhile, the 7 stars sword trembled. The chi spread from Rojan's hand to the sword, which trembled and bloomed. Heavenly sword style. As he chanted, the sword in his hand waved and trembled. I'll destroy you, and then I will send you to the marine headquarters. Rojan's tone changed, and then he waved his sword and strode to Z. The latter saw the transformation of the sword, which became longer and bigger. Immediately, he raised his arm to block the next blow. In a blink of an eye, the haki covered his whole body, and he took the defense position. But when he saw Rojan's speed, and his great momentum, Z trembled and changed his expression. Can he block it? Boom. Suddenly, the sword hit Z, but as always, he blocked it, but this time, it can be said that he got hurt a little. This possessed soul of Zhuge Yuan was definitely at the same level of an admiral or even stronger. The power that Rojan has after this possession was extremely strong. The light of the sword quickly dissipated. Rojan's eyes narrowed and Z retracted his arms after blocking the last attack. The heavenly sword style didn't hurt him. As I expected, you deserve to be an admiral. Rojan retreated a few steps, and then he stared at Z and blinked. It didn't take much time, until Rojan launched an attack, once again. Z opened his eyes, and he raised his fists to block it. The two kept fighting for a while at a very close range, with no fatigue, with no retreat. Mastering the various immortal technique of swords and swordsmanship, Rojan with his sword has reached an unimaginable level. Rojan kept throwing the 7 stars sword and take it back. He did that move several times. The sword was as fast as the light. Z couldn't do anything but shaking his fists and kicking at a very fast speed. The fight was getting bigger and bigger, as if it was a fight between two admirals. Between the sword hits and the punches, the ground was blasted with many holes. What are you looking at? Go and support your admiral. The trapped vice-admirals shouted loudly at the marines who had just come. They were trapped by an inexplicable power and couldn't get out at all. The marines kept looking without understanding anything, as if they were dreaming, and even more, some of them ran away from the area with panic. Rojan's eyes flickered, and he wanted to shoot them, but when Z saw his intention, he increased the attack and stopped him. This Z really deserves to be an admiral. Rojan sighed. That day, he was really lucky to defeat this admiral. Compared to Kizaru, this admiral was terribly stronger. However, Rojan wasn't afraid at all. How could it be when he has the soul of Jugu Yuan? With this possession, no one could defeat him. Even if you are a strong admiral, you have to kneel down. Rojan kept throwing his sword and take it back quickly and with no stop. The two were furious and angry. Suddenly, Rojan turned and left. Boy, where are you going? When he saw Rojan's action, Z shouted loudly. Do you think I'm going to run? What a shame. A smile appeared on Rojan's face, and then he shook his right hand and threw it toward Z's foot, and then he closed his eyes and began to gain momentum. Controlling such kinds of swords needs focus and a lot of skills. It's a very powerful sword, and very hard to use. Only God could control it. Chapter 222, Sword of God. Rojan's wasn't tall and burly, and it can be said that he was very thin. He was only 1.5 meters, with a thin figure. But at this moment, when he closed his eyes, the chi inside his body began to buzz, and he trembled. After a while, his body began to swell. As if he was a balloon. His body blinked 10 times and he got bigger and bigger. And then, a surging sword appeared and then suddenly spread, and covered an area of 300 meters. The ground began to crack and shake because of the majestic power of the sword. In many other worlds, you could find many powerful swords able to do such a thing. Rojan's sword at that moment was one of the greatest swords in the world. At that moment, the talisman was shining brightly. And then, the tip of the sword turned, and in a moment, it aimed at Z, which made him cold and somewhat afraid. Buzz. Within the 300 meters of the circle, the void seemed to be frozen. Every part of the skin seemed to be stabbed by an invisible sword, which intended to tear his body. What is that? I can't see anything. Z was astonished. He didn't understand what was happening, and it can be said that he panicked. Just then, Rojan closed his eyes and opened them in a sudden. You can clearly see in his pupils the sword that was shining and spreading his power all over the place, and then... boom, boom, boom. The ground exploded again in a large area, spreading to the Z's location, and between its rage, Z was covered and drowned under the dust. Rojan put his hands behind him and kept looking at the amazing sword he has that could pierce the void. Suddenly, Z roared and stood up with anger. Z was shocked by the power of this sword that was stronger than anything he has met in his life. It was only one sword, but when it attacks, he felt several stabs pierce into his body at the same moment. He realized that he despised his enemy. The mysterious power of this young guy was far beyond his imagination. Z, you have to try this. Rojan's voice was very loud, like the thunder. Buzz. In the void, Rojan's sword trembled in the void again, and its tip turned blue again, and directly pointed toward Z. Damn it. Z realized that something bad was going to happen again. He seems to fall into the other side's field. Sharp swords are going to stab him again. And he won't be fine, because even his ability to foresee didn't help him last time. Every step he made seems to be in a deep mire. Z was struggling to move forward. Flash step. Clenching his fists, Z exploded with all his strength. He broke free of the mire and crossed a distance of 30 meters and came to Rojan. Bend for me. With a loud roar, he bent his knee slightly and exploded with great power. He pushed the ground out of 2 deep pits and went straight to Rojan. Here it comes. Rojan's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly. Under his call, the 7 stars sword rushed and blocked Z's fist. Rojan raised his right hand slightly, and then he grabbed the hilt of the sword. In a blink of an eye, the true chi transferred from his hand to the sword, making it expanding 10 times, and shining with blue. After that, Rojan raised his sword again and pointed it towards Z. Seeing this, Z quickly stepped into the air and used the moonwalk to avoid the sword. Oh! The 7 stars sword cut into the air and headed further away. Boom! After 3 breaths, there was a loud blast in the marine station 100 meters away. 50 buildings in a row were cut by this sword. Z was astonished, and he looked with horror. Rojan's strength was beyond his expectation, and he seemed to realize the difficulty of this battle finally. Compared with the last time, this kid has been strengthened more than 100 times. It was an unimaginable thing. Shoo! The 7 stars sword waved again, but this time, the degree of damage was bigger than the last one. Z was in a trance for a while, and he didn't have time to avoid this blow. In a blink of an eye. Boom! He flew out like a cannonball, marking 30 meters on the ground before stopping. Immediately, Z stood up. After bearing that hit, his whole body was covered with fine sword marks, and his blood was flowing. But just as he got up and looked forward, Rojan pointed at him with his index finger. Sword of God. Voom. After he said that, many swords appeared, trembled continuously and burst with bright and fierce vigor and rushed towards Z. Z's eyes contracted, and his expression changed. When he saw the powerful sword rushing once again, Z trembled and didn't know what to do. Oh, my God! With a loud roar, Z jumped with all his power to avoid that blow. These swords were connected at the tail and formed a sword circle hovering above Rojan's head. At the next moment, Rojan stared at Z and said slightly, "I said, you will stand where you are, and you won't move for 10 seconds. The strange power spreads and Z's body was diffused in an instant, and he became unable to move. At this moment, his body was directly bound by inexplicable power and cannot move. At the same time, the sword circle moved. Hiss. Like a serpent, swords began to rush and fell on his body in a blink of an eye. Z's eyes contracted, and his whole body was shaking. Such a blow might kill him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sword explosions within a radius of 300 meters, especially around Z, constantly exploded for 13 seconds. Rojan looks indifferent, and when there was only half of the sword circle above his head, he waved his hand, and the explosion stopped. Tick. The bright red blood dripped from the dust and smoke and stained the ground. After a while, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing Z's body. His arms were in front of him, and his whole body was torn and stained with blood. Ugh, Rojan. He spread his arms slowly. He was in a true pain at that moment. All his body was torn and stabbed. Thousands of stabs made him suffer. At this moment, Z roared. He bent his knees, approached Rojan. Chapter 223, This is not Z. Z struggled and passed a long distance and came to Rojan. Buzz. The hockey covered his right arm, and his left foot slammed on the ground. In a blink of an eye, he reached Rojan. With one punch, the air trembled because of the huge force. The savage beast Z, when he punched, he damaged himself because of his serious injuries. Rojan's eyes narrowed, and then he pointed his finger. The sword's circle hovered, and it was about to strike again. But at this time, Z's fist came. Its degree was more sensitive and his fist was heavier. Boom. In a blink of an eye, the 7 stars swords hovered and blocked Z's fist. Just then, Rojan blinked and then stared at Z. Crack. The sword circle above Rojan's head rushed quickly with rage and went straight toward Z. Z was totally angry. He jumped and a cyclone appeared under him, and then he moved quickly. Boom. Suddenly, a sword passed through where he was and hit the ground directly, making a huge explosion. Z started running on the ground at this moment. Behind him, the sword was like a dragon chasing after him quickly. This sharp sword could destroy everything in a 10 meters circle in a blink of an eye. Because of his speed, Z seemed to be a phantom. In a blink of an eye he appeared, and then he disappeared again. 10 seconds passed already, and the sword didn't hit Z at all. On the other side, Z seemed to be tired. He consumed a lot of his energy. Rojan closed his eyes, and then he pointed at Z. I said, there will be thorns in front of you, and it will be hard for you to move. Buzz. The invisible power in the void rippled, which made Z very angry. On the road in front of him, sharp thorns suddenly appeared, which was so abrupt that they appeared under him. Besides, he has no time to think and react against it. Armament hockey. Z roared loudly. He was sure that this kid has ghosts. There was nothing could explain all these strange moves. In a blink of an eye, the hockey spread all over his body, and in the next second, he stepped on the thorns, crushing them directly, and then he ran again. However, the following road surface made him angry. Strange things kept appearing one after another in front of him, thorns, nails, and even inexplicable walls blocking his way. What a weird ability. This ability made him very angry. With the help of this strange force, his body has been hit by the sword behind him 3 times, and his injury was even worse. Z swore that for the first time in his life, he was so embarrassed, which made him angrier. The last failure was his shame, but this time, the other side added another shame to his shame. He really deserves to be an admiral. In the distance, Rojan, who had been watching, sighed. The strength behind his current possession can be said that it was extremely sharp. It could suppress the demons and many powerful characters. Rojan stretched out his right hand and took the 7 stars sword. After a while, he strode forward with his long sword full of chi, towards Z. Ground. Heavenly sword. Z was busy avoiding the sword behind him and the inexplicable power of Rojan. He was under huge pressure at that moment. And suddenly, boom. His body flew out again, and immediately before he could get up, he was drowned by the sword that dived down from the sky. This time, blood flowed more. Whether he used his armament hockey or something else, we won't be safe. It was difficult to stop such a sword. Oh, man. Taking a step forward, Rojan's figure returned to its original size. In his perception, Z, who had been hit by this sword, lost his breath and lost his combat power. After 5 or seconds, he woke up from the confusion and opened his eyes and saw the sword that was at the nape of his neck. Do you want to kill me? Z was very angry. It was a very big shame for him to be under the mercy of a kid who knows how old is he. Of course not, it would be more effective to keep you than to kill you. Rojan laughed, and then he pointed out with his right hand. The 7 stars sword rushed into Z's body in a blink of an eye and caused a serious injury to him. After being hit with the sword, Z became unable to stand, and he lost all his power. He stared at Rojan and asked, "What do you want to do?" Z was very angry and he felt ashamed. Leaning down, Rojan took the den mushi from him. Leave it. Z was angry but helpless. For the first time, he felt so weak, and for the first time, he wanted to die. Rojan ignored Z and dialed the den mushi. After 3 seconds, someone answered. Hey. A low voice came across. Z, talk. This was the voice of Sengoku, and he was somewhat urging. This is not Z, huh? Rojan smiled. At the headquarters, Sengoku was very angry and his heart tightened, especially when the Golden Lion and his pirate regiment began to attack. Area 20 of the city. Ha ha ha, kill them all. Marines are so weak, we are the most powerful pirates. After occupying Area 1 to 20, let's see what they can do. A group of pirates holding their arms were happy and shouted in excitement. Brothers, let's go a step further. It's just a small area. Are you satisfied? Trensu led the group and shouted loudly. No, we are not satisfied. Trensu Aniki, we will follow your lead. Yes, we will listen to you and do whatever you want. All the pirates were excited. Let's conquer the island. Trensu stood high and shouted confidently. Chapter 224, Silver's Rayleigh. The morale of those pirates has reached the peak under the lead of Trensu, and it can be said that they have conquered a huge area already. Some of the pirates were a bit afraid at the beginning, but after the beginning of the war, they rushed and felt relieved. Under the control of the Wraith, all the pirates were excited and they believed that they could defeat the Marines. They already know that this group encountered the Admiral and they defeated him. After what they did until now, the Admiral didn't appear, neither the Vice Admirals. What's the reason behind it? The Wraith Pirates, a group of people that could defeat admirals. Everyone adores them, they won't give up them until they reach higher positions. It was hard for weak pirates to meet legendary pirate, but this time, they shared the same ambition, the same objective. There's only one law in the world: if you are weak, then you have to follow the lead of strong people to survive and become stronger. Looking at the pirates below, which were very brave after what he said, Trensu smiled, but at the same time, he was worried about Trojan's safety. Let's make this island as our territory then. Trensu shouted loudly, higher than all the pirates. As he said that, a dazzling light came and rushed to the pirates' location, causing a huge explosion and screams. Marines, it's the Marines. Vice Admirals, there are 5 Vice Admirals. Z is not with them. They dared to fight against us, haha. All the pirates panicked when they saw the Marines rushing toward them, but when they didn't find the Admiral, they calmed down. As long as there are no admirals, the pirates won't be afraid. Trensu was standing on the hill. When he saw such a scene, his face was slightly frozen, and Crocodile, who was beside him, jumped down. To the fight. Let's destroy them. Crocodile shouted loudly, and immediately, the green sands surged to the sky. Kill. Simultaneously, all the pirates screamed and pulled their swords and rushed toward the Marines. When the two sides collided, many members have been killed immediately. At the beginning of the battle, the Vice Admirals jumped to the middle of the battlefield. These elites have strong powers and could deal with many people at once. Even Rojan, who possessed the Sword Master, he didn't want to involve against them because it would take much time, and it will cost a lot of energy. He could only imprison them. At that moment, they were like tigers rushing a flock of sheep. They killed everyone with no mercy. There was no one among the pirates able to fight against them. This kind of marine elites is hard to deal with. As soon as they reached the battlefield, they killed at least 200 pirates or more. When pirates saw that, many of them panicked, and they even retreated. Oh my god, these vice admirals are very strong. We can't defeat them. They are too strong, those guys are not humans. How to fight them? No one of us could fight them, even Captain Blanco is seriously injured, we won't make it. All the pirates became afraid, the presence of the vice admirals reduced their chance to win the battle. Kill them with the order of justice. No mercy, we need to kill and arrest as much as we can. Among the crowd, a vice admiral held up his western sword and shouted loudly. Danzō, those 5 are very big trouble for us. Jason's face was very serious. I know, damn, I don't think that we can defeat them. Danzō was helpless at that moment. I'll take my chance. With a serious tone, Crocodile shouted and rushed toward one of the vice admirals. It didn't take much time until he fell down, breaking a large tree under him and being seriously injured. Crocodile. Danzō got shocked when he saw that. Even Crocodile, he wasn't an opponent at all. These 5 generals have created a decisive reversal for the whole war situation. Oh, I'm old, but I have to move. What made me promise that kid? Ugh. Suddenly, a sigh came into the field, it was very loud and strange. Immediately afterward, an overbearing breath swept out, hitting all the marines and knocked them down. Conqueror's hockey. All the vice admirals were stunned and they wanted to know who did that. Who's that? In the eyes of everyone, a middle-aged man strode slowly. He wore glasses and looked furious. He has a very sharp momentum. After 3 steps, cracks appeared on the walls on both sides, and the air was suffocated from the pressure, which made everyone suffer. The vice admirals saw that this guy was unusual, they immediately stared at him and took out their weapons. No matter who you are, you have violated the Marines, you have to die then. He was very mad, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the middle-aged man and waved his sword. Take that. As he waved his sword, many shadows appeared in the air. It was sure that ordinary pirates won't stand against such a sharp sword. But at the next moment, the middle-aged man moved, he was as fast as the light, no one even saw him. The sword was blocked by him, and it couldn't move forward. The amazing power made the vice admiral somewhat surprised. And it didn't end like this, the middle-aged man kicked the elite marine fiercely. This kick came very fast, he couldn't even see it. Boom. The vice admiral was pushed dozens of meters to the rear and smashed a house was behind him. After a while, he stood up, and then he lifted his sword and wanted to attack again, but someone was there stopped him. Don't be impulsive, he's Silver's really. Suddenly, a sigh came out. Whether it was a pirate or a marine, it was shocking to see someone with such power standing in the field. No one ever thought that the right hand of the pirate king will appear here at this time. I made a promise, I won't let them down. Vice admirals, I'll bother you to play with me for a while, I'm sorry about that. Rayleigh lifted his sword and smiled. At that moment, the vice admirals were shocked and they didn't utter a word. At the same time at the marine headquarters, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, Rojan, what are you going to do? Chapter 225, Seal him. Rojan put his sword on Z's neck, and then he smirked. Nothing, I only want to tell you some bad news. Sengoku's face changed, and he felt something horrible happened. And then, he controlled himself and asked in a deep voice. What do you want to say? Admiral Z in front of me now. Rojan was smiling when he said that, it was like threatening Sengoku. And what are your conditions? Hearing Rojan's words, Sengoku naturally understood what Trojans want, and he asked him directly. Sengoku was confused at that moment, how could Z lose against a kid? How is that possible, he's one of the most powerful marines. This made him remember the last fight between Kizaru and Rojan, but this time, this kid seemed to be more powerful, even Z couldn't defeat him. Conditions? Rojan was surprised, and he realized that the other party exhausted himself by thinking. He smiled and felt happy. I wanted to tell you only. If you want to take him back alive, you need to send more powerful reinforcements. And also. After a pause, he said again. The Sabati archipelago may be out of your jurisdiction soon. You have to be quick. He said that and hung up the Denmashi without hearing the answer. In the marine headquarters, Sengoku was very angry. Damn it. Clenching his fists, Sengoku cursed and started thinking about what to do. He doesn't think that the other party would lie. Z's Denmashi is very special, no one could steal it or use it unless Z is dead or in a very bad situation. If Rojan used it, then Z should be in a very bad situation. Sengoku was very worried about whether the veteran admiral and his mates were still alive or not. He kept thinking for a long while, and then he asked the marine soldier who was waiting outside the room. Where's Garp? Didn't he come yet? I don't know, we couldn't reach him. The soldier quickly responded. That bastard. Sengoku was even angrier. He didn't find his right hand in this critical situation. Then go and call Kizaru. Hi. As the soldier turned his head, Sengoku said again. Don't forget to call the Vice Admiral Akainu. Hi. He responded quickly, and then he turned to leave. After getting away, the soldier wondered. Kizaru, Akainu, two of our best elites, what happened? And why does Sengoku is very angry? Anyone could notice the mood of Sengoku at that moment. It didn't take much time until they entered to Sengoku's office. Sengoku-sama, what the matter? Kizaru arrived first, and he asked with his usual lazy expression. He almost died in the first encounter with Rojin. He was lucky to be alive, and it can be said that he became stronger now. Well, let's wait for Akainu. Sengoku stared at Kizaru and nodded. Kizaru didn't pay much attention, and he looked for a place to sit. After a while, a tall man with a marine hat entered the office. He was an unusually muscular man. It can be said that he was the most muscular of the admirals. If you want to find a benchmark in the Marines, then this man is what you are looking for. Sakazuki. Seeing him entering the room, Sengoku knocked on the table. Sengoku-sama, why did you call me? Akainu's face was very cold and grim. It makes everyone afraid to get very close to him. A very bad thing happened in the Sabati archipelago. Looking at the two, Sengoku's tone was very serious. In a word, both of them were a little surprised. As I remember, Admiral Z is there. Kizaru was curious. Yes, Z is in big trouble. Sengoku shook his head. Do you remember Rojin? We have information that Z being defeated by him, and if we didn't do anything, he might kill him. As he said that, Kizaru and Akainu got shocked. That boy has passed the limit, we should kill him then. Sakazuki shouted immediately. I want you to go there and crush him as fast as you can, besides, you have to put an end to the chaos that pirates have made. Sengoku shouted, but this time he was angrier. Sengoku-sama, did the pirates make chaos there? Kizaru was surprised. In addition to Admiral Z, there were many other elites of the Marines stationed in the Sabati archipelago, and the pirates there was probably newcomer, they won't be able to make big chaos. I'm afraid that it's already critical. Sengoku shook his head again. Your mission is a bit heavy this time. Remember that you can't stay there after calming down the storm, you must come back here as soon as possible. I always think that there's something behind that kid. His tone was deep. Sengoku paid great attention to Rojin. Defeating an admiral and asking for more powerful reinforcements, it was something hard to believe. What is this kid trying to do? Hi. Kizaru and Akainu responded quickly. He understood the importance of that mission. An admiral has been defeated, the impact and consequences of this incident will be huge and will shock the whole world. The two stood up and left quickly. We need to be fast. Sengoku said that the situation is very critical there. Out of the headquarters, Kizaru flashed and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Rojin, I just want to see what you can do against me. Sakazuki smirked, and then he jumped to the warship and ordered to leave. The marine headquarters wasn't far from the Sabati, and they can reach in a short time. Sabati archipelago, outside the marine station. After hanging up the den-mushi, the smile on Rojin's face disappeared. Looking down at Z, Rojin kept thinking. Do I have to kill him? I don't think so. No matter what the situation was, killing an admiral will put him in a troublesome situation. Besides, he won't be able to fight against all the admirals at once. Killing Z would grow the anger of the entire Marines, and they would take revenge. Even strong people like the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion who were at the top of strong men won't easily attack an admiral. It was very difficult to defeat an admiral, and also, such a thing will make the Marines angry. After all, in this world, no one has the power to touch the Marines, even if he had the power to. I can't kill him, my pirate regiment will collapse. With his current strength, he could not bear the consequences of killing Z. So, I will seal him. Chapter 226, Witness. It wasn't difficult for Rojin to do such a thing. Regardless of the magic ability by the possessed soul, his devil fruit gave him a very strong ability to do many powerful things. I'll use the ability of the devil fruit. He lifted his hand, and in a blink of an eye, a green gourd appeared in his right hand. It was crystal clear, glowing with a pale green light. It's getting bigger. After throwing it into the air, the gourd swelled instantly and became huge. After a while, the gourd turned and aimed at the weak Z. Drop it. In the shocked eyes of Z, the magic liquid inside the gourd dropped directly at him. After a while, Rojin's hand extended again, which made the gourd become smaller and appeared in his hand.